Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
At this moment, Keqing sighed again. The Keqing is really a great god. She couldn't imagine what Liu would be like if the god guiding Liu was not Keqing. Perhaps people like her who are short-sighted and speak nonsense have been abandoned long ago. How can they still be in a high position like now? Although Inazuma is also a country ruled by gods, the Thunder General does not manage the country very well, and the three magistrates are inherited, which is a big problem. So Inazuma's problems are also a problem of eating too early. At the beginning, Inazuma actually had two teams. One was the shogunate organization belonging to humans, and the other was the monsters. In fact, the monster organization can also check and balance the shogunate organization in disguise to a certain extent and supervise them. Thunder 607 Denma really has excellent talents and strong affinity. He has gathered a large number of monsters for his own use and made Inazuma flourish. 500 years ago, Inazuma was definitely one of the top 3 countries on the Teyvat continent. However, in the Dark Disaster and the Kanraya War 500 years ago, Raiden fell, Keqing died, and only 1 in 10 monsters of Inazuma, big and small, survived. Now the only one who can take the lead is Yijinko. But Yijinko is still a little worse than Keqing, not to mention that Raiden can't be compared with Lei Dianjin, and it's good that she doesn't hold back. Speaking of this, Yang was silent for Yijinko for 3 seconds. With all the things Mu Yang had on hand, he could save the Great Compassion Tree King. At night, when Mu Yang sorted out the information he got from Yilan and returned to his room, he found Keqing waiting here. However, seeing Keqing's clothes and her shy look, Mu Yang couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Keqing, where did you get this dress? Keqing ate her meal while looking at Kamisato Ayaka and sighed silently. She had roughly seen what kind of person Kamisato Ayaka was. In some ways, she was very similar to herself, but different. After a long time, Keqing nestled in Mu Yang's arms, feeling the other party's tenderness to her, feeling this moment of peace, and after a long time she looked at Mu Yang with resentment and said, "You guys, your strength is improving faster and faster." Unfortunately, her physical fitness was a little poor. This kind of pajamas is indeed a little open. Not only Violet can be strengthened, but gods and holders of the Eye of God can also be strengthened. This also shocked Mu Yang and others at the time because that was Nibelungen, the original ruler of Teyvat. It's happy, but it hurts. As for Nashida, she is still just a child, don't do anything to her. Otherwise, it will be too painful. I like it, how could I not like it? Mu Yang knew that with Keqing's original personality, she would never wear such clothes. Keqing must be squeezed more so that Keqing can come up with more equipment. The speed of strength improvement is naturally fast, and the superposition of these powers is not as simple as 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 equals 4. Mu Yang smiled confidently. I am confident that if I continue to grow, I can fight even those gods on Sky Island. As for me now, I should be stronger than the 7 gods, and even stronger than Navalet, who has become a complete dragon. Mu Yang also knew about the evolution of Violet. Is that so? Kamisato Ayaka laughed self-deprecatingly. There aren't many great demons in Inazuma nowadays. Keqing is the one who feels the most about Mu Yang's strength. After all, the benefits she has gained are not less than 10 points. Nashida is already 500 years old, but I won't do such a thing. Mu Yang shook his head slightly. He was still very interested in Nashida's girl form. Of course, Mu Yang was more interested in the Great Compassion Tree King. It took a lot of effort for Fanes to defeat Nibelungen. As for now, well, it is unknown whether Fanes is still alive. But it's not time to release the Great Compassion Tree King yet. If the Great Compassion Tree King returns at this time, Zumi can also correct the chaos faster, but what is the 500 years of Nashida's efforts? However, this did not affect Keqing's appreciation of Kamisato Ayaka. It should be easy to get along with such a person, right? The talent of this fox is definitely not bad, and it's not an exaggeration to call Yijinko the Prime Minister. Hee, you really have ideas about Funina. That's right, Funina is not just Funina, there is also Fukaros. It's really hard for you not to be moved. Keqing rolled her eyes at Mu Yang in annoyance and said angrily, "Even General Kyujo needs to join the Kyujo family if he wants to work for Inazuma. Hey, if this goes on, you may only be able to find those gods in the future." Keqing's eyes were a little resentful when she said this. "I feel that Funina is almost defenseless against you. If you want to attack her, Kinina will probably not refuse." Mu Yang got the message from Violet that the strengthening effect still existed for Violet, but the points required were a bit huge. As he said under Keqing's slightly encouraging eyes, Mu Yang turned into a big bad wolf. Apart from Inazuma's current situation, this meal was a great meal for both the host and the guests. She trusts you very much and she is also a girl who lacks love. I saw it in the mission world before and I thought you would like it, so I brought it. Keqing's expression was vague. Just tell me if you like it or not. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscriptions, Mu, I love you. During the meal, Kamisato Ayaka would ask some questions from time to time. Mu Yang could give answers to most of the questions, and there were also some answers that Mu Yang could not give directly, but only gave some insights. However, he is very curious about how many good things Keqing has brought to the Conan world. But even so, Kamisato Ayaka still felt that she benefited a lot, and even felt that if General Lei Dian married Mu Yang and let Mu Yang manage Inazuma, it seemed to be a good thing. 500,000 points allowed Violet to evolve from the current perfect dragon to the level of Nibelungen. After all, I have mastered the 4 godhoods of grass, thunder, water, and rock. Now Keqing has indeed seen it. Mu Yang is definitely not an honest man. He treats her very well, but if she asks Mu Yang to be devoted to her, Keqing has no extravagant dreams. It's not that Mu Yang has a problem, but she also has a problem. She actually wants to rely on her human body to be on par with gods. Isn't this courting death? Mu Yang usually treats her with restraint. Otherwise, with Mu Yang's current strength, a light wave of his hand would be enough to slap her to death. This is the difference between humans and gods. Fortunately, Mu Yang has helped her a lot. Now Keqing is no longer a human. Especially after knowing that humans can also cultivate immortals and become immortals, Keqing also decided to cultivate immortals. Now she is growing almost every day. Shinri Ayaka is a very good girl. Suddenly, Keqing mentioned Shinri Ayaka out of the blue. It's really good, like a noble snow lotus, which makes people want to destroy this pure beauty. Mu Yang nodded in agreement. Keqing was dumbfounded when she heard this. Why would you want to destroy such a pure and beautiful thing? Don't you want to protect it? Maybe I am a bad person at heart. Then am I a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? Have you seen the way of a bad guy like you? But do you have a chance to regret it? Do you think I have a chance to regret it? Keqing rolled her eyes at Mu Yang in anger. She had been eaten up by this guy, and her body and mind were given to this B******** D Mu Yang. Why are you still saying these things? Of course not. I won't give you a chance to regret it, Mu Yang said in a serious tone. You still have some conscience, Keqing snorted, but you have to be more careful when facing Shenli Linghua. I can bear it, but it doesn't mean she can bear it. If you really want to find someone, you might as well find Shenhe. Shenhe has always wanted to thank you. If you accept her, Master Li Unjifeng will not say anything, and it can also bring you closer to the immortals. In the future, when you need immortals, you can be more legitimate. Of course, Ryu is also good. At this moment, Keqing seemed to have transformed into a lady, thinking about finding a woman for Mu Yang. Ganyu, Mu Yang didn't mind Shenhe, and even Master Li Unjifeng and others seemed to be pushing this matter. But if it was Ganyu, well, Mu Yang admitted that he was still quite moved. Yes, Ganyu is still very beautiful, isn't it? Moreover, Ganyu is an immortal. Although she is considered a half-immortal, her actual experience is comparable to that of an old immortal. You should be able to handle it physically, right? Keqing said in deep agreement. Mu Yang was silent for a moment. If he wanted to find a girl, he would first consider her physical fitness, right? He had many girls that he hadn't found yet. No, I absolutely cannot improve my strength so quickly. Otherwise, Mu Yang would not even have to think about women like Kamisato Ayaka, Chin, Clorand, and Navia. Okay, I took it for granted. Mu Yang was a little disappointed. When you use points to strengthen yourself, you can strengthen your body, strengthen the level of practice of the exercises, and choose options such as the Eye of God, right? Well, do you want us to choose to strengthen the body? Keqing is a smart person and instantly understood Mu Yang's intention. Anyway, the energy for practice can also be helped by me, right? Mu Yang said that he was Tang Seng's flesh or a human body practice plugin. As long as you can hold your own, the speed of practice will get faster and faster. Just like Keqing, she is considered a strong person in the entire Teyvat continent. It is difficult for normal humans to be Keqing's opponent. The next day, after having breakfast with Keqing and Kamisato Ayaka, Mu Yang walked out of the house alone. Keqing couldn't go out for the time being, after all, she still needed to fish for a while. As for Kamisato Ayaka, this girl might be more attached to her bed. From her appearance, it seemed that she didn't get a good rest all night. After dinner, Kamisato Ayaka ran back to catch up on her sleep. The culprits of all this were naturally Mu Yang and Keqing. After all, Kamisato Ayaka's guest room was not far from Mu Yang's room. Keqing's voice was so loud that Kamisato Ayaka heard some noises, which was also a very normal thing. After all, Kamisato Ayaka had been training herself since she was a child, and her strength was even better than her brother Kamisato Yato's. She was sharp-eyed and sharp-eared, which was also a very normal thing. At night, even if the distance was hundreds of meters and there was a small forest blocking the way, it was still possible to hear clearly. Of course, Mu Yang's home actually had a shielding barrier, which could block the sound from the outside world and keep the home quiet, and also ensure that the sound at home would not be transmitted out. But Mu Yang didn't have such a setting near his room. This made Kamisato Ayaka suffer. While eating breakfast, Shenli Xianhua looked at Mu Yang and Keqing with strange eyes. After going out, Mu Yang went to a place that no one expected, Northland Bank. After all, Liu Bank and Northland Bank are hostile forces, and the two sides are in a competitive relationship. Now the Fadui are making trouble inside Liu and spreading all kinds of rumors. 983. Logically speaking, the relationship between the two is not much better, but now Mu Yang ran to Northland Bank. When the people of Northland Bank saw Mu Yang coming, they did not mean to stop him at all but welcomed him in. Not long after entering the VIP room and sitting down, the fast-paced Achino walked in. "Are you ready to close the net?" Achino walked straight to the opposite side of Mu Yang and asked curiously. "Excuse me, the situation has not completely heated up yet. You can wait for a few more months. By then, Liu will be able to eliminate all the hidden dangers. Now, not many big fish have been caught. People with real brains may not be able to see that this is a trap. Those people are hidden dangers, but they can't cause much damage. If you really want to deal with them, I will just take a chance to clean up some of them. Now those jumping clowns who jump out are the ones who need to be killed, especially those who want to take advantage of Morax's absence to promote other demons and harm Morax. Such guys are still in high positions. If they are not cleaned up, what are they keeping? Those with great ambitions but little talent are the ones who need to be dealt with the most. The ones who are making trouble now are just some guys with great ambitions but little talent, and whose virtues are not worthy of their positions. As for those who are still honest, if they are willing to cooperate honestly in the future, then they will continue to live well. If they are not honest and want to cause trouble, there are ways to deal with them." Mu Yang said without any concern. Mu Yang cannot use force directly, but he can also do things within the rules. For example, these disobedient families want to enter the official Liu, but they will not pass the review. For example, the industries of these families can be suppressed through normal business struggles. There are ways to make them obedient. On the contrary, the people of the 7 Stars and 8 Gates and the General Affairs Department are the main targets this time. Achino was also speechless when he heard Mu Yang's words, but he did not think that Xiang was bragging. Mu Yang's power and strength are indeed qualified to say such words. The opponent's strength is very strong and may even be stronger than the Queen of Ice. For such a strong man, the so-called rules are just that. Those so-called rules cannot restrain people like Mu Yang at all. At that time, we can just make up a false rule. Besides, is it really difficult to find evidence? During this period, Alicino discovered the traces of the shadow organization affiliated with Mu Yang. This organization is very powerful, even more powerful than ordinary Fadui. Since you have decided, we will try our best to confuse the water. When the fairy ceremony comes, we will help those guys to release the demon god Osel. Alicino said without hesitation. Okay, Mu Yang nodded with satisfaction. Also, let the rich guy be clean, my people are always watching him. We just let the Fadui come to make trouble, not to let the Fadui come to harvest assets. If they mess around, we don't mind doing something they don't want to see. After all, the Kingdom of Winter is not as powerful as you think, Tilda. Alicino's pupils shrank suddenly. What does this mean? Are they going to go to war with the Kingdom of Winter? Could it be that Mu Yang already thinks that he can defeat the Ice Queen? But even if he can defeat the Ice Queen, they have many battle experiences comparable to those of gods. Mu Yang must know this. However, considering that Mu Yang and Morax joined forces, it is indeed difficult for the Fadui to gain any advantage. Thinking of this, Alicino sighed silently. In the final analysis, the rich are too greedy, or in other words, the rich have too many small thoughts in their hearts. If it were in other countries, the rich would not do such unwise behavior. But this is Liu. The rich want to prove themselves in front of Morax. Nothing is more meaningful than destroying Liu, Morax's most proud achievement. Just wanting to destroy Liu's business is not such a simple thing. Because of the transaction of the Heart of God, the Fadui and Ningguang had a brief cooperation. But if the rich man does something wrong, it is hard to guarantee that Liu will not be angry, and it is not impossible to terminate the transaction of the Heart of God. I will inform the rich man. Alicino took a deep breath and made a direct guarantee. Of course, we hope that Liu can guarantee the legal and reasonable assets of various countries in Liu. This is natural after all the skill itself should be. It's difficult for you to get the heart of God from Funina. The Fadui are the Fadui and the Northland Bank is the Northland Bank. Alicino did not make a fuss. Just guarantee the legitimate interests of the Northland Bank. If the heart of God is related to the problem of prophecy, then it is really not easy to take the heart of God away. After all, there is a big difference between having a bank and not having a bank in Liu. When the Fadui help them release the demon god, they will surely become a character that everyone wants to kill. Mu Yang sat back again and looked at Alicino leisurely. What's the matter? Okay, Mu Yang stood up and prepared to leave. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscriptions. I love you guys, forward. Oh, Alicino's eyes flickered. She had a guess. Could it be related to the prophecy? What do you think we should pay? But at that time, there will still be people in Liu who will pour their anger on the Northland Bank, and we will not stop them. Even Valette is not someone that Zhidong Nation wants to offend. They don't deposit money in the Northland Bank, and we open it. The heart of God is a disaster, but it is still important to Fontaine now. Mu Yang nodded slightly. He naturally understood what Alicino meant. The other party was a great god who was not inferior to their Ice Queen. She just used her divine power in other places. The Northland Bank is currently the best in cross-border business. Even the Liu Bank is currently far inferior to the Northland Bank. They cannot be confused. Heart of God, Mu Yang stroked his chin. I have a good relationship with Funina. The Northland Bank is the best choice. You should know that our country of Zhidong is collecting the Heart of God. Alicino looked at Mu Yang seriously. If we want to take the Heart of God from Fontaine in the future, please wait for a moment, Mu Yang. I have a question for you. Seeing that Mu Yang was about to leave, Alicino hurriedly persuaded him. I won't help you to ask for the Heart of God. Isn't it? Funina probably hasn't even seen the appearance of the Heart of God until now. Here we are mainly talking about the North Country Bank. As for snatching the Heart of God, Alicino did not even think about it, not to mention that she now firmly believed that Funina was Fuqueros. They just want to get the Heart of God, not to fight to the death with other countries. Of course, if those people use force to attack the Northland Bank, we will still take care of it. As if he had thought of something, Mu Yang said to Alicino again. Oh, by the way, Fontaine's prophecy is also related to the people behind Tartaglia. They are stealing something very important to the world. But the Northland Bank must be retained. If Liu does not have the Northland Bank, then it will be difficult for them to open Northland banks in other countries. If Liu does not have the Northland Bank, then the business of the Northland Bank in other countries will also be affected. Even if the people of Liu do not approve of the Northland Bank, there will still be many people who will deposit Mora in the Northland Bank as long as they have to do business in other countries. What? Alicino exclaimed. Alicino knew a little about the people behind Tartaglia, but she never thought that the prophecy of Fontaine was related to those people. If it was really related to those people, it would be really tricky. You may be able to think of a way in this regard. Mu Yang's eyes flickered slightly. After all, those people are willing to damage the interests of Teyvat for their own interests. If you can help Fontaine kill them at that time, maybe you can get the Heart of God from Fontaine. That's not something you can kill just by saying it. Alicino smiled bitterly. Originally, Alicino thought that Mu Yang wanted them to help stop the people behind Tartaglia, but she didn't expect that Yang actually wanted to kill them. This is not something that the Kingdom of Winter can do if it wants to. Although Alicino also knows that these people are huge hidden dangers, and even unfavorable to the Teyvat continent, it is not something that can be dealt with just by saying it. The other party is not weak in the abyss. Moreover, even if they arrested Tartaglia 127 and threatened his master to come out, the other party might not come out. If they really want to fight, the Ice Queen may not be the opponent of the other party, unless they can find the other party's traces, and then tell the matter to Sky Island, to drive the wolf to swallow the tiger, wait until both sides are defeated, and then they will get the benefits of the fishermen. But this may not be the reason that the Ice Queen will choose. I have already told you this information. Of course, you can also collude with the Abyss and then attack the Heart of God together, Mu Yang said with a smile. This may not be a test. Mu Yang does not think that the country of Zhidong will not know the existence of Surtlok. After all, Surtlok and Piro are both from the original Canrea, but it seems that Surtlok is better than Piro. The other Fadui, especially Piro and Dodole, Alicino doesn't trust me. Mr. Mu Yang, you are joking. Knowing that Surtloki and his people will endanger the Teyvat continent, whether to ignore it or take action against Surtloki, it depends on the choice of the Ice Queen at that time. Mayang, I know. But even if I dismantle Inazuma, as long as she knows that we have the real possibility of resurrecting Raiden, she will cry and want to join the guild. Wendy. Beelzebub's origin is probably the most special among the seven gods. Don't offend him if you can avoid it. After all, this discount is still quite powerful. Mu Yang can afford to buy this treasure. After all, he is a special. How could the queen cooperate with the abyss? Alicino said solemnly. Please rest assured, if the queen really knew that they were doing something that would harm the entire Teyvat continent. Now his situation is quite complicated. Most people don't know how strong Mu Yang is, but some special people and other gods can see the problem of Mu Yang's godhood. Now there are not many people who know that Mu Yang is special, but he still wants to hide his ability. I just don't know if Pyro hates Surtlok, one of the culprits who pitted Canraya to death. If that time really comes, Mu Yang will also see bad take action. It is absolutely impossible to ignore it. Mayang Captain Jack's compass, I'm not polite. If you want to use it in the future, you can come to me. She is the executive officer of the Fadui, but she has no trust in the other Fadui. As the one who killed the former servant, she is not very loyal to the Fadui. She is only loyal to the Ice Queen and wants to protect the Hearth House. Wendy, hey, are you going to fight Beelzebub? I'm rooting for you. When Mu Yang walked out of the North Country Bank, the special mall was refreshed, and Mu Yang bought the breath-covering technique without hesitation. No matter how you look at it, compared to this world, people like Surt Loki are the biggest cancer, and they should be eliminated as much as possible. Keqing, just refreshed, the breath-covering technique was bought at Mu Yang. Did you buy it? However, the Golden Theater that invited people to be moved made Mu Yang hesitate. This is the treasure of Nero's wife. Although it is only a B-level treasure, Nero's most important thing is the Emperor's privilege. But spending more than 10,000 points to buy the Golden Theater that invited people to be moved seems not special. It's still early for this matter, and Mu Yang doesn't know what level he will be at that time, but he has already started preparing for the war with the Abyss. Apart from the matter of the devouring whale, Mu Yang doesn't know if there will be any chance to find Surt Loki and his people. When that time comes, Mu Yang will find a chance to eliminate them. Now Navalette is already a complete dragon. Mu Yang is very curious who is stronger, Navalette or Surt Loki. I just don't know what the Ice Queen will choose at that time. Diluk, I heard that the doctor has a lot of slices. Can I use this compass to find him? That couldn't be better, Mu Yang said and got up and left, leaving Alicino, who was worried, sitting on the sofa thinking. I still have to tell the Ice Queen about this. Mayang, I made a deal with Yi Godson. I also plan to do some experiments on Inazuma. Zhongli, from a universal point of view, this is indeed possible. After hesitating for a moment, Alicino did not intend to tell anyone else about this matter, but only planned to tell the Ice Queen about it. Breath Concealment Technique, a special method of concealing one's own breath. Original price 15,000 points, limited time discount 60% off 9,000 points. Mu Yang. Well, after all, my situation is the most complicated now, and soon I will sneak into Inazuma to do something. If I don't have this ability, it will be easy for Beelzebub to find it. However, it is certain that Mu Yang will take action. Captain Jack's compass, a special compass from the pirate world that can guide the holder. Original price 10,000 points, limited time discount 55% off 5,500 points. Invitation to the heart-stirring Golden Theater. Nero's treasure from the Fate world which can create a favorable environment. Mu Yang, in theory the doctor can be found, but the doctor has too many slices. I tried to find the doctor's slices through the compass, but the compass needle kept spinning wildly. No one knew how many slices that madman had made. Nashida, in fact, you can mark the doctor's slices and then find them one by one. Although it may take more effort and even take many more detours, it can also settle accounts with the doctor little by little. Mu Yang. This is indeed a good choice, but people like the doctor will probably turn the table when they know their slices and are being settled. Then the entire Teyvat continent may be dragged up by the doctor to be buried with him. Nashida. It is indeed possible. Then I will find a way to get rid of the doctor's other slices, and then you can take action on the doctor's last slice. Mu Yang, so you plan to hand over the Heart of God to the Kingdom of Winter. Nashida. Well, for me and Zumi, the biggest role of the Heart of God is actually not that big. In the future, I will have a mobile phone and will not need the Void system. Processors and other things, I can also design it. The Zumi people rely too much on the Void system. I plan to shut down the Void system, but mobile phones and computers are still quite useful. Mu Yang, then you can trick the doctor, and then I will kill Bo Gong without anyone noticing. I believe that when the time comes, the Ice Queen will not refuse to hand over the Heart of God to the Kingdom of Winter. I am not tricking the Ice Queen. After all, the doctor is a B asterisk 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 D, and everyone can kill him. Nashida, okay, but I am fighting wits and courage with the doctor now, and it will take some time before I can so. Wait for me to get back Zumi first. Miu Yang's. The golden theater that invites you to the heart is a pretty good treasure, and it can be regarded as a disguised barrier. In fact, I feel that this should be the most suitable treasure for Funina and Fukulo's. Fukulo's theater me. This should be more suitable for Funina. Funina, I admit that I am tempted, but my points are not enough. I can't afford such a good treasure. Navalette, I still have extra points here. If you need it, Funina, I can transfer it to you. Funina, then I won't be polite. I will return the points to you later, that chicken fight. In a moment, Miu Yang saw that the option of the golden theater that invited him to be excited had disappeared, and it was obviously bought by Funina. For Funina, the golden theater that invited him to be excited was indeed very suitable for Funina. If you think about it carefully, Funina and Nero are quite compatible. Seeing Funina like this, Miu Yang was also sincerely happy for Funina. By the way, Funina, what kind of relationship is there between Nina and Valette? Is it friendship or an adopted daughter? Welcome to Liu, Traveler, and Payman. After leaving the North Country Bank, Miu Yang hid his body. It should be said that this breath-hiding technique is really good. It is very difficult for ordinary people to find him. Miu Yang went straight to the Yansheng tea house where Wang and Payman had been waiting. Payman put the fruit in his hand into his mouth and then said to Miu Yang, I finally see you. We have been very busy these days. Is Yu Hengxing okay? Miu Yang looked at Pei Meng with a little surprise. Could it be that this guy has not seen through the truth until now? However, he still said, sorry to worry you, Keqing is fine. Wang took out a document and handed it to Miu Yang. This is the information we have collected these days. The Yinyuan Hall among the 8 gates has a big problem. Some people actually think that the king killed the Salt Demon God. The Rock King Emperor actually appointed such a person to work for him. I don't know if this is true or false. Salt Demon God, Miu Yang frowned. That is not a powerful demon god, and it can even be considered a weak demon god. With the strength of Morax, a demon god of that strength can kill several with one shot. During the Demon God War, Morax killed the most demon gods. Do you think he needs to calculate the Salt Demon God? We have indeed heard that the Rock King Emperor is a martial god. Payman scratched his head. As for how strong he is, we don't know. How strong? Miu Yang also fell into deep thought. He really didn't know how to describe Morax's combat power. After all, the combat power system on the continent of Teyvat is still quite chaotic. But it can be roughly Fanes. Nibelungen 4 Shadows of Fanes, Complete Dragon, Incomplete Dragon, Greater Roar equal First Generation 7 Gods. Morax's strength is absolutely outstanding among the 7 gods, even ranked first. His strength is on par with that of the Dragon King of Rhoda. But compared with the Complete Dragon, it is very likely that he is really a little worse. But Morax's style has always been quite high. For example, in the 7 Heavens statue, the other 7 gods are all standing, only Morax is sitting and he looks like a big boss. Not only that, Morax also signed a contract with Sky Island. Ordinary gods really don't have this qualification. The big snake had to take the initiative to die because he knew too much. Look at Morax knowing all this, but nothing happened. This is not a little bit worse. Whether it is the current 7 gods or the former 7 gods, Rock King Morax has the best overall combat power. When he was young, Rock King was also a hot-tempered person and killed countless demons. Miu Yang thought for a moment and explained. Wang and Pei Meng were silent. Well, now they have a clear understanding of the strength of Rock King. With such strength, Rock King does not need to calculate the Salt Demon. Traitors, no matter where they run to, they are still traitors. They betrayed their gods and even killed their gods. Morax took them in because he felt sorry for them and understood the determination of the Salt Demon God. They were in Liu, and Morax did not treat them badly. Instead, he let them enter the Silver Origin Hall. As a result, they are still thinking about how to rebel against Liu. It seems that they need to be cleaned up. Miu Yang scanned the information collected by Wang and sneered. Can humans defeat the devil? Payman was also shocked when he heard this. In Payman's mind, no matter how you look at it, humans can't defeat the devil. It is indeed difficult for humans to defeat the demon god, but it is not impossible. Moreover, the people of the Salt Demon God killed the Salt Demon God who had no intention of living. To be precise, the Salt Demon God actually committed suicide. Miu Yang shook his head slightly. The Salt Demon God has long been tired of the Demon God War. She also knows that she has no ability to fight for hegemony. When other people fought for territory and people, Julia chose to escape. She believed that as long as she gave up before the fight, the war would never affect herself and her people. In the constant retreat, she lost all her land. In the end, her people began to be dissatisfied with her. In order not to be buried with the Salt Demon God on 523, for their own future, they chose to assassinate the Salt Demon God. The Salt Demon God had already seen this scene, but for the sake of her people, she chose to sacrifice herself. But does the Rock King want such people? After all, this is a person who can even betray his own god. At this time, Payman also had no good feelings for the people of Yinyuan Hall. She didn't think Mu Yang was deceiving them. After all, they didn't seem to be worth being deceived by Mu Yang. Moreover, no matter how you look at it, the things that Yinyuan Hall and others are promoting seem to have big problems. The Rock King is the rock god of Liu. Now he is seriously injured and dying, and you come out to spread rumors about Morax. Is this really okay? My beloved demon god, what was the truth at that time? Who knows? Maybe it's because these people used to follow the salt demon god and mastered the salt-making technology. Or it's because the salt demon god has already reached an agreement with Morax and let Morax take these people in first. No one knows the specific truth except the parties involved. Mu Yang shook the paper in his hand. And at this time the truth is no longer important. Since these people have done such a thing, they must be cleared out. They are just a group of ungrateful wolves who enjoy the protection brought by Liu and have a good job, but still want to betray Liu. If this matter is exposed, it will probably cause an uproar, right? It's not that he envied his opponent's combat power, but his efficiency was too good. I got up early in the morning and first cleared the abyss. It was very easy to solve the abyss in 20 minutes. Can this game be a little more difficult? After all, human records are always wrong. Will it be him? Do they want to avenge their own demon god? They don't even know the truth themselves. After hesitating for a moment, Wang asked. If they really think that it was the Rock King who assassinated the Salt Demon God and wanted to take this opportunity to avenge the Salt Demon God. From the perspective of the Salt Demon God, this should be a gratifying thing, right? Those people in Yinyuan Hall were born and raised in Liu, and Liu did nothing to let them down. It was Morax who took them in. Now they want to betray Liu. If we don't deal with them, then won't everyone betray Liu in the future? Experts like this should be as far away as possible. It would be a waste of talent to leave someone like Wang idle. The Fadui, aren't you cooperating with the Fadui? Wang was also shocked. She didn't witness the fact that Venti was being betrayed. If you don't mind, please go to this place and solve this Fadui arsenal. Are you going to announce the truth? Payman looked at Mu Yang in surprise. I don't know what my relationship with Liu will be in the future. What I give back to Liu is enough to repay Morax's kindness in protecting me. This is the price that traitors must pay, no matter what their original intention is. What's more, they are wrong. Keqing nodded slightly after hearing this. It seems to make sense. It's not really ruthless, right? It's really interesting. People always have to pay the price for their actions. Next, do we need to do anything else? Wang didn't care about Mu Yang's plan to write a history book, but continued to ask Mu Yang. This point, Mu Yang nodded thoughtfully. Maybe what you said is right, but they are no longer worthy of living in Liu, right? When they collude with the Fadui, there is no way back. Mu Yang's eyes became deep. I don't have any special feelings for Liu. I chose this place Song because it is very similar to the culture of my previous country. Here are my friends and lovers. Morax did protect me for a while when I was still weak. She knew what Liu was doing. Thinking about it carefully, this was indeed a fishing enforcement, but it was also a good thing for Liu. As for what their ending will be, let the people of Liu decide for themselves. There is no place for them in Liu anymore. To be precise, there is no place for them in Teyvat. Of course, the premise is that they can survive. Mu Yang did this to not give these people a chance to live. You can't say that these people in Yinyuan Hall are bad, but at least they are stupid. This incident tells us that some things still need to be recorded in history books. Then, Mu Yang continued. It's time for Liu to publish an official history book. The people of the Salt Demon God will probably still find it difficult to survive. But as long as it's not Liu sorry for me, I will not do anything to let Liu down. Wang's perception of the Fadui was not too bad. Now Liu is still cooperating with the Fadui. Now he directly backstabs her. Isn't this a bit too sinister? If he were Morax, he would definitely keep him in Liu and let him become a 7-star. Mu Yang remembered that someone directly used the story of Morax to write a biographical novel, and then said the classic sentence, "Do you understand the Rock King Emperor, or do I understand the Rock King Emperor? Let the immortal and Ganyu write it." Moreover, don't you think these people are funny? They have the ability to be traitors, but they don't have the ability to admit what they did at the beginning. How about the reward of 533 million Morax? Mu Yang pondered for a moment, took out a map and handed it to Wang. The relationship between the Fatui and Liu is not as harmonious as you think. This time, the Fadui's true colors are just revealed, but the Rock King Emperor gave them room to do so. Otherwise, they would not dare to do these things in Liu. This is a deal between the Rock King Emperor and the Ice Queen. Mu Yang shook his head slightly. When your journey continues, you will know what kind of organization the Fadui is. The Fatui are not all good people, but the majority are definitely bad people. Some crazy people even conduct various human experiments in other countries. Mu Yang shook his head slightly. You have to remember one sentence: the Ice God is the Ice God, and the Fadui are the Fadui. The two cannot be confused, even if the black people are nominally working for the Ice Queen. I can't tell you the specific situation. I believe you will understand this when you go to more countries in the future. Otherwise, I am suspected of sowing discord. Wang nodded thoughtfully. As Mu Yang said, many things need to be witnessed by yourself. However, if the Fadui are really making trouble everywhere and conducting human experiments, such an organization must not be let go. At present, Wang still has no sense of belonging to this world. She is more to find her brother and leave this Tawashi continent like leaving other worlds. She is just a passerby after all. I want to see the Rock King Emperor. What do I need to pay? Wang's expression then became solemn. Do you want to see the Rock King Emperor? Since you came to Liu, you have been noticed by him. If he wants to see you, he will come to see you naturally. Mu Yang then said, I can arrange a place for you in the invitation ceremony in a few days. You will be fine at that time. Maybe the Rock King Emperor will answer your question. Thank you. Wang did not refuse Mu Yang's kindness after hearing this. I can see the Rock King Emperor, but I don't know if he is a good god to talk to. Although I have some guesses about my significance in this world, I still have to be vigilant. Leave this arsenal to us. I'll have someone take it over when the time comes. After unlocking the rock element and helping Liu do a lot of things recently, Wang's strength has also been greatly improved. Since Mu Yang is willing to help her, she doesn't mind returning the favor. As for whether this will offend the Fadui, Wang can't take care of it for the time being. She just doesn't have much ill will towards the Fadui, but her relationship with the Fadui is not very good. Okay, then I'll trouble you. Mu Yang seemed to have thought of something and said to Pei Meng, I may be a little busy recently. After these things are over, I will host a banquet for you two at Xinyuexuan. But it takes more than a month to go there for dinner. Of course not. Whether it is Liulai Pavilion or Xinyuexuan, there are special private rooms prepared for Liu's senior management every day. Even, it seems that there is no point for her and her brother to travel between the stars, and they can just follow Mu Yang to other worlds. With great power, high salary, organization, and backing, Wang admitted that she was also tempted at this time. As long as we become Tianji Star, can't we eat at Xinyuexuan and Liuliting every day? Traveler, this is Tianji Star. Peiman looked at Wang excitedly. It is said that the guaranteed salary of the 7 stars of Liu exceeds 10 million mora every month, plus various bonuses and welfare subsidies. It may even reach 20 million mora. This can buy a big house in Liu, which can be considered as eating and drinking well, and can also travel to other worlds without having to take Peimeng and sleep outside. Even if others want to cause trouble for her, they have to consider Liu behind her. Thinking about it this way, it seems not a loss. After all, a world like the Pokemon world is very difficult for her to find even if she wants to. Hee, then we have a deal. Peimeng's eyes lit up and he giggled. We were planning to go to Xinyuexuan and Liulai Pavilion for dinner. Just tell us in advance. But what reason did she have to stay? Even if she enters, she may not be resisted by the local gods. Ah, is it still possible? Traveler, why don't we stay in Liu as a senior executive? With your ability, it's more than enough for you to stay in Liu as a 7-star. Don't forget, we still have to travel. Wang rolled her eyes at Peimeng unhappily. She was a traveler and she had to travel to various places. What's more, she still had to find her brother. Wang couldn't help swallowing her saliva when she heard this. But looking at Mu Yang, he is definitely doing well in the Pokemon world and even brought back Mew. However, most of the 7 stars don't really care about such a sum of mora. Mu Yang shook his head slightly. They are all rich people, and this money is at most living expenses. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscription, Mew, I love you. She believed that Mu Yang might have the ability to leave Teyvat and go to other worlds. If she stayed in Liu, could she also travel to other worlds with Mu Yang in the future? Wang admitted that she was tempted. You shouldn't need to wait, right? It mainly depends on the work situation, but there is indeed a guaranteed minimum of 10 million more a month. After all, high salary keeps integrity. Tianjixing, this is also a high-ranking and powerful existence in Liu. As long as she becomes Tianjixing, she will have an organization and power in the future. This way we can always eat delicious food. Peimeng tugged at Wang's clothes and said softly, Wang admitted that she was also tempted. If she didn't go to find her brother, she would stay in Liu and do something Tianji Star. This Tianji Star made a wrong choice and it's time to go down. Mu Yang looked at Wang and said, just don't be an honorary knight. I can recommend you to become a Tianji Star. What to do? With so much Mora every month, she should be able to save tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of Mora in a year. Although Wang also felt that Liu was a very good place, and she could even see things from other worlds, and Wang was also very interested in some things from other worlds. How could she stay in a place like Liu? Liu also needs talents like you at present. Traveler, you might as well consider it. After all, with the help of Liu, it will be much easier for you to find your brother. Mu Yang tempted again. After this incident is over, the development of Gilyuan will also begin. Wang has been to a lot of worlds, has extraordinary knowledge, and has a pretty good combat capability. Mu Yang naturally hopes that Wang can join in. This will be a good assistant. Since Kong can work in Canrea, why can't Wang stay in Liu? This, thank you, I will consider it. Wang admitted that she was tempted. Liu is very powerful. If she can help her, she will definitely find information about her brother. Wang even thought that Mu Yang knew a lot of information about herself and her brother. It's just that the other party didn't tell her, and maybe he couldn't tell her. Mu Yang has already offered a position like Tianji Star. If she refuses again, it will be a bit ungrateful. Wang thinks that she is good, but she doesn't think that the people on Teyvat are all scum or trash. On the contrary, Wang treats people here with equality, no matter if they are ordinary people, gods, or high officials. But do you really want to bind yourself to Liu now? Wang couldn't make a decision for a while. Well, you can think about it carefully. I am still very optimistic about you. After all, you are an adventor. Although your strength is not as strong as other adventors, your upper limit is not worse than those people. Mu Yang is still very optimistic about Wang, although his strength has always been a mystery. Looking down on him, his strength should also be at the level of the 7 gods, which means that the peak combat power of the twins is actually at the level of the 7 gods. As an adventor, this world is indeed a little weak. Compared with Fanes and others, this is simply a bit low, but there is one thing that the twins are very special. They can use the power of willpower. When the willpower is sufficient, their strength will be greatly improved. In the future, it is not impossible to rely on the power of the human world to fight against the Sky Island and the Abyss. Normal people cannot use the power of willpower. Therefore, Mu Yang wants to study the power of willpower. If you really want to count it, human belief in gods is actually a kind of willpower. The upper limit of willpower is much stronger than the power of the earth vein. In Inazuma, I'm afraid that no one is stronger than these two people, except General Raiden and Yi God. Is that so? But I feel that I am still far behind you. Wang glanced at Mu Yang silently. I haven't seen you in your prime, but I feel that you should be stronger than me. After all, my lifespan is very long. Staying in Liu and becoming Tianji Star for a few years is also a good experience for me, and this is also part of the trip. It would be nice if Inazuma had such a gadget. I don't know, Wang shook her head slightly. To be honest, I am a little moved. Liu is indeed a good country, and the reward is much more sincere than moaned. At present, in Azuma they are still fighting and weakening themselves, and the few people I see in Liu are stronger than me. With Pei Meng's appearance, if she really becomes Tianji Star, I'm afraid Liu will be in chaos, right? This also made Kamisato Ayaka more and more worried about Inazuma. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscriptions, Mu. I love you guys. Kamisato Ayaka thought of many things. According to the book she had read before, Inazuma was actually very strong Nano, and the combat power of the shogunate army at that time was much stronger than it is now, and there were many monsters to help. Other countries, even if they are not as good as Liu, they will not be much worse. Watching Mu Yang's departure, Pei Meng asked Wang, Traveler, are we going to stay in Liu and become Tianji Star? After understanding this, Kamisato Ayaka became more and more anxious. She must make General Raiden change his mind, let the other party see the will of the people, and then let Inazuma go back 500 years to recover from the lost 500 years in the past. Mu Yang is not the king of rocks, after all, this is not his country. Wang looked at Pei Meng speechlessly. Even if we stay, it is she who will become Tianji Star, not Pei Meng. Wang and Pei Meng were speechless. Should they be so narcissistic? That was pretty good. Have you eaten? Mu Yang sat next to Kamisato Ayaka and asked softly. I am afraid it will be a real crisis by then. But now Inazuma is gone, and looking at Liu, it seems that it has recovered within 500 years. When Mu Yang returned home, he found that there were more people at home. Not only Keqing and Kamisato Ayaka were at home, but Shenhe also came back from Juyunjian and was now fighting with Keqing in the martial arts arena at home, which made Kamisato Ayaka stunned. The Kamisato style, which was passed down in their family, originated from the martial arts of General Raiden. But after thinking about it carefully, they had to admit that what Yang said made sense. Keqing ordered food before and we have eaten. Kamisato Ayaka thought of Keqing's mobile phone that escaped before, and her heart was also in a trance. Kamisato Ayaka thought that she was a strong person outside, but she didn't expect that when she came to Liu, the few people she met seemed to be stronger than herself. If I hadn't been looking for my brother, I might have made a decision quickly. Other countries are probably similar, but I still need to observe Mu Yang. Therefore, we must not think that Wang's strength is really bad just because she can't beat this or that and is prone to coma. Okay, I still have some things to deal with. If there is anything, we can contact each other by phone. Payman nodded thoughtfully. Although she didn't quite understand what Wang meant, she knew that Wang would most likely stay in Liu. After all, Kamisato Ayaka's martial arts, especially swordsmanship, were considered outstanding in Inazuma. Haha, I hope you will never have the chance to see me in my prime. Mu Yang smiled confidently. Once I use my full strength, I must have encountered an opponent that no one can deal with. Building a country in your mind is also a very interesting thing, isn't it? Mu Yang got up and left after saying that. You should also think about the matter of Tianji Star. Liu is much more developed than Inazuma. Mr. Mayang, when do you plan to go to Inazuma? Kamisato Ayaka asked Mayang with increasing determination. Yesterday, she heard some voices and was worried about what happened to Keqing, so she went to Mayang's door on purpose. Seeing the candle shadow, she had some guesses and was also reviewing the conversation between Mayang and the eightfold god-child in her heart. The conversation between the two people contained too much information. Kamisato Ayaka didn't react for a while, but after careful consideration, Kamisato Ayaka also understood that Mayang was very important to Inazuma, and she had to bring Mayang back to Inazuma as soon as possible. Just call me Mayang. Mayang smiled and waved his hand. As for when to go to Inazuma, no decision has been made yet. At least we have to wait until the invitation ceremony is over before we can leave. Kamisato Ayaka suddenly realized that Kamisato Ayaka had studied the information about Liu when she was on the ship, and naturally understood the significance of the invitation ceremony to Liu. I'm afraid that there is no problem with the Rock King Emperor. This is all a game. Perhaps the invitation ceremony is the time to end. At this time, Keqing and Shen He also stopped sparring. Shen He looked at Keqing with a complicated expression. Your strength has improved again, now I can hardly be your opponent. God has mercy on me. Compared with Mu Yang, Shen He felt the most deeply. After all, for Mu Yang, no matter how strong Keqing becomes, her speed of becoming stronger cannot keep up with Mu Yang's speed. But Shen He's speed of becoming stronger cannot keep up with Keqing. When Shen He just met Keqing, Keqing was not Shen He's opponent. After all, Shen He's talent is one of the best in the entire Liu human beings. With a special fate and the guidance of the immortals, Shen He has a great probability of embarking on the path of immortals. In addition, Mu Yang has now promoted Tai Kai Xuan Qing Dao in the guild, and Shen He has also changed to practice Tai Kai Xuan Qing Dao. Among all people, Shen He should be considered to have achieved success in cultivation. Her progress is already fast enough, but I didn't expect that Keqing's progress is much faster than my own. This also made Shen He feel a little disappointed. Perhaps he is really not a genius. Actually, I cheated. After hearing Shen He's words, Keqing also became unnatural. Although her strength was improved by working hard, sometimes Keqing felt that she was going to be beaten, but when facing Shen He, Mu Yang had a sense of unfair victory. If Shen He had been the first to get along with Mu Yang, he would probably be much stronger than himself at this time, right? Cheating? Shen He frowned. She thought Keqing was talking about using points to learn those abilities. She shook her head slightly and said, "That's not cheating, both you and I have such an opportunity, but your progress is still faster than mine." Keqing's expression was a little vague. Shen He obviously misunderstood something. However, what else could she say at this time? Kamiri Ayaka was still beside her. But seeing Shen He's tangled look, Keqing walked up and whispered a few words in Shen He's ear, which made Shen He's face startled and surprised. Is it still possible? She looked at Mu Yang. To Shen He, Mu Yang was her benefactor. Moreover, her master asked her to follow Mu Yang. She didn't know how to thank Mu Yang before. If Mu Yang was interested in these things, it was not impossible for her. Moreover, it can also improve strength. Anyway, I have to follow Mu Yang. If it was any other wretched man, Shen He would obviously not agree, but who let this person be Mu Yang? Keqing took Shen He to the other side of Mu Yang, poured a cup of tea for herself and Shen He, and then took a sip from the cup. I went to see the traveler before, and I invited her to become the new Tianji Star of Liu. Seeing Keqing sitting down, Mu Yang suddenly said. Shen Li Linghua hesitated for a moment. Tianji Star is one of the 7 stars of Liu. Now Mu Yang and others are going to decide the ownership of Tianji Star. As an outsider, is it really okay for me to hear it? However, considering that Mu Yang and Keqing didn't seem to care, Shen Li Linghua hesitated for a while and finally didn't get up and leave. Let the traveler become a Tianji Star. If the current Tianji Star knew about this, he would probably be mad at you. Keqing mentioned this with a mocking look on her face. Tianji Star has been the most active one recently and even proposed to give up Liu Bank in order to get military assistance from the Fadui. Such a person is either stupid or bad. Anyway, in Mu Yang's opinion, this guy is a complete traitor. Neither Mu Yang nor Zhongli intends to keep this person, and the family behind him will be liquidated. After all, the other party's family has also gained a lot of benefits because of Tianji Star's relationship over the years. Even some evil things were suppressed by Tianji Star using the power in his hands. Even if he knew, so what? Everyone needs to pay the price for the choices they make. Colluding with the Fatui is a serious crime in itself. He wanted to let his son enter the Liu Bank but was rejected by Ningguang, so he kept causing trouble for the Liu Bank and even secretly spread information that was unfavorable to the Anbu. This makes Tianjixing deserve to die. Mu Yang sneered. Such behavior is already an act of betraying Liu. Alas, in fact, when I was a child, I still admired the current Tianjixing very much. He has a good reputation among the people, and he also promoted many good policies during his reign. I don't know how he became like this. Keqing was silent for a moment and sighed. The collapse of the image of her childhood idol made Keqing a little difficult to accept. There is no need to be sad, just do your best. As for us, we don't need to fight for benefits or anything. When your vision is high enough, the so-called wealth and glory are actually just like that. Mu Yang comforted softly. Just like those immortals, they all care about humans, but do they still care about the so-called rights in the world? I thought too simply before. Hearing Mu Yang say this, Keqing was also embarrassed. Before, she thought that immortals would rob power or something, but now she realizes that immortals really don't care about these things. What humans have been striving for is readily available to immortals. In the final analysis, it is still a problem of insufficient strength and vision. Keqing has become stronger now and her vision has changed. She is no longer the Keqing she used to be. The traveler is very capable. Both Ningguang and Yi Lan highly respect the traveler. Moreover, she has been to many worlds. If she is really willing to join us, it would be great. Even if we give her the Tianji Star, there would be no problem. Keqing thought of other things. The traveler's strength seems to be quite good. Mu Yang said that the traveler can unlock the elemental power by touching the 7 days statue. Although the current strength is not strong, the ability to resist beatings belongs to the level of the demon god. This makes Keqing think of many things. Some powers make her feel pressured. Ordinary women cannot bear it, but if it is Wying, it seems that it is not impossible. At least it can exist as a juicer and then share the essence of divine power with them. Thinking of this method, Keqing felt that she seemed to have become bad, blaming the teaching video brought from that world. Well, in fact, it is not impossible not to do Tianji Star. The development of Giliyun will also require a large number of manpower. Let her be responsible for the affairs of Giliyun, which is also a good choice. Mu Yang chuckled. I just don't know what choice she will make. I don't know either. Keqing's tone was a little complicated. If it was before, she would think that Wying would agree to this without hesitation. After all, that was the location of Tianji Star. But now Keqing's vision has also changed. The traveler is very strong. As long as she recovers her strength, she will have the power of Bibai Shen in her heyday. Facing such an existence, the location of Tianji Star may not be as attractive as imagined. Forget it, let's see what she thinks. For someone like her, even if she doesn't join Liu, she won't refuse to help as long as she doesn't do bad things. Mu Yang waved his hand, and then he seemed to have thought of something and turned to ask Kamisato Ayaka. Ayaka, what do you think about opening the Liu Bank in Inazuma? Opening a Liu Bank in Inazuma? Kamisato Ayaka was stunned for a moment and then smiled bitterly. If the lockdown is lifted one day, I support you to open a Liu Bank in Inazuma. But the situation is different now. The prices in Inazuma are very high and no one will deposit Mora in the bank. Moreover, under the lockdown, Inazuma doesn't seem to need an international bank. I mean that when the Inazuma lockdown is lifted in the future, Inazuma will support the opening of Liu Bank in Inazuma, including handling some loan issues. Of course, we can also give up some of our interest for this and let Inazuma officials collect debts. Mu Yang doesn't think that the North Country Bank has done nothing during this period of time. Judging from the means of the rich, I am afraid that at this time, the North Country Bank is constantly harvesting the wealth of Inazuma through financial means. In this regard, I am afraid that even the eightfold godson does not have much to do. This fox may have many minds, but the eightfold godson may not understand financial means. This is not something I can decide. After all, I don't have a clear position in Inazuma. But I can promote the progress of this matter, and I think Lord Yajo Palace Master will not stop it. Kamisato Ayaka hesitated for a moment and said, "Just agree." Mu Yang chuckled. At that time, Liu can also help Inazuma recover. Sometimes free is the most expensive. Inazuma, which is in need of reconstruction, also has a lot of good things. Let Ningguang go and talk to the Inazuma executives. Mu Yang is not worried that Lei Yingying will not pay back the money, let alone that the other party cannot pay back the money. If Baltseb is really forced into a corner, she can sell the god-made weapons directly, which is enough to support the entire Inazuma. Admittedly, the materials for god-made weapons are very precious, most of which come from the demon gods. Even in the current Teyvat continent, there are not many demon god materials. But if Lei Yingying is forced into a corner and the other party runs to the Dark Sea, a lot of demon gods can still be hunted. However, Shenli Linghua has no idea of Mu Yang's sinister intentions, and she is full of good feelings for Mu Yang in her heart. Mr. Xiang is really a good person. Keqing silently looked at Shenli Linghua's expression. This white egret princess seemed to be a little too simple. I don't know that people are sinister at all. Ding, a dimensional commission from the ultimate world has been discovered. Due to some special reasons, the demon Lord Diabru took advantage of the extremely yin day of the iron time and space and possessed Yehanalik Xingba. A large number of monsters invaded the iron time and space. Please help the righteous forces of the iron time and space defeat the attack from the demon world. Reward: 70,000 dimensional points, 5 participants. Points are distributed according to contribution, and participants can get 5% of the total points at least. Hu Tao. Is the ultimate world the same as the world we fought the Black Dragon last time? Mu Yang, well, it is essentially a world under the same worldview, but the last time we went to the golden time and space. This time it is the iron time and space. Point 0, this time's opponent is not comparable to the previous Black Dragon. Mu Yang still has some impression of Diaburu Demon Lord. He is undoubtedly one of the biggest BS in the entire Ultimate series. This is to put aside the guys who appeared later in the golden time and space. After all, even the copycat version of the Flame Messenger has appeared. Diaburu Demon Lord is indeed not qualified to compare with the Flame Messenger. Of course, this does not prevent the other party from being a very powerful existence. When Yehanalesti was possessed by Diaburu Demon Lord, the opponent's magic index reached nearly 300,000. So what will be the strength of Yehanalik Xingba after being possessed by Diaburu Demon Lord? Zhongli, 70,000 points reward. I think it should not be too simple. Wendy, this time's mission plus me, I owe some points recently. Mu Yang, you who understand music should be the most suitable candidate to perform this mission. Funina, if you don't mind, I can also participate. Those guys are not good people at first glance. I can judge them with the power of judgment. Mu Yang, besides me, Funina, and Wendy, is there anyone else who wants to participate? Hu Tao. I haven't participated in a mission for a long time. Just add me this time. I'm not unfamiliar with this world. Zio, since we're dealing with monsters, I'll participate too. Mu Yang, the great sage who conquers demons. It's a pity that there is no such thing as a buff in this world. If there is, when Zio encounters an enemy in the future, he can just say, "I think you look like a demon." Then whoever he fights will be like a demon, and his combat power will be enhanced. Zio. As the great sage who conquers demons, it is true that he wants to kill demons, but Mu Yang's statement is a bit too much. How could his combat power soar just because the opponent looks like a demon? At most, the cultivation method can restrain the opponent. How could he be like that? Everyone looks like a demon. Not to mention, even Zio actually has a little heartbeat in his heart. Hu Tao. This world is very interesting and the combat power index will be soaring. In a fight, whoever has the higher number wins. 317. Mu Yang, the combat power index is the gold time and space. The iron time and space is the supernatural power index, and the demon world is the magic power index. But in essence, they are actually the same. This time, the opponent we are facing is much more difficult than Black Dragon. Some of his subordinates are even stronger than Black Dragon. When the time comes, you can choose your own opponent. Hu Tao, I understand, I am not a fool. I couldn't beat Black Dragon before. However, it would be great if I had the chance to fight Black Dragon again. Hu Tao has made a lot of progress during this period. As a child raised by Zhongli, especially after knowing Zhongli's identity, Hu Tao also has her own pride. She wants to fight back how she lost before. But now I can't find the black dragon. Then I can find a monster with the same strength as the black dragon. Keqing, then what in this world is worth moving? Should I bring Chenji with me? Mu Yang wanted to say that he had already obtained the skills in the golden time and space, so there was no need to harvest again. But considering the background of the iron time and space, he reacted. Mu Yang, give me Chenji, I'll see if there is a lithography machine over there. If there is, I will move the entire factory over. If not, I will get some shipyards or materials. Everyone is used to Mu Yang's desire to purchase goods in the mission world. The biggest role of the guild is to take everyone through other worlds. They are not doing anything crazy. Compared with what they have done, the things they have taken away are just a drop in the bucket. It shouldn't be. However, looking at the appearance of these three people, their strength is not a little stronger than before. Those lithography machines are not difficult to research if we want to. Give me some time, I can research them myself. I suggest that we get some materials back. After all, this is a disguised use of the power of the earth veins, which is not allowed by Sky Island. But Fukeros has made some guarantees, and the promotion of law compensation mixed energy is almost not a problem. In the distance, a young figure with white hair silently watched the powerful people of Iron Time and Space, who were blessing Jiu Wu with their own special powers and barely resisting the attack of Demon Lord Diabru, and sighed silently. Why is it like this now? Using too much will affect the entire Teyvat continent. Relatively speaking, Fontaine's law compensation mixed energy is better, although this may make Fontaine a certain degree of energy monopoly. Is it okay to rub the lithography machine by hand? Nashida, in fact, we don't really need lithography machines. The path that Teyvat will take is destined to be different from those technological worlds. In theory, Demon Lord Diabru should not enter Iron Time and Space, and Iron Time and Space will give birth to an ultimate Iron Man. His voice spread throughout the Iron Time and Space, and a sense of despair enveloped everyone in the Iron Time and Space. Those people in Zumi are simply guilty of death. Who is this? The Strider was a little dumbfounded, even he didn't see clearly how the other party got here. If it were normal times, there would still be hope for the righteous path, but now it seems that there is really no hope. The God Walker's face was a little ugly. He wanted to make a move, but he was worried that once he made a move, it would bring greater crisis to this time and space. 4.3a, is this Ding Xiaoyu, Wang Yasser and Wang Dadong? Hu Tao came to the scene, scanned the surroundings, and saw the people of the Iron Time and Space who were in an absolute disadvantage, and his expression was also subtle. Teyvat simply does not have so many resources to burn. As for the core like the Ruins Guard, Mu Yang and his team chose to give up after thinking about it. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscriptions. Mua, I love you. In addition, other energy sources will also be developed, such as solar energy, wind energy, and tidal energy. Jiu, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, you surrender. With the power of Iron Time and Space, you can't be our opponent. Yi Henalik Xingba, who was possessed by Diabru Demon Lord, shouted loudly in a rampant tone. Just when the Strider was hesitant, 5 figures appeared not far from Jiu Wu and the others. Such an excellent grass god doesn't want it. What do you want? You are so cheap. This person was the God Walker, who was also the master of the leader of Jiu Wu. At this time, he could only watch Jiu Wu and the others fall into a bitter battle, and even Iron Time and Space was likely to be destroyed at any time, but due to the order of time and space, he could not make a move. But the law compensation mixed energy is destined to be in the forefront. For example, the materials of large ships are destined to be law compensation mixed energy. If you come to Fontaine to add law compensation mixed energy, you can use it for a year or two. Why bother to think about using other energy sources? It is impossible to burn oil. While speaking, he sensed the breath of Demon Lord Diabru. The magic index of about 300,000 was within the acceptable range. They are not Wang Dadong and the others, but individuals of Iron Time and Space. Okay, quickly adapt to the power of this world and complete the task. Mu Yang glanced around and said to several people. Facing Yehanalik Xingba, who was possessed by the Demon Lord Diabru at this time, unless Xia Tian became the ultimate Iron Man and then used the power of Iron Time and Space to defeat him. Mu Yang said that you are worthy of it, the God of Wisdom. How come they beat people wherever they go? Mu Yang. In that case, I will bring back some steel ships and then let Fontaine modify them so that they are suitable for use in Teyvat. If the God Walker made a move at this time, Iron Time and Space would really have no chance at all. The Iron Time and Space had none of the advantages of time, place, and people. Is it you? Zhu and the team immediately thought of Mu Yang and others. He still remembered Mu Yang and Hu Tao. After all, Mu Yang's combat power index was far higher than his own. Zhu, do you know them? Jiu Wu asked hurriedly when he saw this. Hu Tao mentioned Wang Dadong and others before. Could it be that these people came from the golden time and space? At this time they can't be allowed to take action, otherwise the order of time and space will collapse. Well, the Black Dragon was defeated by them before. The leader is probably as powerful as you, the leader. Just after Zhu finished speaking, something happened that stunned him. Wendy slowly plucked the strings and a powerful superpower index flashed by. Where did this monster come from? That superpower index that can't be seen at a glance, is it really just about the same as the leader? At this moment, even Zhu felt that Jiu Wu, the leader, was just so-so. It's quite interesting, the power of this world. Wendy closed his eyes and trembled the strings, and a terrifying superpower index soared. 10,231.31982.67829.12102892. In an instant, Wendy's superpower index soared over 100,000 points, and it has not yet reached its peak. This is wind. It is the original superpower. No, it should be a superpower higher than the original superpower. Zhu was in a bad state at this time. As the owner of the original superpower of wind, his superpower strength is extremely high. I have never seen anyone's superpower strength surpass my own before, even the leader of Jiuwu. Both sides are about the same. As a result, now there is a person who surpasses himself in the superpower of wind. How can Zhu not be surprised? Impossible, how could you have such strength? Not to mention Zhu, even Diabru Demon Lord was shocked at this moment. As early as when Wendy plucked the strings, Demon Lord Diabru felt the power hidden in Wendy. Not to mention other things, he felt that even the ultimate Iron Man was not as difficult as the man in front of him. Wendy, this guy underestimated you. Although Funina's strength is not weak, she can use Fukaros's divine power and even use the Mangekyo Sharingan without side effects, but Funina does not have much combat experience. It's a pity that her heroic side cannot be seen by her believers. This is really a pity. Since the biggest opponent has been snatched away by Barbados, let's leave the rest to us. At this time, Funina also spoke. Although she is not the top combat force, she is also a strong man in Liu. Fortunately, there are many demons who followed Demon Lord Diabru to invade the Iron Time and Space this time, and Funina has other goals. Could it be that the monsters they encountered before were not really creatures of the abyss, but only creations of Rindot combined with his own alchemy? Great sage, how about I deal with that monster? Hu Tao took out the Staff of Homa and asked. But this guy in front of him seemed to be able to mobilize the power of time and space in disguise. Demon Lord Diabru didn't know how many ability indexes this man in front of him had, but if he really fought, his strength would probably not be inferior to his own. However, considering Mu Yang's identity and the abilities he had shown before, Wendy began to doubt himself. Well, don't force it. If you encounter danger, call me at any time, Mu Yang told Funina. Is that so? I understand. Funina nodded thoughtfully. Why didn't he know? This scene made Wendy stunned. The creatures of the abyss have no sense of pain. If so, the enemies that Teyvat continent needs to face in the future will be really too B3 tricky. Back in the War of Canria, he cleared a lot of monsters, and they would wail in pain at that time. As long as he was not facing that Diabru Demon Lord, he could clear all the other Demon Kings by himself if he was given time. Ultimate Iron Man, after all, only had an ability index of about 50,000 points, but the other party could mobilize the power of time and space, which made him feel difficult. By the way, any creature will feel pain, fear, or reveal flaws when attacked, but monsters and creatures of the abyss will not have that feeling. Don't worry, I've made great progress recently. Hu Tao patted her tablet and said confidently. Hu Tao and Xiao looked at each other. Well, I understand. Funina's little face is full of confidence. Nilu's costume doesn't look very good, it's almost the same as the original skin, it's better not to update it. I have no intention of buying it. Not to mention her, even if Fukaros himself came, he might not be able to judge this guy. She also had to find her own prey. She still owed Violet points. Maybe Violet didn't care, but she still had to pay back the points. But after seeing the strength of Demon Lord Diabru, Funina instantly became timid. If possible, Funina would not mind challenging the strongest. Her personality is Fukaros and the judgment is the most sinful. It shouldn't be a problem. Wendy plucked the strings of the zither and he looked at Xiu and others beside him. Can you lend me the song you played before? Xiu looked at Jiu Wu. This matter was not something he could decide. Sure. Jiu Wu glanced at Wendy, then looked at Mu Yang, nodded slightly and agreed, and Jiu Wu threw the Demon Suppression Trilogy directly to Wendy. Wendy took the Demon Suppression Trilogy and looked at it and nodded silently. Although it was a song from two different worlds, she could understand it, and it was indeed a good song. If she had these three songs before, not only could she solve Teverin's problem, but she could also make Teverin feel more relaxed. With Zhongli's guidance, and from time to time going to Juyunjian to practice Tai Kai Xuanqing Dao. Hu Tao's strength has improved very quickly. Seeing Xiao and Hu Tao leave, Fu Nina also walked away quietly with her hands behind her back. Well, if there is anything, remember to call me at any time. Xiao didn't care much about those so-called demon kings. Can you handle him? Mu Yang said to Wendy with a teasing look. You need to be careful in the battle and don't be deceived by them. As if he had thought of something, Mu Yang reminded Fu Nina again. Could this be a god? Demon Lord Diabru knew the existence of the Flame Messenger, but the Flame Messenger was not so weak. Are you sure? The Emperor raised this girl with great care so nothing can happen to her. Delulu, Wendy plucked the strings and a breeze was driven out. It quickly turned into a green music score and attacked the position of Diabru Demon Lord. Diabru Demon Lord quickly organized a supernatural barrier to block it. Seeing this scene, Ju Wu and others' eyes lit up, although Wendy's supernatural power index was higher than Diabru Demon Lord. But the power displayed by the opponent was indeed not weak at all, and he could even borrow the power of nature for his own use. At this time, they even suspected that Wendy was actually the legendary Ultimate Iron Man. Interesting. Wendy felt the current situation and a smile appeared on his face. As the god of wind, no one in the entire Teyvat continent could match his control of the wind element. But when he was fighting, he didn't like to fight with strong winds and even less like to cut the opponent. Now this experience of using music to fight is really great for Wendy. He is considering how to fight with music after returning to Teyvat continent. Such a battle with high superpower index is obviously impossible in Teyvat. But Wendy can use this battle to explore such a battle mode, and these 3 parts of the Demon Suppression Trilogy are also good songs. Love it. If possible, Wendy even wants to take them all away, but Wendy also sees that without this music score, Demon Suppression Trilogy will be less effective. If nothing unexpected happens, this song is also crucial to this world. The man in front of him was probably not inferior to his master in strength. Will the demon world invade in large numbers 10 years later? Ju Wu smiled bitterly. Compared with what other people cared about, Ju Wu cared more about the demon world. Such an iron time and space, it would be better if it was destroyed. However, Ju Wu soon discovered the key point. No, where is my master? With my master in the Iron Time, it should be impossible for Demon Lord Diabru to invade on a large scale. He could clearly feel that the order of time and space was not destroyed because of the actions of these people in front of him. And judging from the breadth of superpower index, the strength of this person fighting against Diabru Demon Lord was unfathomable. Not to mention Wendy, the battle breath in the distance made Ju Wu feel tricky. However, those people before had at least 40,000 superpower indexes, and the superpower index of that little person was definitely more than 60,000. How could they not be angry after knowing what would happen 10 years later? 10 years later, the demon world invaded in large numbers. All the masters like you were trapped in a special area. The ordinary supernatural practitioners had their strength reduced due to some problems. The strong ones who could have reached 20,000 or 30,000 supernatural indexes at that time dropped below 10,000 points. Then the Muggles would attack the supernatural practitioners and capture them to try to get the fruit energy. And the supernatural practitioners became the existence that everyone wanted to kill. Mu Yang was talking about the plot of the Ultimate Dormitory. To be honest, when he watched this drama, he felt insulted. He was forced to feed shit. If it wasn't for Dongji coming back, he probably wouldn't even have the idea of watching it, so it's better not to have such a plot. When the people present heard Mu Yang talking about this, they looked at each other in surprise, and some people were even indignant. After all, they were guarding the iron time and space, but those Muggles took advantage of their reduced supernatural index to attack them. How could they accept this? The 4 great demon lords have invaded the iron time and space. You're welcome. If you don't mind, use some of your superpowers as a reward. Mu Yang looked at Ju Wu with a smile and said. Others all looked at Ju Wu. This matter was not something that ordinary people could decide. Only Ju Wu could do it. Thank you for your help. With Wendy's participation, Ju Wu also breathed a sigh of relief. He was supported by Xiu and others and walked over. Ju Wu was not really stubborn. Ju Wu had seen his master, the God Walker, who was hundreds of years old and still looked like a teenager. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscriptions, Mu. I love you guys. Therefore, Mu Yang is still very happy to learn some superpowers. It seems that they have to make preparations in advance. If they went to war with the demon world for the iron time and space, and their wives and children were bullied by the Muggles in the back, no one could accept this. Moreover, the iron time and space superpower family usually hid themselves to prevent such things. Ju Wu said without hesitation. Yes, but I can only give you the superpowers promoted by the Iron Guards in Iron Time. Even if it wasn't the day of extreme yin, they couldn't withstand the invasion of the demon world. Even if the other side sent a Diabru demon lord, they would still feel difficult. Seeing Mu Yang agreed, Jiu Wu took out a book and handed it to Mu Yang. Mu Yang took the secret book directly, scanned the content on it, and put it in. As for whether what the other party said was true or not, they were still willing to believe it. Moreover, the power used by Wendy was similar to that of the ultimate Iron Man, and they all used the power of nature to fight. The superpowers of the major superpower families cannot be given to you. He deliberately mentioned this matter, and he must have his own purpose. If it was just about superpower index, the strength of these people would probably surpass the ultimate Iron Man. He quickly reacted and saluted to Mu Yang. Mu, please teach me, senior. But the guild itself allows them to learn a variety of abilities, and various energies will not conflict. Yes, Mu Yang nodded slightly and did not refuse. Although the superpowers in this world are a bit second-rate, under normal circumstances, Yang has no confidence to learn them. As for the future situation of superpower walkers, although Jiu Wu was dissatisfied and angry, this could be avoided. The worst thing was to control the leadership of the Muggles. Jiu Wu's straightforward behavior made Mu Yang feel better about Jiu Wu. He looked at Wendy and Diabru Demon Lord wrestling and asked Jiu Wu softly, "Have you ever considered what ordinary Muggles will do to you after the ability index of the ability messenger decreases?" Mu Yang's strength was far stronger than theirs, so there was really no need to deceive them. This, Jiu Wu was also dumbfounded. He didn't understand why the other party said such a thing. What if he died? Mu Yang looked at the location of the Godwalker not far away. What, Master is dead? Jiu Wu was dumbfounded. He really wanted to say, it's impossible. My master is invincible in the world, how could he be killed? But he felt that the other party seemed to be right. Even the Godwalker in the distance, after a moment of silence, appeared directly in front of Mu Yang. Master, seeing the newcomer, Jiu Wu's face also showed joy. His master was indeed watching from the side. If they had lost before, the master would probably have taken action, right? After observing Mu Yang silently for a while, the Godwalker asked curiously, "Where are you from?" "Which place?" Mu Yang blinked. "Is it the place of that person?" "It's the place of that person," the Godwalker nodded in agreement. Both Mu Yang and the Godwalker understood who Mu Yang was talking about, the Flame Messenger. All the ordinary supernatural walkers put together cannot be the opponent of Flame Messenger 243, who is a godlike existence. He is also a god who can easily destroy the entire space and time, but in that place the Flame Messenger is not the strongest. I am not from that place. If I were from that place, do you think we would still participate in such a battle? Mu Yang pointed at Wendy, although Wendy is also a so-called god. But compared with the existence that can restart the entire space and time at any time, it seems to be a little different. Of course, for Wendy, as long as he is given time, it is only a matter of time to destroy the iron space and time. But there is indeed a gap between the two sides. At least the Flame Messenger is the opponent that Mu Yang does not want to face now. Is that so? That's right. The God Walker nodded thoughtfully. He did not ask Mu Yang how he died. He also had some guesses in his heart. There are not many people who can kill him. There are only a few situations. Just thinking of those possibilities, the God Walker is helpless. This may be fate. By the way, are you interested in making a deal? Mu Yang asked the Swift Walker as if he had thought of something. What deal? The Swift Walker looked at Wendy not far away. No matter how he looked at it, Wendy's strength was not inferior to his own, and the man in front of him was even better than him. The Swift Walker did not think that he had anything worth the other party's plot. I need to take some resources from the iron time and space. I hope you can turn a blind eye. Of course, even if you want to stop me, you can't stop me. Mu Yang's words silenced Jiu Wu and others. Is it really okay for you to say such things in front of us? Even if it is the truth, you should not say it in front of us. Of course, it would be even better if you can show me the way. I can solve the culprit of your death for you, Swift Walker. Mu Yang stared at Swift Walker and said. Swift Walker was silent. Solve the culprit of his own death. He believed that the reason for his death was that he acted arbitrarily, destroyed the order of time and space, and then he had to die. But now it seems that this is not the case. We agree to this matter. At the same time, we can give you some weapons from the supernatural world. Please don't refuse, Jiu Wu said quickly. Compared to some weapons, the life of the Godwalker is too important. As long as the Godwalker is still there, the iron time and space will be safe. You have a keen eye. Mu Yang looked at Jiu Wu with appreciation, and at the same time he put his hand on the Godwalker and the power of purification was activated. Almost in an instant, the Godwalker's face showed pain, and his figure quickly changed and turned into the appearance of the Gun Spirit King. This is the Gun Spirit King. Jiu Wu was numb. He never thought that there was a Gun Spirit King in his master's body, and the Gun Spirit King had a strong demonic aura. Obviously, he had been possessed by a demon. At this time, Jiu Wu also reacted. I am afraid that the future Gun Spirit King will be. What did the Spirit King do to cause both of them to perish together? The Gun Spirit King tried to break free from Mu Yang's hand, but at this time, it was not so easy for him to break free. Not to mention that Mu Yang was stronger than him, even the God Walker in his body could not make him move. It can be said that at this time, the power that the Gun Spirit King could exert might not even be 1/10 of his heyday. And it would be a strange thing if such strength could break free from Mu Yang's control. It was not difficult for Mu Yang to purify the evil nature of the Gun Spirit King. It took only a moment to solve it easily. After everything was over, Mu Yang looked at Jiu Wu not far away and said, "Okay, next, I should receive my reward." After checking on his master's condition, Jiu Wu took Mu Yang to the 95 guest house to get the reward he was going to give to Mu Yang. As for what resources Mu Yang should bring later, Jiu Wu would also give Mu Yang guidance. There are still many industries of the magic walkers with special powers. When the time comes, Mu Yang can take whatever he likes. He will never say a word, and even some of the assets of ordinary muggles, Jiu Wu can turn a blind eye. He knew that the things Mu Yang said were very likely the future. Perhaps in the future, the relationship between them and human muggles would need some changes. Just when Mu Yang began to contribute to the continent of Teyvat, the demon lord Diabru began to panic. He never expected that he would meet such a strong man when he came to the Iron Time and Space this time. He undoubtedly knew the Fire the Flame envoy knew the existence of the gods. At this time, he suspected that Wendy was a god. Otherwise, what was the matter with his wind that was of higher quality than the original supernatural power? Moreover, this method of mobilizing the power of nature is very similar to that of the ultimate Iron Man, but the opponent's strength is stronger than that of the ultimate Iron Man. Diabru Demon Lord was very fortunate that he came to the Iron Time and Space by possessing Yehanala Xingba, otherwise he might also be finished. The man in front of him is likely to be a god. That is, a god who has not fully grown up. Facing Wendy, Diabru Demon Lord seemed to be able to fight against him. The two sides fought evenly, but Diabru Demon Lord himself knew that he was suppressed. Just when Demon Lord Diabru was hesitating whether to retreat, the wind and clouds in the distance suddenly changed, and a huge figure appeared not far from them. The figure was about 50 to 60 meters tall and looked 90% similar to the girl before. The terrifying aura compared to himself was still far behind, but it was not comparable to that of ordinary demons. Is this the appearance of Fukaros? It should be the Susanoo of the Mangekyo Sharingan, but it has changed because of Fernina. Wendy looked at the huge figure of Fukaros who was slashing with a big sword and couldn't help sighing. The blood of the Sharingan did change Fernina a lot. Just a few points the benefits brought were not a little bit. This is really profitable. However, for them the Sharingan has no effect, and for the weak the Sharingan has an effect, but it can't have an immediate effect like Fernina, and it can't be developed in a short time. The entire demon world of Diabru was at a loss. He could clearly feel that under the opponent's powerful attack, the demon lord of the outer world had fallen. Although the death of a demon lord was nothing to the powerful demon world, and new demon lords would soon grow up, this invasion of the Iron Time and Space was doomed to fail. He stayed here now, and it seemed that he would become Wendy's sparring partner. "Senior, let us help you deal with the demon lord Diabru." Just after Wendy had almost mastered the Demon Suppression Trilogy, Xiu brought the East City guards to Wendy's back, raised the superpower index, and blessed Wendy so that Wendy's superpower index was once again increased. Wendy was stunned when he saw this. Speaking of which, if he wanted to kill the Demon Lord Diabru, it was actually not very difficult. "I don't need your help." However, soon Wendy felt a little abnormal. This method of superimposing superpower index seemed very good. If I study it myself, I may not be able to reproduce similar methods in Teyvat. Not only can I use it on myself, but also on others. It can also be used when dealing with powerful opponents in the future. Seeing that Wendy did not reject the blessing of their superpower index, the Masters of the White Alliance also blessed Wendy with superpowers, which made Wendy feel itchy. It was indeed a good thing. Then let the moaned people learn music one by one. I, the Wind God, play music, how can you not play? And this will make it difficult for Diabru Demon Lord. He is not Wendy's opponent. Now the people of Iron Time and Space have no martial ethics and unite to deal with him. Diabru Demon Lord is glad that he did not come in person, otherwise he would be eliminated. These weapons are good. Are you sure you want to give them to me? Mu Yang played with a glove. He had tested the power of this glove and it did have some effect. For ordinary people, it is probably not inferior to a 4-star weapon. If nothing unexpected happens, many of these weapons are considered spiritual. Senior saved my iron time and space, saved my master, the God Walker, and changed the future. I'll give you some weapons to show my respect, Ju Wu said nonchalantly. Iron time and space still has a deep foundation. Mu Yang took less than half of it this time, which is not a big deal for them. Then I won't be polite. Next, I'll collect some large ships. Mu Yang collected these weapons and continued. The Yehanara family controls the largest shipbuilding factory and transportation company in iron time and space. I'll take you there now. Ju Wu's eyes lit up. This is possible. Anyway, it's not them who are bleeding but the Yehanara family. Yehanara Xingba colluded with Diabru Demon Lord and he deserved to die. It's natural to bleed now, then I'll trouble you. This time, the scale of the demon world's invasion of the iron time and space was huge and fierce. But with the help of Wendy, Funina, Zio, and Walnut, even the demon lord Diabru was not enough to fight, let alone those ordinary monsters. When Mu Yang had almost harvested the materials, the battle on Wendy's side was completely over. Ding, mission completed. Help Iron Time and Space resist the invasion of the demon world. President Mu Yang received 3,500 points. Hu Tao received 12,000 points, Zio received 15,000 points, Funina received 15,000 points, and Venti received 24,500 points. The guild received 700 experience points. Please keep up the good work. Guild President Mu Yang's. Guild level 43550/5000. Guild members 1720. Personal points 168,565. Seeing his current personal situation, Mu Yang nodded with satisfaction. He was just a soy sauce player in this mission, but he also harvested a lot of good things. The benefits of sharing 1 point among several countries are also huge. And his personal points once again exceeded 150,000. Okay, we should leave. I hope we can meet again next time. After everything was over, Mu Yang turned to Ju Wu beside him and said. Ju Wu's expression was complicated. The first time the other party appeared was when the good and evil battle in the golden time and space was going on. The second time he appeared was when their iron time and space was about to be destroyed. If he appears next time, who knows which time and space will be destroyed. Even the destruction of the 12 time and space is not impossible. Ju Wu wanted to say that it would be best if we never see each other again. He was grateful to the other party, but he couldn't stand it being too thrilling. However, he couldn't say such words after all. And Mu Yang would not give him the opportunity to say it. At this time, he had left the ultimate world and returned to the continent of Teyvat. Looking at the reappearance Mu Yang, Shen Li Ling Hua was stunned. Mu Yang had left as if he had something important to do before. Keqing and Shen he seemed to know what the other had done. Only she didn't know. Now he has returned without anyone noticing, which made Shen Li Ling Hua sigh. Mr. Mu Yang's strength is really comparable to that of a god. Did you gain a lot this time? Seeing Mu Yang's return, Keqing couldn't help but ask, but she didn't hide it from Shen Li Ling Hua. In Keqing's view, it is only a matter of time before Shen Li Ling Hua joins them. At present, Mu Yang has not yet pulled Shen Li Ling Hua into the group, which may also be a test. Well, I brought a lot of weapons. Mu Yang took out a protective soft armor and handed it to Keqing. The material of this soft armor is good. If you want to fight in the future, you can wear it. If you encounter a strong man like Tartaglia, his attack will hardly destroy this soft armor. Keqing blushed when she heard this. She knew that Mu Yang was talking about the fact that she was deliberately injured by Tartaglia before. If she didn't want to be injured on purpose, how could Tartaglia hurt her? It is indeed difficult for ordinary warriors to destroy this set of soft armor. I like it very much. Keqing held the soft armor in her arms. Moreover, this soft armor is obviously for girls. She cleaned it herself and put it on occasionally during the battle. However, having said that, it is not difficult for her to deal with an opponent like Tartaglia now. As for stronger opponents, this soft armor seems to have no effect. They can wait for their children to use it in the future. If this wasn't a gift from Mu Yang, Keqing wouldn't mind giving it to Ningguang. After all, compared to Ningguang's intelligence, her fighting power is indeed a little weak. If someone wants to assassinate Ningguang, Ningguang will be in danger. In the current guild, Ningguang's strength is probably the weakest. Well, take it. If you want to give it to someone, there's no problem. Mu Yang then took out a boxing glove and gave it to Yang. After taking the boxing glove, Shen blinked and gave himself a boxing glove. Could it be that Mu Yang wanted to see him boxing? He was not good at hand and foot kung fu. Relatively speaking, magic and gun skills were what Shen was good at. However, Shen claimed that if she wanted to learn boxing by herself, it would not be a big problem. After all, her strength was not ordinary. Even before she practiced, Shen was very strong. Such a person is indeed very suitable for boxing. Thank you. Shen still took the boxing glove. She decided to ask her master if he had any powerful boxing skills when she returned to Juyunjian. As for Shenli Linghua, Mu Yang hadn't given her any. It wasn't that Mu Yang was stingy. This time, Mu Yang had gained a lot from going to the Iron Time and Space, so he didn't care about 1 or 2 weapons. But Shenli Linghua hadn't expressed her opinion yet, and she hadn't joined the guild, so Mu Yang didn't have the idea of giving her weapons directly. But then again, if it was an ordinary weapon, Shenli Linghua probably wouldn't care too much. She was a woman who possessed the return of the light of the mist. Even if it was the weapon she brought from the Iron Time and Space this time, no weapon could compare to the light. Shenli Linghua didn't have any idea about this. It was reasonable for Mu Yang to give Keqing weapons, and it was also normal to give Shen He weapons. After all, Shen He was Mu Yang's bodyguard in theory. As for herself, I was probably nothing to Mu Yang. Let alone other things, the Eightfold God sent me to Mu Yang, but I have not done anything until now, and Mr. Mu Yang is also a gentleman and he has not done anything to me. This is a good man. I also brought a lot of ships, however, we need to go to Fontaine for transformation. We have already discussed it with Fukeros before, so it is not a big problem. Mu Yang also showed a smile on his face. The shipbuilding capacity of Wanwen is still very good. This time when I went there, I got a lot of 1,000-ton ships and even 10,000-ton ships. In the future, we only need to worry about productivity and whether the goods can keep up, and we don't need to worry about the problem of ships. After all, the productivity of the entire Teyvat continent is still insufficient. On the other side, Funina called Fukelos out from the Cardinal of Oracle Judgment and kept telling what she saw and heard in the Iron Time. You don't know, when I use Susanoo, those demons are scared of me. I chopped the scary monster to death with one sword. By the way, I can now change the appearance of Egolia into your appearance. How about it, am I awesome? Looking at Funina's boastful look, Fukelos' mouth corners rose. For Fukelos, Funina is special, this is another self. Seeing Funina like this, Fukeros was also happy for Funina. This is what he owed Funina, and it was also what he hoped Funina would become. This is what a human being should be. Now all Funina lacked was a love affair, but he didn't know what kind of person Funina would like. Thinking of this, Fukeros also became a little more expectant. At this moment, Fukeros seemed to have forgotten that if Funina fell in love, she would also be affected, and it was also a gift. However, Fukeros didn't care. After all, Funina was her, and she was also Fukeros. Fukeros believed in Funina's vision. By the way, Mu Yang said before that there was a monster in the original Fetal Sea, and it was also one of the real murderers of Fontaine's prophecy. And there are strong people behind it. What do you think about this? After Funina's excitement passed, she asked Fukeros seriously. She felt good about her own strength. Mu Yang had praised her before, and she definitely had the combat power of an immortal. If the Samsara Eye can be opened in the future, even gods can fight. However, even with the blessing of Fukeros' divine power, it is very difficult for Funina to develop the Sharingan to the Samsara Eye. This matter, Fukeros was a little hesitant. I don't know, the key is to see how much help the president can give us. However, Villette is already a complete dragon, even if the power of the Abyss wants to harm Fontaine. There should be some concerns. After a pause, Fukeros continued to add, because of the relationship with the Cardinal of the Oracle, I have not paid attention to the situation in the original Fetal Sea over the years. Because of the relationship with the former Water God, I don't dare to contact the original Fetal Sea. Thinking of this, Fukeros rubbed his head helplessly. This is a mess. Don't worry, Mu Yang will definitely help, Funina said without hesitation. Funina trusts Mu Yang very much, and the other party is much better than Fukeros. Until now, Funina still feels bad about Fukeros' expiration. A big liar who deceived her for 500 years. The most hateful thing is that he even wants to sacrifice herself to save Fontaine, which makes Funina very dissatisfied. How can you silently bear everything? How can you quietly die? Funina doesn't want to see Fukeros die. Fukeros looked at Funina thoughtfully. Recently, Funina seemed to run to Liu from time to time. She didn't think too much before, but if she thinks about it carefully, Mu Yang and Funina's relationship seems to be a little too good. If Funina likes Mu Yang, it seems that it is not impossible. Although Keqing and Mu Yang are lovers, Funina can also do it. As a god, she should not be bound by the vision of humans. If Funina really likes Mu Yang, it will be a good thing for Fontaine. Fukeros will not sacrifice Funina, but if Funina takes the initiative, the situation will become different. 21. Perhaps they can work together to steal the third generation of water gods. This position of water god was never what Fukeros wanted. If Egolia had not given the godhood to the wise self before her death, she would probably have lived the same life as Funina. If there was a new water god, she would be much more relaxed. At that time, she would not need to do anything to condense the law compensation mixed energy. Just thinking about it makes her happy. If Funina can't give birth, she can help. Let Violet pay attention to the original fetal sea. If the person behind is very powerful, we have to make a long-term plan. Being able to hide from Sky Island and put the monster into the original fetal sea is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. Fucaro's analyzed his eyes were also filled with deep worry. Before, she was ready to sacrifice herself so that Violet could become a complete dragon and let Fontaine survive the prophecy. But someone is obviously preparing to use the prophecy to do something, and even preparing to attack the water of the original fetal sea. With so many black hands, even Violet may not be able to solve these troubles. Fortunately, Mu Yang appeared and he didn't need to die. I believe Mu Yang can solve these problems. Funina smiled confidently. Even if it is the power of the abyss, what's wrong? Can't it all be purified by Mu Yang? Looking at Funina, who has turned into a little fangirl, Fucaros touched her head. Sure enough, there is a problem. I need to pay attention. At night, Mu Yang was in the room, waiting for Keqing to come back from the study. What Mu Yang didn't expect was that he didn't wait for Keqing, but Shenhe came and the other party was wearing a set of black silk pajamas. Why are you here? Looking at Shenhe, who was walking slowly towards him, Mu Yang blinked his eyes. This pajamas seemed to be brought by Keqing from the world of science before. I didn't expect that Shenhe would wear it. By the way, this set of clothes really suits Shenhe. Shenhe doesn't seem to choose such clothes, which means that this dress was chosen by Keqing. Thinking of this, Mu Yang also guessed a possibility. Sure enough, as long as he is good enough, even if he is a little jealous, he will find a way to help Mu Yang solve his problems. Keqing asked me to come here. Shenhe finished speaking, paused, and continued. Besides, I want to repay you. Repay me? Mu Yang raised his eyebrows, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After all, Mu Yang was indeed a lifesaver for Shenhe. If it weren't for Mu Yang, Shenhe would still be tied up by the red rope. As for making the other party fall in love with him, Mu Yang would not have such extravagant hopes. After all, he didn't really try to seduce the other party, and of course Mu Yang and Keqing were in love with each other. Before, Mu Yang spent a little less time on Shenhe. I don't hate you, I even have a good impression of you and you changed my life. I don't mind having a baby with you and Keqing needs my help, and this way I can also improve my strength. Shenhe didn't think he had done anything wrong. As long as Mu Yang wanted, he would give Mu Yang what he had. To Shenhe, Mu Yang was like a beam of light, the light that saved him. Mu Yang's mouth twitched, the reason behind it was really novel enough. Keqing needs help. Well, she really needs it. Recently, Keqing has been eating kidneys every day and drinking tea with wolfberries. She is really not doing well. Of course, this does not mean that Keqing's physical condition is really bad and Mu Yang is not so crazy. Well, I don't think I have room to refuse. Seeing this, Mu Yang would not be polite and took Shen Helu into his arms. It should be said that he is worthy of the fate of Jisha, and the murderous aura is too heavy. Mu Yang thought of some legends in mythological stories, with the azure dragon on the left and the white tiger on the right, and the white tiger is the master of the murderous aura, all of which are very consistent with Shenhe. On the other side, the eightfold godson rarely came to the castle tower. Seeing the other party coming, General Lei Diane asked without any emotion, "What's the matter?" "I need to take some weapons from her storage." The eightfold godson was sad, and Wang was still unwilling to come out to see him. "You can get them yourself." Hearing the request of the eightfold god, General Lei Diane said without hesitation, "Although the weapons forged by Lei Yingying are precious, if the eightfold god needs them, just take them away." She inherited Lei Yingying's memory, and she didn't think that the eightfold god would do any loss-making business. As long as the eightfold god doesn't destroy eternity, Inazuma can do whatever she wants. Well, the eightfold god has long been accustomed to this, and she then said, "By the way, there is a person in Liu who can purify the resentment of the demon god." General Lei Diane looked at the eightfold god silently. Although purifying the resentment of the demon god is a powerful thing, what does it have to do with their Inazuma? The aura of worshipping gods on the Bayan Island is suppressed by the talisman, and the excess will become the raw material of the Imperial Shadow Furnace Heart. Such a person has no effect on Inazuma. You really don't know anything. Seeing General Raiden like this, Yi Shinko sighed helplessly. Sure enough, the general was carved in the same image as Wang in terms of governing the country. "What do you mean?" General Lei Diane's tone fluctuated a little. Alas, you won't understand even if I tell you." Yi Shenzi wanted to tell General Lei Diane about the current situation of Inazuma, but after hesitating for a while, Yi Shenzi chose to give up. Mu Yang still wanted to use Inazuma to do some experiments. At the same time, Yi Shenzi also knew that if the problem of Lei Dian's film was not solved, even if he explained it to General Lei Dian, it would be useless. This is only a temporary solution. Yi Shenzi left directly. Looking at the back of Yi Shenzi leaving, General Lei Dian frowned. Why didn't he understand? After all, she is the current General Lei Dian. If you don't say anything, how can you be sure whether I will understand this matter? After a while, General Lei Dian gathered his thoughts and let Yi Shenzi do whatever she wants. Under his leadership, Inazuma is now in peace and prosperity, and there is peace and prosperity in the country. He doesn't need to care about anything else. As long as he is still there, she will bring eternal happiness to the people of Inazuma. As for what the Eightfold Godson wants to do, as long as he doesn't destroy the eternity of Inazuma, it's fine. The next day, Mu Yang opened his eyes and looked at Shen He, who was close at hand, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. As expected of Shen He was really fierce. The resentment and evil spirit of the demon gods had a great impact on Shen He. In addition, Shen He had been practicing immortal arts since he was a child, so his physical fitness was indeed incomparable to that of ordinary people. Even compared to Keqing now, Shen He was better. She was indeed a woman who could single-handedly kill the demon god's followers. Anyway, I was very happy yesterday. Sometimes, having too good physical fitness is also a problem. No wonder many powerful people have difficulty in having offspring. In the eyes of some people, this is because the life level is too high, so they can't give birth to offspring. But in Mu Yang's view, first of all, the object must have very good physical fitness. Keqing also needs to continue training in the future. As if sensing Mu Yang's attention, Shen He slowly woke up and she whispered softly, "Is this how Keqing becomes stronger? How does it feel?" Mu Yang's expression was a little subtle, but he didn't mind helping the woman around him become stronger. If he could pick up a girl, the other party could also benefit from him, which was a matter of mutual consent. Unfortunately, these things have no effect on the gods. Although Mu Yang has a lot of divine power, even above the other 7 gods, the gap will be wider and wider in the future. But if you only rely on this to improve your divine power, it is somewhat insufficient. The harvest is very good. Shen He put his hand on his slightly painful abdomen. It's worth 1 or 2 months of my hard practice. No wonder Keqing's progress is so fast. Shen He's so-called hard practice refers to running to Juyunjian to practice Taijik Shuenking Dao, and seeing how much help Xiang's divine power has given Diane. I just need to slow down. After a pause, Shen He continued, however, this kind of practice is really hard to refuse. Thinking back to last night, except for the beginning and the end, it felt really good. Okay, seeing Shen He like this, Mu Yang nodded with satisfaction. Since Shen He felt good, he also needed to keep up the good work. When Mu Yang came to the restaurant for breakfast, Keqing and Shen Li Ling Hua were already there. Unlike Keqing's indifference, Shen Li Ling Hua looked at Mu Yang with a subtle look. She heard the noise yesterday, and Keqing seemed to be working in the study until late. Combined with the fact that Shen He had not appeared yet, the other person was obviously Shen He. Originally, Shen Li Ling Hua thought that Keqing and Mu Yang were very affectionate, and the relationship between the two sides was stronger than gold. But now it seems that this is not the case. Mu Yang, this man, still makes the mistakes that all men make. Thinking of what Yi Shenzai said before, this news seems to be good news for herself. Your side, when are you going to go back to work? Mu Yang sat down next to Keqing and asked calmly. She didn't feel embarrassed at all because of her cheating, but looked calm, which made Keqing not know what to say. Although she was the one who pushed this matter and asked Shen He to take the pressure for her, she couldn't stand the taste of kidneys. No matter how delicious the food was, she would get tired of it after a month, let alone kidneys. Anyway, Keqing was tired of it. Now that she had Shen He, she wouldn't be so miserable. Go to work, it should take a few days, right? After all, the plan of Emperor Yan will continue for some time. But in the next few days, I will also do some work secretly, and the plan of returning to Liyuan also needs further improvement. After hearing the serious matter, Keqing no longer cared about it. Anyway, Mu Yang cared about herself the most. If you want to blame someone, blame her poor health. She will be busy with work in the future, and it is impossible for her to accompany Mu Yang all the time. This is somewhat unfair to Mu Yang. Find another woman. This matter is indeed a bit delayed, but fortunately the invitation ceremony is coming soon. There is not much time left for those people. Mu Yang took a sip of porridge and said with a sneer, now it is the last madness of those people. Even the threat of releasing the demon god has begun to come up, and those people have no value to continue to exist. Well, it's time to clear it. Keqing nodded slightly. Zhao Ma, hello, I'm going to go out for a walk these 2 days. Don't worry, my camouflage ability is still quite good. It's mainly for surveying the terrain of Giliyuan. Don't worry, I can still go back and forth on the same day. Keqing is very confident about this. After all, they can use the ground anchor point. Not to mention going to Giliyuan, they can go back and forth quickly even in Juyunjian. Okay, Mu Yang didn't mean to stop Keqing's seriousness. These days of rest have made Keqing idle. If Keqing continues to rest, who knows if Keqing will go crazy. I'm going to Fontaine today. After thinking about it, Yang told her itinerary again. Going to Fontaine? Kamisato Yaka was dumbfounded. You went to Fontaine, so I have to be alone again today, Liang. Well, take care of some things. Mu Yang did not explain too much to Shenli Linghua. If you don't mind, you can go to Liu Harbor and learn about Giliyuan. Giliyuan? Shenli Linghua blinked, a little confused. What does Giliyuan have to do with me? Inazuma needs to rebuild, and there are many problems. The closed country order and the eye hunting order are only one aspect. In fact, if it were only the eye hunting order and the closed country order, the situation in Inazuma would not become like this. In the final analysis, there is actually a problem with the upper level of Inazuma. If it weren't for the Kanjo Bugyo and the Tenryo Bugyo, the situation in Inazuma would not become like this. The closed country order only requires some irrelevant people and organizations not to enter Inazuma, and Inazuma people cannot leave Inazuma. In fact, grain from other countries can still enter Inazuma. The price of grain sold by Liu to Inazuma is not very expensive, but the Kanjo Bugyo controls the price of grain, monopolizes grain, and constantly uses its own means to annex land and persecute the population. They think that no matter how bad Inazuma becomes, there will be no problem. After all, with General Raiden, Inazuma will be fine, and their status can be the same as the country. At this point, Mu Yang's expression became a little subtle. In this way, Mu Yang felt that Dai Karapian was quite pathetic. Whether it was Baalzebub or chosen Karapian, they were actually protecting their people. But the Inazuma people chose to believe in Baalzebub. Of course, this may also be related to the fact that the situation in Inazuma is not complicated, and the National Closure Order and the Eye Hunting Order have not been in place for too long. And the people in Monde are indeed a group of unruly people, and their unruliness is in their bones. Mr. Mu Yang, do you think that the current situation in Inazuma is not caused by the Eye Hunting Order and the National Closure Order? Kamisato Linghua was dumbfounded. She used to think that if General Lei Dian knew the wishes of the people and lifted the National Isolation Order and the Eye Hunting Order, all the difficulties of Inazuma could be solved. Now it seems that she is a little too naive. No wonder neither her brother nor the Eightfold God-child approve of her behavior. And looking at Mu Yang's appearance, he also disapproves of his thoughts. It seems that he is still too immature. Because of the wrong information given by the Kanjo Bugyo and the Tenryo Bugyo, General Lei Dian thought that the situation of Inazuma was very good. In order to promote the eternity of Inazuma, the Eye Hunting Order and the National Seclusion Order were issued. After all, whether it is an outsider or a holder of the Eye of God, they are all exceptions and may destroy the eternal people. In essence, if it can really guarantee Inazuma's permanent happiness, there is actually nothing wrong with doing this. But the problem is that the Kanjo Bugyo and the Tenryo Bugyo took advantage of these loopholes. Mu Yang sneered, so, if all those guys are killed, some of them may be innocent. But if only half are killed, there will definitely be a lot of fish that slip through the net. Especially Keqing, she was still considering the issue of labor. Monde people, forget it. They eat the most food, drink the most alcohol, and do the least work. Thinking of this, Kamisato Ayaka felt powerless in her heart. Zumi, who shouts about knowledge all day long, is a bandit in the desert, except for wanting to do research. It is not suitable for them to work hard and do physical work. As for introducing labor from other countries, Keqing has also thought about this. When Inazuma is open in the future, there will be a large number of people waiting to be fed. Giliyuan needs to develop, and it also needs the labor of Inazuma. Mu Yang put forward his opinions to Kamisato Ayaka and Keqing. Perhaps the Monde people were very capable in the past, but after thousands of years, the Monde people have long been spoiled by Barbados. The entire Teyvat continent knows their unreliability and laziness. If all Liu people are used, Keqing feels that it may not be possible to completely develop Giliyuan in 20 years or even 50 years. Liu people simply cannot develop it. Liu's labor force is very good, but this labor force is far from meeting Keqing's plan to develop Giliyuan in a short period of time. Isn't this the best choice for coolies? Moreover, from Mu Yang's previous tone, even Yaoguang Beach will be developed. Hearing this, the two women's eyes lit up instantly, and they obviously agreed with Mu Yang's proposal. Kamisato Ayaka fell silent, so the problem is the Kanjo Bugyo and Tenryo Bugyo. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscriptions. Mua, I love you. Because of the lockdown order, Keqing did not think of Inazuma before. But if the lockdown order is resolved, those Inazuma people are very good at doing hard labor, and their wages are much cheaper than those of Liu people. And Kamisato Ayaka was still struggling with the construction of Inazuma in the future. After all, Inazuma's wild people are famous for being numerous, and those people have no jobs. Arranging people to work in Liu is also a reasonable thing, and it can also solve the problem of Inazuma's public security. Keqing can even use less than 2/3 of Liu's labor force, or even 1/2 of the price, to get the Inazuma people to do the same amount of work. People from the Kingdom of Winter are likely to be spies. Most of the people in Fontaine are technology exporters, and ordinary laborers are rarely exported. Isn't this a challenge to General Raiden? Both you and General Raiden underestimated human nature. If you think the working hours are too short, we can also provide a 16-hour work system. Of course, overtime pay and other things can be provided by us. After all, Gilliuan is much larger than the entire Liu port. It's simply the best of both worlds. Well, this is what Liu needs. Keqing's heart is a little subtle. This care may have to take care of Mu Yang's bed. If the work of rebuilding the original land is really handed over to the Moaned people, it may not be completed in 500 years, let alone 50 years. This represents the old system of Inazuma. If she wants to attack them, she will have to attack the eternal setting of General Raiden. She can allow the killing of 1 or 2 people, but to purge the Kanjo Bugio and Tenryo Bugio, that is the destruction of eternity. Liu people can still insist on a 10-hour work system, but if it's Inazuma people, 12 hours, this shouldn't be a problem, right? No wonder the Eightfold Godson felt that the Inazuma issue was difficult, and even had to rely on external forces like Mu Yang to solve the Inazuma issue. Keqing, it seems that I need you to take care of me more in the future. Kamisato Ayaka looked at Keqing seriously. Before, I just planned to use the normal laborers of Liu to build Gilliuan. At most, I would consider arranging the captured treasure-stealing group to work. These people don't need to be paid much anyway. These people are idle all day long. They also do things in the wild all day long, digging various ruins, and often make a huge noise. In the past, they even destroyed the seal of the Rock King Emperor, released the resentment of the demon gods, and caused a lot of trouble to the demon-subduing great sage Tilda. Although the resentment of the demon gods is gone now, there is no point in keeping these people, and it is necessary to capture them. Keqing gritted her teeth when she mentioned the treasure-stealing group. Obviously, she didn't have a good impression of the treasure-stealing group. The treasure-stealing group should not be able to destroy the seal of Morax, but the resentment of the demon gods will increase, and they accidentally released the resentment of the demon gods that escaped. Mu Yang shook his head slightly. However, even if you capture all the treasure-stealing groups in Liu, there are only 1,000 or 2,000 people. For the entire Liu, it is just a drop in the bucket. There is nothing we can do about it, but if it is a treasure-stealing group, even if they are not paid, and they are made to work more than 16 hours a day, if they do not work well, they will be whipped with a whip, and they will not feel the slightest guilt. Keqing has no good feelings towards the treasure-stealing group. If she sees a treasure-stealing group in the wild, she will not hesitate to attack them. Listening to Keqing's words, Mu Yang was a little silent. It should be said that you are worthy of it, a Jing. It seems that those treasure-stealing groups have no human rights under your hands. They are simply cattle and horses. Near the sea area of the new Fontaine Academy of Sciences, Mu Yang, Funina, Clorinde, and Navalette came here. The port here is not bad. You can build the Fontaine shipyard nearby later. Mu Yang looked around and said to several people. That Villet glanced at Finina and Clorinde and then explained. We can only build some small ships at present. After all, there is a shortage of raw materials. Mu Yang suddenly realized that it was still the lack of resources in Teyvat. Although Teyvat is also a planet, Mu Yang has not traveled all over Teyvat, but he knows that the resources in Teyvat are still somewhat insufficient. At least it is impossible to mine so much iron ore like the Earth. Forget it, I'll release the ships first. Mu Yang did not hesitate and took out the dust song pot directly. Don't release too many first, just release 3. If it is soaked in water for a long time outside, it is not a good thing, and it takes time to transform the ship. It is better to release a few after a while. Then Villette reminded him hurriedly. He had seen the ships that Mu Yang brought from other worlds before. For this Teyvat continent, they were absolutely huge. Fortunately, the law compensation mixed energy is a good energy source, so there is no need to worry that the law compensation mixed energy cannot move some ships. The transformation should not be a difficult task. With the technology of Fontaine, at least one ship can be transformed in a month. In the future, Fontaine will make money by selling law compensation mixed energy and transforming ships, which will definitely make Fontaine rich. Okay, Mu Yang did not refuse and directly released 3 ships. In the Debo Hotel, Funina brought Mu Yang here for lunch again. Valette went to handle official business. As for Clorinde, Funina arranged her to stay near the Fontaine Academy of Sciences to watch the ships. As Funina's right-hand man and a member of the guild, Clorinde's status in Fontaine has risen. Mu Yang and Funina are very concerned about things like ships, which are related to the future of Fontaine. If it succeeds, Fontaine can embark on the road of selling energy in the future, which requires Clorinde to keep an eye on it. Clorinde doesn't mind this, which is of great benefit to Fontaine. Anyway, there is nothing to do. Funina is now strong enough and doesn't need her to protect him all the time. The identity of the dual agent is still relatively free nowadays. There may not be a duel in a month. The prophecy was solved by Violet, and Clorinde was willing to work for Fontaine. How is it, isn't this 1,000 spirits mousse good? I have to eat one almost every day recently. Funina looked at Mu Yang expectantly, as if she was a child waiting for praise. Mu Yang tasted the 1,000 spirits mousse and nodded slightly and said, "It is really delicious. Fontaine is indeed the best in making desserts." Hee, mainly because I also like desserts. Many people in Fontaine are studying dessert making. If you like, I can deliver it to you every day. Anyway, I don't have anything to do every day. Funina laughed. Point 0. During this period of time, Funina felt unprecedented ease in the past 500 years. Another self appeared, and Violet also became a complete dragon. Those things no longer needed Funina to worry about. The problem of prophecy will definitely be solved, and isn't there Shying to help? Even if Violet becomes a complete dragon, his strength may not be above Mayang. Now Funina can finally live like a normal person and live the life she wants. Okay, I won't be polite with you. Funina, Mu Yang looked at Funina like this and sighed in his heart. I came to the continent of Teyvat and changed the fate of many people. Funina and Fucaros are more obvious. Both of them are destined not to sacrifice. Yeah, actually I am still quite rich. Let me tell you, the other me likes desserts. I have to send her a lot of desserts every day, which makes many people think that I have eaten more and more desserts recently. I don't know how she got through those 500 years. I just felt tortured before. Her pressure was not worse than mine. At least I had delicious food to eat and she had nothing. She obviously likes sweets so much, but she has to suffer for a lifetime. Obviously liked to eat sweets, but in the end suffered a lifetime. For some reason, Mu Yang thought of another person, but compared to him, Fucaros is really great. The other weasel is different. He thinks he has a high vision, but in fact he is a man fooled by fate. Uchiha Itachi has the vision of a Hokage, but the problem is that he is not a Hokage. However, Fucaros is a real water god. Then be nicer to her in the future. Mu Yang patted Funina's head. Whether it is you or Fucaros, it is actually a tragedy. But I believe that you will have a good future in the future. Funina nodded repeatedly. She felt that she had grasped the future. Speaking of the latter, Funina's eyes were full of longing. She has begun to try to use it without the heart of God to transform the law compensation mixed energy. There should still be a lot of law compensation mixed energy at present, right? Mu Yang remembered that Fontaine had a lot of problems and was even in danger of collapse. It was the law compensation mixed energy that maintained the status quo of Fontaine. Now everything can be saved. Yining is not very happy. There will be a chance in the future. Mu Yang then asked curiously. You said before that you can temporarily merge, right? When I can produce the law compensation mixed energy, I can then exchange with her to produce the 967 law compensation mixed energy. They are one. Funina is just dissatisfied that Fucaros concealed her and let herself bear the pain alone. After knowing the truth, Funina knew that Fucaros was more painful than herself. It's just that the other self seems a little silly. Listening to Mu Yang's constant criticism, Funina also thinks that even if Fucaros sacrifices herself, her plan will probably be difficult to succeed in the end. Is that so? You can try to let her divine power further stimulate your Sharingan. What if the Samsara Eye is opened? Even she so far has only been to Liu, Zumi and moaned. She has not been to. However, in the original plot, Fucaros was gone and his heart was taken away. As for the culprit of Fontaine's collapse, it is not the star-eating whale, but the problem of this place itself. At that time, she can also relax a little. Funina said confidently, if it is not for the purpose of producing more law compensation mixed energy, we can actually find a few hours every day to complete all the work. After all, the level of strength in the Naruto world jumps too much. Fontaine also had no law compensation mixed energy, so how to solve the situation in Fontaine? There is a world of difference between the Mangekyo Sharingan, even the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the Samsara Eye. It's like Sasuke's heart was captured directly. Is there any problem? A few days ago, she used my body and went out shopping. Funina was not dissatisfied with Fukero's using her body, but if she enters your body, the chance of controlling you to open the Samsara Eye is still very high. As for who is more powerful, the Six Paths Sage in the Naruto world or the Seven Gods of Teyvat, Mu Yang doesn't know. Her pain was far greater than hers. The other party gave her the opportunity to enjoy the happy life of humans and the opportunity to live. How could Funina blame Fukeros? You can decide this for yourself. Mu Yang nodded slightly. In fact, in Mu Yang's opinion, if one day, the law compensation mixed energy can meet the energy problems of the entire Teyvat continent, can maintain the environment of Mondstadt, help Liu to make Mora, help Inazuma to make Jade Steel and so on, I am afraid that the other seven gods will also support Fukeros to step onto a higher stage. Moreover, not only Fontaine, but also Liu, Mondstadt Zumi, and even the future Inazuma, she can go and see. Well, Liu has two children, Sasuke and Naruto, so the situation is a bit special. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscription Mu I love you. Currently, Sasuke already has a 3 Magatama sharing in. In the future, it may not be impossible to leave the Cardinal of Oracle Judgment, and it is not necessary to transform the law compensation mixed energy in the Cardinal of Oracle Judgment. Usually, we rely on the law compensation mixed energy to solve those troubles. After the law compensation mixed energy is gone, what should Fontaine do? Not to mention the seven gods, if Sky Island knew the role of the law compensation mixed energy and knew that the law compensation mixed energy had the ability to maintain the Teyvat space, it would also protect Fukeros well, and Inazuma's prophecy would not be unforgivable. Could it be that Valette is omnipotent and can solve these problems? There is no doubt that the existence of the Six Paths level is indeed very powerful. Although it is a bit troublesome and the efficiency is not high at present, as long as it can be done. Well, if I help Fukeros, then the law compensation mixed energy can be better converted. Funina narrowed her eyes. She can also walk out of the Cardinal of the Oracle and take a good look at her country. You are usually connected with Fukeros just through her power. Funina also wants to become stronger. If she has the Samsara Eye, she will be at the level of a god, right? Then she can help Fukeros and Violet. Well, the energy of the law compensation mixed energy is growing almost all the time. Funina smiled and said, to some extent, the law compensation mixed energy is actually a way of using faith. She has been using her divine power to nurture these eyes for me. Funina stroked her eyes and murmured, however, it is not easy to make these eyes evolve further. If you really have to, then collect enough points and evolve directly. Although Mu Yang said this, he felt that he still had a way to help Funina evolve. For example, Mu Yang helped Shenhe and Keqing to strengthen their strength. What's more, Funina's current strength is actually very good. As long as she accumulates some foundation and has divine power to strengthen herself, it is not impossible to open the back Samsara Eye directly if there is a stimulus. I still have to save points just in case they are useful in the future. Funina shook her head repeatedly. Besides, after paying back the Villet points, I don't have much left. However, you are right. I can let the other me try to open the Samsara Eye after merging with me. Sasuke seems to have Indra's chakra right. To be honest, Funina envied Liu a lot. If it was me who picked up Mu Yang, then it would be their Fontaine that was growing stronger now. Because of the existence of the guild, Liu, Fontaine, Mondstadt, and Zumi have actually grown. But the country that benefited the most was still Liu, which made Funina envious. Especially during a chat, Mu Yang occasionally mentioned that Mu Yang actually planned to choose between Liu and Fontaine at first. However, the country where Mu Yang first landed was Liu, so Xiang chose Liu nearby. Now I think about it and I am still a little unwilling. The shadow organization is quite useful and efficient. If Fontaine had such an organization, it would definitely be a huge helper. Just purify Indra's will. Mu Yang chuckled. Whether it is Indra's chakra or Ashura's chakra for Sasuke and Naruto now, they are just nutrients. If they are still alive, it may take some effort to deal with them, but they are just a ball of chakra after all. Although their will is on the chakra, facing me who can purify the resentment of the demons, it is not too difficult to purify these wills. After hearing this, Funina suddenly realized that Mu Yang's purification ability was indeed too buggy. However, for Naruto and Sasuke, this is a good thing. With Indra and Ashura's chakra as nutrients, they will inevitably become the new generation of Indra and Ashura in the future. In addition to the fairy arts of Liu, maybe there will be 2 more demons in the future. Thinking about Liu now, Funina said she was jealous. Can't we let these people appear in Fontaine? However, it is indeed difficult to develop Sasuke's Samsara Eye. After all, his situation is different from yours. Recently, we are studying to let the 2 little guys exchange chakra. Mu Yang's face was somewhat happy. One Indra, the other Asura. If chakra can really be exchanged, it may not be impossible to make oneself stronger. Fortunately, the will in their chakra has been erased by me. Even if the Six Paths Sage sees them again, I am afraid he will be helpless. Of course, he still wants to get rid of me more. After all, it was me who made him completely lose his two sons. But the Six Paths Sage may not care about family affection, right? Funina has also read the news of the Naruto world. In her opinion, the Six Paths Sage is definitely not a good person, even a conspirator, who would let his son go and constantly destroy the peace of the ninja world. If nothing unexpected happens, Indra and Asura are both pawns of the Six Paths Sage. They play an extremely important role in his plan. Now I have taken his son away. If he doesn't care, that's a lie. I'm afraid there won't be any family affection, but there is still use. Mu Yang said and chuckled again. It's useless to say these, we don't know whether we will go to the ninja world in the future and the impact is not big. That's really a pity. I originally planned to bring back all the other tailed beasts when I had the chance to go to the ninja world. As long as they are honest, they will definitely help us. Funina felt sorry for this. Even if it was a one-tailed Shukaku, it was a very powerful existence in the desert. Moreover, there are many such tailed beasts. As for the 10-tailed beast, Funina didn't think about it. It was too ugly. Most of the tailed beasts are ugly. Even if you want them, I'm afraid you won't want to take them under your command. Mu Yang touched Funina's head and said softly, okay. After dinner, are you interested in going to Zumi with me? Zumari, I haven't been to Zumi yet. Having her head pressed by Mu Yang's big hand, Funina not only did not show any sign of anger but looked at Mu Yang excitedly. She and Nashida are good friends. In the past 500 years, they have been in the same boat. Therefore, when Nashida needed help, Fontaine was the first to step forward. Recently, Nashida seems to be fighting wits and courage with the doctor and looks very busy. However, it seems that Nashida has taken the upper hand. As for being touched on the head by Mu Yang, Funina has gotten used to it and she likes this feeling very much. Well, let's go together. However, this time it seems to be for something in the desert. Mu Yang said softly. However, you haven't unlocked the teleportation anchor point of Zumi and you still want me to take you there. I know. Funina nodded repeatedly. Desert as the water god, she had never seen a desert. If Nashida doesn't mind, she can lead the water of Fontaine into Zumi. Fontaine is a kingdom of water. There is sea water and fresh water. However, as long as Fuqueros and Navalette want, they can decide whether the water here is fresh water or salt water. It can be said that more than 60% of the water in Fontaine is fresh water. The remaining 30% has a very low salt content. As for the remaining sea water, the salinity is a little worse than that of the sea water outside. The water resources in Fontaine are almost inexhaustible. As long as they want, they can create more water. Giving some to Nashida is not a problem. I believe that when the time comes, Nashida, who has made the desert have fresh water, will definitely be followed by the people of the desert. When Mu Yang took Funina to Zumi, Liu, there was a lot of disturbance. Today, the General Affairs Department issued several announcements in succession. Article 1. Because many people in Liu have used history to spread rumors and engage in historical nihilism, the General Affairs Department of Liu will work with immortals to compile a history book of Liu. Here, some novel authors and some guys who claim to be history experts are emphasized. This time, it really became a question of whether they understand the Rock King Emperor or the immortals understand the Rock King Emperor. The people of Liu naturally support this, so that they can read the great achievements of the Rock King Emperor in the book. But it also made some people begin to feel uneasy. Could it be that the Rock King Emperor is really not good enough? It is time to make a final judgment on his past. Article 2. The resentment of the demon gods in Liu Gilyuan has been purified and the planning plan has been carried out. The reconstruction of Gilyuan will begin after the invitation ceremony. The news that Gilyuan will be rebuilt is no longer a secret in Liu. After all, the resentment of the demon gods in Gilyuan has been resolved by Mu Yang, which has been certified by the General Affairs Department. Liu has many smart people who naturally understand the significance of the development of Gilyuan to the entire Liu. They want to get land from the General Affairs Department and start building Gilyuan this morning. While the land is still cheap, buy more, otherwise they won't be able to afford it in the future. It's just a pity that Yu Hengxing, who is responsible for the land, was injured and his life or death is unknown. This has also led many people to promote the emergence of a new Yu Hengxing and even want to take control of this position. It can be imagined that with the development of Gilyuan, it will become the most profitable one among the 7 stars of Liu. This is not something that can be decided by hundreds of millions of moras, tens of billions of moras, or tens of billions of moras. It may be a matter of tens of billions of moras or even rising moras. Even Keqing and Ningguang did not make a good plan in a short period of time, and I don't know how much moras it will cost. However, it is conceivable that the position of Yuhengxing will indeed be considered as a powerful faction in the future. Even if Mu Yang had not escorted Keqing in the future, there would probably be countless people who wanted to drive Keqing out of office. After all, how could a person like Keqing, who was so rebellious, be qualified to become a Yuhengxing? And Keqing herself is the kind of person who will not compromise, let alone go along with them. She is incompatible with too many people. If it were normal times, Keqing would do this with her own family as a protection, and there would naturally be no problem. But when it comes to developing Gilyuan, even Keqing's family can't protect Keqing. Of course, if there is Mu Yang's protection, then the situation will be different. Even without Mu Yang's presence, Keqing's current strength can actually avoid a lot of troubles. Putting aside the immortal level, Keqing is now the first combat power at the official level of Liu. After knowing clearly that Gilyuan is about to be rebuilt, all kinds of capital in Liu are also boiling. Especially those who were eyeing the position of Yuheng Star, their hearts were filled with ambition. Even some of the more rational people began to act at this time. Interests moved people's hearts. If these people used some correct channels and means, Mu Yang and his people would naturally not do anything. But if they wanted to make trouble in secret, then they would not need to exist. All of this was seen by Mu Yang and Zhongli. When the necessary moment came, even immortals would appear directly to suppress those guys. Whether it was the development of Gilyuan or the writing of history books, they were considered major events. Then the third piece of news made the people of Liu united against the enemy. Inazuma took advantage of their Rock King Emperor's injury to detain their goods and ships for no reason, which obviously touched the reverse scale of the people of Liu. For thousands of years, no one has ever bullied Liu in this matter. Inazuma's behavior obviously touched the bottom line of Liu. For a while, Inazuma replaced the Kingdom of Winter and became the most unpopular country in Liu. Some people even began to clamor for Inazuma to give an explanation, and some people with strong martial virtues wanted to attack Inazuma directly. It was just that the Rock King was still injured, so they did not dare to act rashly. Mu Yang took Funina all the way south to the desert of Zumi. Looking at the yellow sand all over the sky, Funina was a little excited at first. After all, she had never been in contact with the desert in her life, but as time went by, Funina also felt tired of the desert. The desert is too boring. If there is a chance in the future, I must turn the desert here into an oasis. When Nashida's strength is sufficient, it may not be impossible to develop the rainforest into the desert. Nashida's strength is destined to surpass the Great Compassion Tree King in the future. Moreover, the Great Compassion Tree King will also be resurrected in the future. With two grass gods, he wants to promote the rainforest is not a difficult task. Mu Yang paused and continued to add, however, the first generation of water god Egolia fell on Zumi. Egolia, Funina frowned, she didn't have a good impression of Egolia. In the final analysis, both her and Fukulos's suffering came from Egolia. Pure water elves want to become human beings and you just help them, isn't this courting death? It is challenging the order of Sky Island, and then the pure water elves want to court death, so they let themselves and Fukulos take the blame. Although Funina also knew that if Egolia hadn't committed suicide, she wouldn't have existed, but her pain was also caused by them. Funina couldn't say that she hated Egolia, but she didn't have a good impression of her either. You should know about the Canria War 500 years ago. At that time, Egolia participated as a sinner and finally died in that war. Before she died, Egolia handed over her power to Fukeros. After Egolia died, her body turned into a pure sea of nectar, and the Great Compassion Tree King made the divine bird Simoj drink the nectar water. Combine the spiritual power he possessed with nectar, forming hundreds of spiritual lights, suppressing the dark disaster in the desert area. Mu Yang seemed to have thought of something and explained to Funina softly. In this matter, Egolia is indeed indebted to you. Is that so? Funina nodded thoughtfully. If Egolia knew that she could still help Wang Lihao Zumi after her death, she should be very happy, right? However, the disaster 500 years ago seemed to be really dangerous. Even more than one god fell. Indeed, if the current Teyvat continent is allowed to erupt again, such a disaster may not be able to withstand it. Mu Yang explained softly. The current 7 gods, except for the wind god and the rock god, are not the original 7 gods. Of course, although the thunder god of this generation is not the original 7 gods, you can also regard him as the original 7 gods. After a certain god fell, his origin was split into 2, and then some of the original fragments were merged to become Baal and Baalzeb. Baal was responsible for governing the country, and Baalzeb was responsible for fighting privates. Before Baalzeb became the god of thunder, she could defeat many of the original seven gods. Before becoming the seven gods, Lei Dianian could tie or even defeat the seven gods. Just like the seven gods like the great compassion tree king, Egolia and Baal, they are definitely not opponents of Baalzeb. Some gods become gods because they have obtained the godhood, while some gods become gods because their strength is strong enough. Like Baalzeb and Morax, they both became the seven gods by force. Well, Egolia and the Great Compassion Tree King's position as seven gods are both easy wins. They have not experienced the demon god war. Not only them, but even this guy Barbados, when he became the god of wind, there was a miracle and a certain inevitability. According to the analysis of Mu Yang and the big hand he met in Meowth before, this guy is very likely to have a great relationship with the demon god of time. So you'll forgive the thunder god. In theory, you should have already beaten him for what Inazuma did to Liu, right? Funina is not completely a fool. Thanks to the guild, Villet became a perfect dragon. If he joins the guild, and if Baalzeb has enough points, can he also quickly improve his strength like Villet? Yeah, Mu Yang nodded slightly. With the guild's strengthening ability, Baalzeb only needs to complete a few tasks and get strengthened to reach the level of that god. Funina, don't forget one thing, our enemy is not in Teyvat, but in the outside world of the heavens. In the future, we will encounter many worlds stronger than Teyvat. At the same time, the Abyss is also a strong enemy we have to face. Now we seem to be strong, but we are still not sure about the Abyss. It is necessary to make our people stronger and stronger. The current Teyvat is too far away from the Teyvat 500 years ago. Is that so? Fernan nodded thoughtfully. Thinking carefully, it seems to be true. Teyvat has indeed been peaceful for too long. In most cases, peace is naturally a good thing, but if it lasts too long, it is easy for people to forget the war. When the Kingdom of Winter was preparing for war with Sky Island, other countries seem to have forgotten that this world was not peaceful. CBCI. The Fatui were still relatively good, and the Abyss was still watching covetously. Those who love war will perish, those who forget war will be in danger, and those who don't forget are the kings of the world. Mu Yang said lightly. The current Teyvat has a lot of problems, and even the war between this world and the Abyss may start soon. At this time, Mu Yang thought of the collapse. If it was just the Abyss, it could actually be dealt with. But if it had to face the collapse, the current Teyvat would not have much power to fight back, especially if there were problems on Sky Island, and Fanes was likely to have fallen. Funina blinked her eyes. These words sounded very interesting. Although she didn't know what Mu Yang was worried about, she just needed to improve her strength. After returning to Fontaine, she and Fu Carlos would study how to improve their strength and then open the Samsara Eye. In Zumi Arrow Village, Mu Yang brought Funina to Nashida. So you have taken over Arrow Village. Mu Yang looked at the situation in Arrow Village and looked at Nashida with some sighs. This kid was raised by himself. Looks like he has grown up. If Nashida hadn't said it, who would have thought that this village had fallen into Nashida's control? After all, this is a desert. As the god of grass, Nashida actually made a fortune in Arrow Village. Could it be that she wants to take the road of surrounding the rainforest with the desert? I have known Candace, the guardian of Arrow Village, for a long time. Although she is the heir of Ichmar, she is someone who understands the will of the Red King at the time. She knows the truth of the matter at the time and is one of the few people in the desert who is willing to trust the god of grass. After all, this is also the order of the Red King. Now that the Great Compassion Tree King is gone, this kind of agreement naturally comes to me. Nashida paused, he added. A few years ago, Arrow Village encountered an earthquake. I used my limited divine power to protect Arrow Village and she saw it. We are friends. When I walked out of Genshin Palace and knew the truth, Candace found a way to contact me and became my sage. Speaking of the latter, Nashida also showed a smile at the corner of her mouth. This feeling of being trusted is really good. Does the Order Court know that Arrow Village is already your power? Mu Yang asked curiously. They probably don't know. After all, many people in Arrow Village don't know that I have become the actual controller of this place. Nashida bit her finger lightly. As for Hu Chengguo, I actually also attracted a lot of people. But that place is too close to Zumi City. I didn't put the headquarters there in the end. It seems that you have developed well recently. Mu Yang nodded with satisfaction. After all, Nashida is the orthodox one. With the support of Fontaine and Liu, and the magic scale disease of the dead domain and some people solved by Mu Yang, it is normal for Nashida to get support. No matter what, those patients with magic scale disease and their families are naturally close to Nashida. Of course, the Order of the Church is not without any ability to fight back. Although they have no military power, they are already a political group. They represent the groups that have benefited from Zumi in the past 500 years. As for military power, don't they still have the Fadui and the 30-man group? They have people and Mora. If Nashida is not prepared to use her own violence to solve the problem, it really requires a battle of wits and courage to deal with the order of the church. It's a bit difficult to fight against public opinion. I have the support of Fontaine and Liu. The Kingdom of Winter will not support the order of the church openly and may even cut ties with the order of the church. No god will support the order of the church, but the Fadui and the doctor are secretly helping the order of the church. Both I and the doctor know that the order of the church is just a pawn. Only Azar and his friends are so arrogant that they think they are important. It's easy for me to get the approval of ordinary people, but those vested interests will never give up their interests. In addition, many people in the desert choose to collude with them. Overall, my situation is neither good nor bad. Of course, if I or Xiao take action, I will be the winner in the end. In fact, if I don't want to plot against the doctor in the end and kill him completely, I don't mind using violence. Nashida said here, her expression was a little subtle. Before, those people had told her that she was a waste and unworthy of being called a god of Zumi. Now, I think Azar and the others are not important to Zumi. Fortunately, I have found a lot of talents recently, and they are all willing to stand on my side. After a pause, Nashida continued. Sino, Candice, Nilu, Elhazen, Dishia, Falashan, Kavi, Cole, Tanari, Dali, they are all very excellent talents, and these people are also the talents I will reuse in the future, and the future Zumi will also need them to help govern. Listening to Nashida's words, Mu Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's really a good guy. These people are almost the real talents of Zumi, right? Those up characters were all recruited by Nashida. It seems that those talents are also wise men who know the times. They already know what choice they should make. Following the Church Order Institute, there is only one way to go. So Elhazen and Sino are now your undercovers in the Church Order Institute. What the Church Order Institute usually does, you actually know? Mu Yang asked with a little surprise. That's not the case. Although they are in high positions in the order, in fact, neither the doctor nor Azar trusts them. Especially the doctor, he is a man who is so confident that he is conceited. He doesn't trust anyone except himself. The order is just a tool for the doctor, and he can't tell them his plan. Besides, I can't let my believers take risks. Nashida said seriously, the doctor is quite dangerous. Is that so? Mu Yang nodded thoughtfully. This is really what Nashida would do. However, Nashida has indeed grown up. What are you going to do? Funina looked at Nashida with curiosity. Is there anything we can help you with? Do you want me to sponsor you with some weapons? Fontaine's weapons are still very good. It's not that Funina is bragging. Fontaine's guns and cannons are definitely ranked in the top 3 or even the top 2 in the continent of Teyvat. Only the Kingdom of Winter is better than Fontaine, and there is nothing that can be done about it. After all, Fontaine is not like the Kingdom of Winter, which ignores everything in order to develop its military power. Well, this seems to be possible. Nashida did not refuse after hearing this. After all, they are all friends in the guild. I still have some weapons here, I can give them to you. Seeing that Funina took the initiative to help, Mu Yang did not hesitate and directly took out 10 weapons. These weapons are the harvest of the last mission. You can distribute them to your followers when the time comes. It is still very important to distinguish rewards and punishments, even for gods. Do you want your believers to feel the benefits? Nashida nodded thoughtfully. She was taught by Mu Yang for a period of time before, and she is not a person who knows nothing. Mu Yang has also talked about Keqing's problems in this regard before, and even used Keqing as a negative example. The people under Keqing have the highest turnover rate, not because the job is too difficult or too dangerous. It is mainly because the workload is too large, and Keqing always asks others to handle it according to her own requirements. For example, the work that Keqing can complete within 3 hours takes 5 hours or even 8 hours for ordinary people. Please give flowers. And these people have to cooperate with Keqing's work. Combined with Keqing's own workaholic attributes, most people need to work more than 10 hours and sometimes even more than 15 hours. There is no doubt that this is overtime, but Keqing has no self-awareness at all. After all, in Keqing's view, this is invalid overtime. According to their own efficiency, these workloads do not require such long work. It is clear that the workload given to them can be completed within 8 hours, but they did not complete it in the end. It can only be said that these people neglected their duties and did not work well. The most important thing is that Keqing will give overtime pay to these people appropriately when they work overtime, which greatly improves their work enthusiasm. Of course, overtime pay cannot be given unconditionally, thinking that the other party can be given it because they work for a long time. This is not acceptable either. After all, some overtime work itself is invalid overtime work. They did not complete their work properly during working hours, deliberately wasted time, and delayed the completion until after get-off work. Such people should not only not be given overtime pay but also be punished. This also makes Keqing's subordinates full of work enthusiasm. Although they are a little tired, they can't stand Moratu. Nashida also learned a lot from it. The benefits that should be given should still be given, improving the strength of subordinates. Now I can mobilize some of the power of the water god. If necessary, I can come to Arrow Village every now and then to pray for rain for you. Funina hesitated for a moment and said, As for making it rain at any time in Arrow Village, I can't do it. Every time I come to make it rain, are you sure that these people will believe in me instead of you? Funina doesn't want to come to the desert once and turn Zumi into Fontaine. After all, Nashida is her friend, and the order of the 7 countries is fixed, so Funina doesn't dare to extend the tentacles of Fontaine to Zumi. Who knows if there will be any movement above? In fact, I don't mind Zumi believing in the water god, as long as they can be happy. But once this was done, Mu Yang's side would really become an organization against the law of nature and Sky Island. Hey, how can this be? Nashida and I are friends, how could I betray my friend? Funina shook her head repeatedly and turned her gaze to Mu Yang. I can't do this. At most, when you need it, just contact me directly, and I will cooperate with you to play a play. At least I should be able to make it rain in Arrow Village. Of course, if it involves the entire desert, I'm sorry I can't do it. Not to mention me, it's also difficult for the other me to do it. Although Fukaros, as the god of water, makes it rain in the desert, it is not difficult for Fukaros to do it if it is a large-scale rain. Unless that Villet comes here. If Villet comes here to cry a few times, it will be fine. Mu Yang raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. The crying water dragon is really interesting. Funina's expression was subtle. There is indeed a legend in Fontaine that when the water dragon king cries, it will rain. Although the land cannot be too fertile in Nashida's view, all this is hope. Just like originally, after knowing that Zumi didn't need her as a grass god, she could imprison herself in the Genshin palace, and it didn't matter if she didn't become a grass god. However, this is not something we can consider now. Let's wait until our strength completely surpasses Sky Island. Now we can only use this method to solve the problem of Zumi. Compared to me, the grass god, the water god of Fontaine, is indeed more suitable for their belief. 707, Nashida had a smile on her lips. She really wanted her people to live a good life. 5.6, you are all here. I'm going to find someone to talk about life. Suddenly, Mu Yang's eyes turned cold and he gave a warning to Furniture and Nashida beside him and then left Arrow Village. Thinking of the scene where Shukaku was asked by Nashida to dig a canal, Mu Yang couldn't help but smile. Of course, if the other party really cares about ruling and thinks that Mu Yang will shake their rule, then they will continue to fight. Seeing Funina like this, Mu Yang patted Funina's head. Sure enough, Funina still cares about the people around her. Even the little cowardice and inferiority in her heart have disappeared now. As she spoke, Funina became a little subtle again. However, when Violet is upset, it should rain. Is that so? Furniture nodded thoughtfully. Sure enough, every country is not very peaceful. Except for being timid sometimes, Funina is pretty good now. Is that so? Is it still the human heart in the end? Nashida nodded thoughtfully. In that case, there should be no problem for me to make a canal later. Hey, are you leaving now? Funina blinked, and then she said to Nashida, Nashida, let me help you solve the rain problem in Arrow Village first. Although I can't compare with Mu Yang, Villet, and the other person, if it rains, I can still do it. Then I'll trouble you, Funina. Seeing Funina like this, Nashida said with a smile on her face. It's really good to have such a friend. After I take charge of Zumi, I will have a deeper cooperation with Liu and Fontaine. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscription, Mu, I love you. There were a few times when I secretly observed that Violet was in a bad mood, and it rained at those times. This seems to be really interesting. To be honest, it is really reassuring to be close to someone like Funina. Is that so? Nashida naturally understood what Mu Yang could think of. She looked at Mu Yang. Then Mu Yang, do you have any way to solve this problem? In addition, you can dig a canal. Mu Yang looked in the direction of the rainforest. The rainforest has never lacked water resources. So far, Mu Yang doesn't want to break up with Sky Island. If he can win over Asmodeus, Mu Yang doesn't mind winning over the other party. The existence of the guild is of great benefit to the entire Teyvat continent. But now because of Mu Yang, Nashida has changed, but the kindness in her heart cannot be changed. The desert needs water, and at the same time, Fontaine should also need land. With a lot of water, it is not impossible to work hard to turn the desert into an oasis. When Funina found that Violet was in a bad mood, she would follow and observe him. This kind of thing is probably not once or twice. Mu Yang remembered that Zumi also had the Grass Dragon King. He also planned to find an opportunity to meet this Grass Dragon King. If he was willing to participate, then their strength could be improved. But do you think Violet is a person who cries? With the power of Shukaku and me, it is not difficult to dig a huge canal. In ancient times, this place was also set up by Sky Island. By the way, I felt that there were some problems with the earth veins on this side of the desert. Could this be related to the desert of Zumi? Seeing Nashida like this, Funina started to give Nashida advice again. In fact, the best way is to increase your strength and expand the power of the rainforest to the desert. Seeing that Nashida was silent and hesitant, Mu Yang shook his head slightly and said, "The situation on Zumi is a bit complicated. As long as the people of Zumi can live well, she doesn't even mind giving all of this desert to you. The problem on Zumi is the human heart. The people in the rainforest try to control the desert by using water resources and food. If there was only one dragon king like Villet, there would be no problem. But if it was the grass dragon king, the situation would be different. On an island at the junction of Liu and Fontaine, a pure white bird is confronting a golden-haired boy. Kong silently looked at the Luja flying high in the sky, with a trace of horror in his heart. Although Kong is not interested in some games and animations, he knows something because of Wying. So why did Luja, the god of the sea, appear on the continent of Teyvat? Logically speaking, I should know a lot about the research on the continent of Teyvat. The strength of Luja, the god of the sea, is definitely not inferior to the combat power of the seven gods. Why didn't he know about the other party's appearance? Sora looked at the other creatures on the island. They should all be Pokémon, right? Why did Pokémon appear in Teyvat? Could it be that the Pokémon world invaded Teyvat? If Luja appeared, what about other gods? Thinking of a certain alpaca that could create the world, Sora felt a little panicked. Who was stronger between Phanes and Arceus? Sora didn't know. He didn't know about Pokémon, but he was sure that the Abyss cult would have a lot of trouble in the future. After all, what he was going to do was likely to cause dissatisfaction among those great gods. At that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. But didn't Sky Island have any reaction at all? Your family was going to be voted. Sora looked in the direction of Sky Island. Could it be that Sky Island is really ruined? If possible, Sora really wanted to capture Luja and make him a monster under his control, just like he wanted to capture Teverin and Langer. But considering the opponent's strength and whether the god of the sea existed, Sora hesitated at this time. What Sora didn't know was that Luja was not confronting him at this time. Luja's heart had already risen with endless anger, which could be described as Luja's explosion. On this human, Luja felt the breath that affected him at the beginning. He was also affected by that breath, a fallen human. If his injuries had not recovered, Luja would have wanted to spit out a mouthful and kill the other party directly. At this moment, the space gate opened and Mutwo came out of the space gate. It nodded to Luja and then released its own breath, ready to fight Sora. Day War. Since Luja and his friends came to Teyvat, Mutwo has been coming here every now and then. There are so many Pokémon here, which makes Mutwo feel comfortable. Moreover, there is a former sea god here and the other party is good at superpowers. For Mutwo, Morax is a good teacher, teaching it how to fight and how to control its own power. But just like that, it is not enough. Usually, Mew will also guide Mutwo, but Mew's fighting style is not really completely suitable for Mutwo. In the final analysis, Mew's killing is not enough, and Mutwo can't turn into powerful Pokémon like Ho-Oh and Groudon to fight like Mew. Relatively speaking, Luja is a good learning object. He just wanted to seek revenge from heaven. Not only Luja appeared, but even Mutwo appeared. Thinking back then, he was also an upright boy and helped Zumi survive the dark disaster. Has he been recruited? In Liu, a woman came recently. She is now working for Mayang and is a bit clumsy. I didn't expect that the other party had seen Mutwo. Sora looked at the sudden appearance of Mutwo, and the confusion on his face became more intense. Should he leave here or stay here to see the truth of all this? Who am I, where am I, and what is going on here? But sometimes, Wying is particularly unreliable. He silently looked at the location of Sky Island again. The Pokémon world has come, don't you have any reaction at all? It's interesting that you are here. Mu Yang took out the Winter Star and stared at Kong, and the breath on his body burst out. The other party clearly has the breath of the abyss. If Luja's condition was not bad, I'm afraid they would have taken action long ago. This guy seems to be very similar to a woman. Mutwo looked at Kong for a long time before speaking. So this is not an enemy? Luja asked uncertainly. Fortunately, Mutwo and Luja did not take action directly, as if they were waiting for someone to come, which made Kong a little hesitant. Why can Pokémon come to this world? Kong said that he couldn't hold it in. Wying was definitely not a bad person, but Mutwo and Luja actually thought he was a bad person. How could he be a bad person? Me too. Luja and Mutwo looked at each other and they made a decision, that is to kill this man. It's you. Seeing Mu Yang, Kong's eyes trembled slightly, not because the other party's strength was above his own, but because of the other party's breath, which made Kong really difficult to calm down. Kong's expression became a little subtle when he heard it. Waking up hundreds of relic guards is really what Wang would do. Many things are handed over to Wang to deal with, and she can definitely arrange them clearly. Kong and Luja looked at Mutuo. Fortunately, Mu Yang was very fast and arrived at the scene when Kong hesitated. I can only say that he is not a bad person. As for this person, I feel malicious. Not sure, but he should be here soon. Mutuo was a little uncertain. His sister wants me to be her Pokémon, obviously knows us. Now we just have to wait for other reinforcements. Anyway, Mutuo has learned a lot of moves from Luja. Although he had a good impression of Wang, he didn't have much good impression of Kong. Of course, often after something happens, you can always turn danger into safety, encounter your own harm. When dealing with a relic before, hundreds of relic guards were awakened. If I hadn't happened to be nearby, it would have caused a lot of turmoil. Mutuo said in a faint tone. This is also the reason why Kong can let Wang travel alone outside. His sister is much luckier than himself. That is the breath of God, and it is the breath of the gods native to the continent of Teyvat. Has Mu Yang become a running dog of Sky Island? Kong's heart sank. As a former descender, Kong knew better than anyone how difficult it was to be a descender. At present, none of the descenders that have appeared in Teyvat are simple. Each of them has special abilities. However, now he will have to be an enemy of a descender. Kong looked at Luja and Mutuo, then at Mayang, and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Are you Arceus?" Hearing what Kong said, Luja and Mayang looked at each other. Shying is Arceus. What on earth was Kong thinking? You are Arceus. Mayang snorted lightly. This is not where you should come, Kong. What if I have to come? Kong originally wanted to leave, but he didn't expect that the other party would say such a thing to him. You're kidding, I'm the prince of the Abyss cult. If you tell me not to come to this place, I won't come to this place. Wouldn't it be embarrassing for me? As a friend of Wang, I don't want to kill you and become his enemy. Mayang released his own breath, and the terrifying breath crushed Kong. Feeling Mayang's breath, Kong's heart trembled. The breath Mayang showed was very powerful. Just by feeling the breath, Kong knew that the other party's strength was not much different from Asmodeus, who blocked him at the beginning. But this made Kong even more angry. Hearing Mu Yang's words, it seemed that the other party could kill him at any time. Without saying a word, he took out a long sword and flew towards Mu Yang. A sword light flashed in the sky. It was not the sword without a blade. Mu Yang looked at the long sword in Kong's hand, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. This might be the legendary Sword of Advent, but looking at Wang's appearance, it seems that she does not have this sword. She really uses the sword without a blade to walk on the continent of Teyvat. But Kong has the Sword of Advent. Isn't the gap between the two siblings a little too big? One is in the Abyss cult, eating and drinking hot, and has a Sword of Advent that is not inferior to a 5-star weapon. The other has to sleep in the wild, constantly looking for boxes, and sometimes even needs to live in the wild. The two are really worlds apart. The terrifying auras kept colliding and interweaving. Neither Mu Yang nor Kong used their full strength to fight. They only competed in force and physical strength, but in the eyes of many people, this was already very terrifying. But it is the first time they have seen humans like Mu Yang and Kong who can be on par with gods. Before coming to this world, it was really hard to imagine that humans could do this. Luja looked at the battle between the two sides and sighed in his heart. Although there are some very special humans in the Pokémon world, and even some superpowers can be on par with Pokémon. OJ. Keqing silently watched the battle between Mu Yang and Kong when he heard this. At this moment, he had an impulse to stop being a Pokémon. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscriptions, Mu, I love you. As long as there is a princess in the Abyss card pool, this Abyss cult can turn the world upside down. However, is Wang really without martial arts? Could it be that Wu Jing was actually stolen by her brother? What on earth was this depraved guy going to do? Even so-called gods like Articuno and Moltres may not be their opponents. If he didn't use some trump cards, he might hardly be the opponent of the opponent. Although I taught you a lesson, this can also be used as a reward to let Wang run errands. Mu Yang took the phone back, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Kong, what price do you think Wang needs to pay to get your information? Nowadays, the most powerful gods in Teyvat should be Morax and Beelzebub. Kong had seen them fight before. But now Kong felt that Mu Yang's martial arts were even better than Morax, and coupled with the opponent's terrifying physical fitness, this made Kong's heart heavier. Interesting, Mu Yang looked at Kong and his heart became excited. As a traveler who had been to many worlds, Kong's martial arts was still very good. Click. Moreover, after seeing Mu Yang after taking out his phone to take a picture of himself, Kong couldn't hold back. If there is a Sword of Advent, Wang's combat effectiveness will definitely be greatly improved. You be ****** D, if you have the guts, come at me. Why are you threatening me with Wang like this? Kong gritted his teeth and looked at Mu Yang, saying viciously. Kong surfaced from the sea and looked at Mu Yang in the air with an extremely gloomy face. Although he didn't want to admit it, Mu Yang's strength did surpass his own. Money's work. OJ. Kong used to be an extremely kind person, and it was absolutely impossible for him to emit malice that might harm Pokémon. Fortunately, I have left Team Rocket. If I had followed Team Rocket and met Mu Yang and the others, I would probably have been beaten up, right? There seems to be nothing wrong with humans. Facing Kong's attack, Mu Yang used his spear to easily block Kong's attack. 4 wings appeared behind Kong and the spear and sword kept colliding. However, after only a few rounds of fighting, Kong's heart couldn't help but sink. The opponent's martial arts were far superior to his own. Bang! While Lugia and Mutwo were talking, Mu Yang kicked Kong in the abdomen, and Dong Jai Xingqian took advantage of Kong's inability to resist and stabbed Kong in the shoulder, knocking him heavily into the sea. Do it to you? Sorry, I'm not interested in men. Mu Yang looked at Kong with disdain. Doesn't he know that being a head is not popular these days? Fit. It seems a bit too much. When Mu Yang saw this scene, a playful smile appeared on his face. But Mu Yang had felt malice before, and such Kong must be taught a lesson. If you want to deal with the law of nature, I can be aloof and watch the show silently, but if you want to bring misfortune to others because of your own misfortune, then it is your fault. Although he said so, he had no regrets at all. In Mu Yang's opinion, Kong was now corrupted. There are not many people who can fight with me now. Especially in the Kanraya War 500 years ago, he had seen Morax fight. At that time, the martial arts displayed by the opponent were indeed extremely powerful. You actually like Wang? Kong was dumbfounded. His little sister was pretty. Although she was not the kind that could easily make people fall in love at first sight, Wang was definitely the type that was very attractive. But Wang's personality was a problem. Coupled with some special temperament, Wang was not particularly attractive to men. On the contrary, many girls would be attracted to Wang. This made Kong very helpless. When traveling in the Starry Sea, Kong was not unmoved and liked girls, but he didn't know why. Every time he liked a girl, he ended up falling in love with Wang. In contrast, he seemed to have a good relationship with men, and there were always men who wanted to harm him. This made Kong feel miserable. You know, they have been traveling together all the time, and Wang didn't seem to be averse to girls, which led to Kong traveling in various worlds. So far, he has never had a relationship. After arriving at Teyvat, Kong did not wake up Wang immediately but chose to travel alone. He wanted to find true love in this world. Before, he was with Wang, and this sister was really a hindrance to picking up girls. But what Kong did not expect was that he would meet Dainsreb during the trip, and then get involved with Kanraya 760. At first, Kong still admired Kanraya very much. But later, after knowing what those people did, Kong was also dumbfounded. Good guy, these people were directly involved with the Abyss, and tried to use the power of the Abyss to fight against the 7 gods in Sky Island. At that time, it was too late for Kong to withdraw. He should not have believed in Dainsreb's evil and got too deeply involved with Kanraya. After waking up Wang, he wanted to leave Teyvat but was directly stopped. Thinking of these things, Kong couldn't help but shed tears in the corners of his eyes. So why was he so unlucky? But now, after hearing Mu Yang say that he was interested in Wang, Kong was also dumbfounded. Aren't you afraid that she will turn all the women around you into lesbians? It's not that I like her, but I kind of lust after her body. Mu Yang did not hide his ambitions, and at the same time warned Kong that if you do something wrong, I will be rude to your sister. But what he received was Kong's gaze like a warrior, with respect, admiration, shock, and pity. Ah no, I said such words, shouldn't you as my brother fight with me? Why do you show such an expression? Take good care of her. Kong hesitated for a moment and then continued to add, as a reward, I will seal the information here. The Abyss cult will not disturb this place in the future. However, I don't know about the other people in the Abyss. Gods who do not belong to the Teyvat continent, I believe it is difficult for those people to refuse. After saying that, a space channel opened behind Kong and stepped into it. It was not until the space channel was closed that Keqing asked, "Aren't you going to catch the other party? Such a person is very dangerous. If it is not convenient to kill him, imprisonment is the best choice. I thought about killing him but finally gave up." Mu Yang shook his head slightly. Since he said he would keep it secret for us, then there will be no problem with the Pokémon here for the time being. After a pause, Mu Yang continued. There are many strong people in the Abyss. Perhaps in the eyes of some people, he is the prince of the Abyss, and he is a very difficult existence. But in the final analysis, he is now the vanguard of the Abyss. If he is still here, everything will be within the controllable range. But if he is gone, we will face a more powerful Abyss strongman. Mutuo nodded thoughtfully. Regarding the knowledge of the Abyss, Qian Meng also heard Zhongli talk about it. The Abyss is currently the enemy of the Teyvat continent and is a very difficult and powerful force. Since Mu Yang said so, they don't need to worry about it. Mu Yang turned his gaze to Luja. Luja seemed to be very good. But Mu Yang knew that the current Luja was just strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Luja, eat it. Mu Yang took out the senzu beans and threw them to Luja. He forgot to give them to Luja before. After all, the number of senzu beans is limited, and Mu Yang doesn't know if there will be special items like senzu beans again in the future. He needs to use them sparingly. One senzu bean can let Keqing accompany him well. If other people knew that Mu Yang used senzu beans for this matter, would they complain that Mu Yang wasted senzu beans? After all, senzu beans can save lives. Luja ate the senzu beans without hesitation. In just a moment, Luja felt that the deficit in his body was all made up at once, allowing it to restore its physical heyday. Except for the lack of the blessing of the previous god of the sea, its strength is no weaker than the gods of this world. This made Luja look at Mu Yang with resentment. You have such a good thing, how do you know not to take it out? This is senzu bean, a treasure from other worlds, even in my hands there are not many. Mu Yang turned his gaze to Mutuo. During this period of time, please pay more attention to this area. Although he made a promise, it is hard to guarantee that other Abyss forces will not set their sights on this place. Although Luja is powerful, it is still insufficient when facing those real strong men. I understand. Mutuo glanced at Luja, and it seemed that if it was really calculated, his strength was still a little behind Luja. I need to work harder to improve. On the other side, the long-lost heavy rain came to Arrow Village. Thank you so much, Funina. Look, these people are grateful to you. Nashida said to a certain Nina, pointing at the people of Arrow Village who were cheering in the distance. Funina's expression was a bit complicated. The people of Fontaine would not have such emotions. They simply did not understand the preciousness of rain. However, the Zumi people also have the curse of prophecy on their heads. If one day the prophecy is broken, then the people of Fontaine should also show such a smile, right? However, if I do this, will your position be exposed? As if she had thought of something, Funina asked worriedly. After all, it is almost impossible for a place like Arrow Village to rain. Now it is raining heavily because of me. If this matter spreads to the council of the church, they should know that you are in Arrow Village. If you are exposed at that time, it should have an impact on your future overthrow of the council of the church, right? No, Nashida shook her finger. When I asked you to make it rain, I had already made preparations to let the council of the church know that I was in Arrow Village. This is also to attract the attention of the council of the church and the doctor. Under normal circumstances, I will not directly expose my position at this time. For the doctor, this is an open conspiracy. Is that so? Funina scratched her head. I am indeed different from you, and I am not suitable for these twists and turns. Fortunately, it is not me who became a god, but you. The gap between me and you is too big. Then mention improve your strength. Nashida's expression was a little subtle. According to Mu Yang's words, only weak people need all kinds of calculations, and those with sufficient strength can only be calculated, not to calculate others. Just go and crush them. Hungry? Funina blinked her eyes. She didn't expect that Nashida, the god of wisdom, would say such a thing. Could it be that she agreed with Mu Yang's ideas? Nashida seemed to see Funina's thoughts, so she continued to explain. Although Mu Yang said that in the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are nothing, this sentence makes sense. He is also qualified to say such words, but neither you nor I have such absolute rights. Just like when facing the doctor, I still have to fight wits and courage with him. But with the doctor's ability, you should be able to see that there may be some calculations of yours, right? Funina scratched her head again. She felt that her CPU was about to explode. These things are really not suitable for her. Daughter can definitely see this problem. However, what I want is for her to see the problem. This is also an open plot. I am ready for an opponent like Daughter. Even if I play 1,000 moves with him, I may not be able to succeed. Fortunately, there are still many people in Zumi who recognize me. There are even more people who support me than those who support the church. But at the same time, those people are also hostages to the doctor. Now we all maintain a tacit understanding. He will not threaten me with the people of Zumi, and I will not directly overturn the table. Nashida said with a tangled look. However, their actions do make me very upset. It's cool, sooner or later they will pay the price. Nashida has learned a lot from Mu Yang and the others. That is, even if the Ice Queen wants to take away the heart of God, she must take it away with the tacit consent of the gods, just like Zumi. The doctor can take away the heart of God at any time, but the other party did not do so. It is obvious that he wants to make a deal with Nashida and get Nashida's tacit consent. As long as the doctor still wants to take away the heart of God, he must accept Nashida's request, and once he accepts Nashida's request, it will be the time for the doctor to die. Is that so? I am also very unhappy with that doctor. Funina also said indignantly. Funina could never forgive the guy who conducted various human experiments. She even suspected that the people of Fontaine had also been subjected to human experiments by the doctor. This was something Funina could not accept. Forget it, let's not talk about those annoying things. I'll invite you to have a meal in Aru village. Although the supplies here are not as rich as those in Fontaine, there are still many specialties. Nashida said softly. The doctor must be killed, so I let him go first. Okay, I don't know what Mu Yang is going to do. Let's eat something and wait for him. Funina did not refuse Nashida's invitation. They are good friends. However, before coming to Zumi, I actually forgot to bring delicious food to Nashida. This is a bit unqualified as a friend. Next time, I must bring some delicious cakes for Nashida. Please give me flowers. After saying goodbye to Mutwo and Luja, Mu Yang went straight to Wang. For Mu Yang, who had an intelligence network, it was not difficult to find Wang and Payman. However, when Mu Yang saw Wang lying dead in Bubalu, he was dumbfounded. Wang was actually injured, which was beyond Mu Yang's expectation. Mu Yang didn't know how strong Wang's physical strength was, but he was very clear about her resistance to beating. Ordinary demons couldn't kill Wang with a slap with all their strength, but now it seems that Wang was injured, which was beyond Xu Yang's expectation. Soon, Mu Yang guessed that it might be because of what Mutwo said before. Seeing Mu Yang coming, Wang and Payman were embarrassed. After all, they did mess up what Mu Yang arranged before because Wang was careless and almost released all the ruins guards. Fortunately, Mutwo existed. Sorry, I almost got into trouble. In the end, Wang apologized first. It seems that you understand what happened. Mu Yang took out his mobile phone and threw it to Wang. Wang took the phone suspiciously but still picked it up. However, when she saw the photo on the phone, her pupils couldn't help shrinking. Kong, do you know where he is? Wang looked at Mu Yang pitifully, trying to get an answer and the truth from Mu Yang. You should know that I have the means to travel through the world. I brought some Pokémon from the Pokémon world, but these Pokémon were encountered by your brother. Mu Yang snorted coldly. It can be imagined that if Luja hadn't appeared, some Pokémon would have been taken away by Kong. Wang motioned Mu Yang to continue. We have gods here, so it is naturally impossible for him to succeed, but I also used this to confirm his identity. Your brother joined the Abyss and became the Prince of the Abyss cult. What? He joined the Abyss cult and became the Prince of the Abyss? Wang looked at Paimong beside her. Why did Wang not even show any shock after knowing that Kong had joined the Abyss? As a princess and companion accompanying Paimong on his journey, it seemed understandable that her brother was arranged to be the Prince of the Abyss cult and the boss of the level. However, he actually fell into the Abyss, which is a bit troublesome. Then Wang frowned and thought again. Wang knew what kind of power the Abyss was. Even they did not dare to touch it easily when facing the power of the Abyss. As a result, Kong went to touch the power of the Abyss. Was this courting death? Based on her understanding of Kong, he probably had a 92-3 reason to do so. Thinking of this, Wang looked at Paimong on the side again. Could it be that because of Paimong or because of herself, Kong had to be a villain honestly so that he could live? Because of herself, her brother was threatened. Traveler, why are you looking at me like this? Paimong felt that his head was a little heavy, but he didn't know what was going on. Why did the traveler look at him like this? Her brother ran to the abyss and she was also in danger. It wasn't her who asked the traveler's brother to run to the abyss. No, nothing. Wang shook her head with a complicated look. Regardless of whether her guess was correct or not, Wang could see that Paimong, this guy, really didn't know anything. Alas, she couldn't do anything with Wang after all. Paimong was indeed her best friend at present. The journey continued. Wang looked at the mobile phone in her hand. Kong was injured. It's true that I can leave Teyvat, but I can't leave Teyvat at any time and I have to come back immediately after leaving. Mayang spread his hands helplessly and said, after all, this world has been closed to some extent. No matter what the other party told her the information about Kong, this was a way out for herself. In this case, isn't it very unfree? People in this world can't leave Teyvat at all. Wang frowned and asked. Hearing this, Wang's expression became subtle. For example, the power of the earth veins, it is very useful and even very powerful. There were countries that developed the power of the earth veins to strengthen themselves as a means of survival. Why not find a boyfriend if you want to recognize your father? That shouldn't be the case. I don't know. After all, you know that I have only been in Teyvat for 2 months. Mu Yang shrugged. In fact, I don't know much more than you do. That's my brother. Besides, he has mastered the ability of space transfer. If you want to kill him, you must seize the time and opportunity. Could it be that he had to call him father? Such a thing, Wang said that he absolutely could not accept it. But in the final analysis, it was those people who touched things that should not be touched. 2 months she has been awake for more than 2 months, but she knows far less than Mu Yang. He wasn't killed by you, Wang looked at Mu Yang with some uncertainty. It depends on how you look at this problem, 5.8. Then she asked Mayang curiously, but can't you leave Teyvat often? Why do you say it's difficult to leave Teyvat? Some things are considered imprisonment by some people, but isn't this protection? Mayang looked deep. The gods of Teyvat are gods of love. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscriptions. Mua, I love you. This, Wang was a little dumbfounded. She didn't expect Yang to say such words. Didn't I not kill him? Mu Yang touched his nose. Besides, he is also the prince of the abyss after all. Just this identity makes him relatively safe on the continent of Teyvat. You're welcome. We can also be considered friends, and there will be many opportunities for cooperation in the future. Mu Yang said softly again, it's not easy to leave Teyvat. After you finish traveling to other countries, you can come to Liu to settle down. I still welcome you here. You are not the Rock King, Wang looked at Mu Yang subtly. If she didn't know that Mu Yang was a traveler from outside the world like herself, and not the Rock King in Liu's legend, otherwise Wang would have suspected that Mu Yang was just a pseudonym of the Rock King. Since Wendy can open a pseudonym and pretend to be a bard, why can't the Rock King pretend to be Mu Yang and become a 7-star consultant? However, considering the relationship between Mu Yang and Keqing, the Rock King, who is the god of rock, would not fall in love with his subordinates. This kind of thing is impossible no matter how you look at it. Thank you. Although Wang had many things to complain about, she still thanked Xiang. He actually recognized the thief as his father. Wang's face darkened. If Kong really recognized a wild father in the abyss, then what was he? Even if he died, he could not be so shameless. She is just an ordinary honorary knight in Monde, while the other party is a 7-star consultant with a status above 7 stars. No matter what, I still want to thank you. Wang looked at Mu Yang with gratitude. She then had a target to look for. Brother, maybe in some aspects she was very overbearing, but if we look at the overall situation, from what I know, she did nothing wrong. Does this prove that she is actually a waste? No, Mu Yang shook his head slightly. I recognized him as your brother, so I didn't kill him. Hey, you really want to kill him? Wang was dumbfounded. As for the other party falling into the abyss, this problem will be solved later. Combined with what Mu Yang said before, it was clear that Kong should have been injured by Mu Yang. Although the current 7 gods hate the abyss, they are not ready to really go to war with the abyss. No one knows whether 10 abyss kings will appear after the death of an abyss prince, even though she once destroyed several countries. Isn't that great? But excessive use of the power of the earth veins will lead to disorder in the entire Teyvat continent system, and even affect the environment of the surrounding countries. Excessive use will also consume the energy of this planet. Do you think it is worthwhile to damage the interests of other countries because of the interests of a small country? Mu Yang said meaningfully. Is this the same as an island country on Earth releasing nuclear wastewater for its own selfishness, thus endangering the entire planet's human beings? Wang naturally understood what Mu Yang meant. She had also explored this aspect before. From a macro perspective, it seems that the gods of this Teyvat continent did nothing wrong. Compared to the whole, the interests of some humans do not seem to be very important. But those who were abandoned are a little too pathetic, aren't they? That is also a living life. But from the perspective of the ruler of this world, it seems that the other party did nothing wrong. In contrast, she and Kong are more like thieves who sneak into other people's homes. Thinking of this, Wang's heart became complicated. It can be calculated this way. Mu Yang nodded slightly to show his approval. By the way, Mu Yang, do you know Canria? After hesitating for a moment, Wang asked Mu Yang again. Because of some accidental coincidences, she already knew some things about Canria, and Kong might also be involved with this country. Canria? Mu Yang's expression also became complicated. I have never met Canria people, but I don't have a good impression of this country. This is a group of lunatics. Madmen, Wang looked at Mu Yang with doubts. I understand, thank you very much. Wang looked at Mu Yang gratefully. In order to find my brother, it is reasonable to establish good connections with the 7 countries and help them deal with the abyss cult. Looking for him. Why not? Wang sneered. After I find him, I will definitely make him pay the price. Wang showed a creepy smile on his face. Please give flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscription. Mua love you. A country without the rule of gods may not have big problems at the beginning, but with the expansion of ambitions, it is inevitable that there will be some ideas. Coupled with the slight influence of the abyss, This extreme country is indeed likely to become the fuse that destroys the continent of Teyvat. Oh, as a reward, as long as they cooperate with me to find my brother. Traveler, your smile is so scary. Payman looked at Wang cautiously. Why did she feel that Wang was going to do something very dangerous? As his strength improved, his woman was destined to have a strong body. Of course, if Wang wanted to go to the abyss to look for her brother, Payman would accompany her. Canraya has a ruler. They will do anything for their own power. At the same time, they want more power. They say that the human beings on Earth are under the brutal rule of the demon god, and they need to liberate the 7 countries. Although Wang's side is also a buy one get one free, there is also a Payman on the side, but no one knows when Payman will recover his original strength. This made Payman unable to make a decision for a while. Kong must know that he has revived, but he has not come to find him until now. I promised Funina to accompany her today, so I couldn't leave Funina in Zumi without caring about her, even though Nashida would take good care of Funina. Mu Yang would also think about whether his purification ability can solve the problem of wear and curse on Payman, and then give the other party a fairy bean to restore the other party to his heyday. It is indeed reasonable. Okay, when I see him, I will ridicule him. Wang's eyes became cold. Recover your injuries recently. The General Affairs Department will pay for the treatment. I think you should understand what this means. If it weren't for Mu Yang, I would probably have to spend a lot of effort to investigate these things. Since he wants me to travel well and look for him well, then it is normal for me to encounter some abyss monsters during my travels and get rid of them. After that, Mu Yang turned and left. Funina and Nashida were still waiting for him to go over, but the other party was the prince of the abyss cult in the abyss. Wang felt that even if she moved into Mu Yang's house, there wouldn't be much noise if she didn't get the news. Even Pokemon Kong had time to check, but he ignored his sister and let her live alone outside. Traveler, do we still need to look for your brother? Payman 247 scratched his head. They had been accompanying Wang to look for her brother before, but now they had information about Kong. As for Wang, this is just a backup, or silly Fufu is more cute and the national strength is real. Yeah, Mu Yang nodded slightly, looked at Wang for a while and then added, be careful when doing tasks in the future, don't be so rash. Watching Mu Yang's departure, Wang felt somewhat lost. And if the Abyss cult comes out to make trouble, I will stop them, which is also well-deserved, right? Well, do you need me to send you a photo of Kong? Mu Yang pointed to the photo of Kong's injury and asked softly. They named the ruins guards as tillers. I think you should understand what this means, right? Mu Yang looked at Wang deeply. They are just a bunch of naturally evil guys. Many of them have fallen into the abyss. You should know about the dark disaster 500 years ago, right? I heard a little from Wendy. Most of those abyss monsters were brought in by the Canraya people. They stole part of the power of the abyss. Do you think this country is still a good country? Wang was silent for a moment. She knew something about the dark disaster 500 years ago. If this is true, this country deserves to die no matter how you look at it. Humanity has a glorious side, but also a despicable side. As human beings, you, a kind of person, should understand it very well. Mu Yang still had a good impression of Wang. After all, she was also the main force that he had designated to bear the fire. Alas, this is human beings. Wang is a smart woman. She has roughly understood what Canraya meant at the beginning. What do you think I am in the way? There is no place for you in this family. When Mu Yang arrived at Zumi, Nashida and Funina were already eating. Neither of them was an ordinary person, especially Nashida. Now someone in Zumi should be able to recognize them. However, surprisingly, no one came to disturb the two when they were eating, which was obviously Nashida's credit. It seems that you have almost finished eating. Mu Yang sat next to Funina and greeted them. It seems that you have solved the problem, Nashida asked softly. Well, at least they won't attack Luja and the others for the time being. Mu Yang chuckled. We've given him a chance. If he comes to provoke us again next time, there's no need to hold back. If it were me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be the opponent. Nashida's eyes flickered slightly. I can't enter the world tree directly now. Of course, if I use the power of the heart of God, I should be able to go in. But I can also mobilize the power of the world tree to investigate some things. Neither you nor Wang are native creatures of Teyvat, and there is no record of you on the world tree. However, those creatures brought by you do have them, such as the nine-tailed fox. The world tree also records the existence of the nine-tailed fox, the one-tailed fox, and Luja. What makes me curious is that Wang's brother Kong seems to be different from you. As for the specific situation, I don't know either. This is not something I can get in touch with now. Seeing Nashida like this, Mu Yang's heart became subtle. It is already very precious that Nashida can do this. It is worthy of being the cub raised by himself. According to the original development law, even Nashida, who was completely integrated with the great Compassion Tree King, could only achieve this step. This is the difference between the Adventers and non-Adventers. However, the situation of the Traveler's brother is different. It is not something we can control for the time being. Mu Yang had also made a guess before that Kong might be the third Adventer, but the reason why Nashida could not think that the other party was the Adventer was that the other party might have died. The Heart of God was made based on the remains of the third Adventer. The food here in Zumi has a lot of spices. I don't know if you can get used to it, but I personally like it quite a bit. Of course, there is a high possibility that this guess is wrong, but there is a high possibility that the mysterious third Adventer is related to Wang and Kong. What is there to believe in such a useless god? Being abolished is the final destination of the little auspicious Grass King. On the other hand, just as Nashida thought, the news of the large-scale rainfall in Arrow Village soon spread to the Ministry of Education, especially the doctor. Not long ago, I secretly solved the Tanit tribe, and now the trade route from the south of Fontaine to the north of the Zumi Desert has been opened. Mu Yang chuckled and said, "She is indeed a heavy sweets lover. If there is a chance, I can take you to try them." Mu Yang has no intention of studying the truth in this regard for the time being. As long as his strength is sufficient, the truth will naturally appear when it should appear. Of course, I have never eaten many foods in Zumi. How could such a god like sweets? Daughter, now that the little auspicious Grass King has appeared, it is time for you to fulfill your promise and catch him. Azar said coldly to the doctor. The 1,000-layer puff pastry and patizala pudding are also delicious. I also like the rose milk paste and masala cheese balls. When he learned about this, a smile appeared on his face. Can't you hold it back? Ordinary Zumi people have all stood on Nashida's side, which is obviously a useless god. Wow, Nashida, you have done so many things. You are really amazing. Although it's not the first time I've come to Zumi, I haven't eaten well in Zumi. To be precise, because of Nashida's operation, the forces behind them have not had an easy life. Okay, let's continue eating. Then eat it all. After all, she is not a water god, but just a personality of the water god. However, under her influence, Fukero seems to like desserts recently. Now it is useless to be anxious. I originally wanted to take time to do a task, but it is said that the protagonist of the task is Sanbing. I am speechless. Is Sanbing so popular? It's really disgusting. Or can Sanbing attract the attention of some elementary school students? Wang can contact the 7 Days statue to obtain 7 elemental powers. Daughter's life has not been easy during this period. It is not difficult to understand that she likes desserts. You are really amazing. Even the world tree cannot record you. Fu Nina muttered, and then she picked up a piece of date palm honey and handed it to Mu Yang. Mu Yang, try it. This date palm honey tastes good. I plan to ask Fontaine to import more dates in the future. This thing is a good dessert to eat occasionally. If you have the opportunity to meet Beelzebub, you should be able to become friends who can talk about anything. Mu Yang took the date palm honey and took a bite. It's really good. He himself is also the kind of person who likes sweets. When he returns to Liu, he can also take some date palm honey to eat. Beelzebub, the god of thunder. It is said that he is a god who is very difficult to get along with. The desert is not completely blocked by the rainforest. It sounds delicious, Nashida. What should I do if I want to try it? But isn't Beelzebub considered an extremely dangerous and cruel god? Does it mean that she likes desserts? Funina was also shocked. If one day you go to Inazuma to travel and offend her and send her desserts, it won't be a big problem. But they didn't know that the other party had such a side. Funina and Nashida were all stunned. They only knew that General Lei Diane was a god with powerful martial arts and full of majesty. The doctor glanced at Azar with a mocking look, stupid guy. As a result, now it has received support. Even within the Order Institute, there are many people who support the little auspicious Grass King. I did promise before that if the little auspicious Grass King took action, I would take action against her. But the problem is that she didn't take action. Daughter looked at Azar with a playful tone and said, "What you should do is to deal with the supporters of the little auspicious Grass King instead of asking me for help. I can promise that as long as she takes action, I will take action against her." I don't know how this guy became the great sage of the Church Order Institute. No matter how you look at it, Azar has nothing to do with sages. This is the fallen Zumi. If it was the little auspicious Grass King who managed the country as the grass god at that time, would I leave Zumi? Oh, if that was the case, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the chance to leave Zumi and would be killed by the other party. After all, I did violate the Church Order Institute and even Zumi at that time. You, Azar looked at Daughter with a cold look. He wanted to say something, but after seeing Daughter's eyes, Azar chose to remain silent. At this time, Azar was indeed a little panicked. It is conceivable that once the little auspicious grass king conquers Zumi City, what kind of liquidation will happen to these people? After all, Nashida has already stated that she does not recognize the actions of the Zumi church in the past 500 years, which means that the sages, great sages, and people of the church in the past 500 years will be liquidated. This is something that people like Azar cannot accept. After all, these people, and even the entire family, will be liquidated, and everything their family has obtained through the power of the church will be spit out with interest. As for the ordinary people of Zumi, they naturally will not support the church. In this era, it is very difficult to join the church, especially to become a senior official of the church. It is not just about having enough knowledge. Academic fraud has long been a common thing in Zumi. Many times, what you have worked hard to research is criticized. It is useless, and then it is used by some high-ranking officials of the order of the church and named after them. These are all common things. Ordinary people naturally cannot support the order of the church and even hope that the current order of the church will fall. It would be even better if the little auspicious grass king can come out to rectify the chaos. The little auspicious grass king can solve the problems of the demon scale disease and the dead zone, but what can the order of the church do? CBDF, what they can do, the little auspicious grass king can solve, and what they can't do, the unlucky grass king can also do. If they lose the support of the Fadui at this time, Azar knows that all of them will be finished. Finally, Azar forced himself to suppress his anger and said hoarsely, "Daughter, aren't you afraid that what you Fadui did in Zumi will be exposed? At that time, you Fadui will be targeted by all countries and all gods." The doctor glanced at Azar, but just this one glance made him feel the pressure like the abyss. At this time, Azar felt that he was probably nothing in front of daughter, just like an ant. This made Azar terrified and excited at the same time. It was this power that Azar knew the information about daughter very well. At the beginning, Duatol was just a weak human like them. Now, through various experiments, he has gained immortality and terrifying power. Such power may be even inferior to that little auspicious grass king, if I can become a god. Thinking of this, Azar became fanatical. Do you really think that the other 7 gods don't know my behavior? Duatol looked at Azar with disdain. The only value of your life now is to serve as a chess piece in the game between me and the little auspicious grass king. If you don't want to die too ugly, of course I can also control you directly. Azar looked at Duatol in anger. He didn't know how many years it had been since he heard anyone dare to talk to him like this. He was just a chess piece in the game between Duatol and the little auspicious grass king. Just feeling Duatol's increasingly terrifying aura, Azar looked at Duatol deeply, turned around and chose to leave. He needs strength and needs to become stronger. He wants daughter and the fake grass god to pay the price. Looking at Azar's departing back, daughter's face also showed a mocking look. Azar before was not even qualified to be his test subject. Now it's a little better. I hope this guy Azar can play the role of a chess piece well, otherwise he will have to use other forces. As for Aru Village, daughter doesn't care. Since Nashida is exposed, it may not be so important to the little auspicious grass king, or the little auspicious grass king thinks they can't do anything to Aru Village. This is just a feint to the east and attack in the west. He is curious about the purpose of the little auspicious grass king's next move. Many forces in the desert may have been swept away by the little auspicious grass king. Daughter is also a little curious whether she will directly attack the church of Zumi City or other places. However, I have already started preparing gifts for the little auspicious grass king. I just don't know if you, the god of wisdom, can bear it. Sparkling fruit, a secret treasure from the world of navigation that can give people special powers, but also cursed by some special powers. Original price 30,000 points, 50% discount for a limited time, current price 15,000 points. Universal capsule production technology, black technology from the Dragon Ball world. Original price 50,000 points. 40% discount for a limited time, current price 20,000 points. Wave Messenger, the magic king from the world of the light messenger, needs to be summoned to fight on a vast surface of water. Original price 35,000 points, 30% discount for a limited time, current price 10,500 points. Mu Yang, who was drinking tea with Zhongli at Sanwen Buguo port, saw the products in the limited time discount area, and his heart was mixed. The products that appeared this time cannot be said to be bad. Anyway, Mu Yang feels that they are still quite good. If he had just arrived at the Teyvat continent, he could improve his strength faster. But now, it seems that's it. Is it just that the Wave Messenger is more expensive than the original price of the sparkling fruit? Mu Yang knows both the Twinkle Twinkle fruit and the Wave Messenger. They are all his childhood memories. Mu Yang knows the ability of the Twinkle Twinkle fruit very well. not because of the performance of Kizaru in One Piece, but mainly because in those novels, those protagonists can defeat the world in seconds after getting the Twinkle Twinkle fruit. Mu Yang also thinks that the Twinkle Twinkle fruit is very powerful, and the Wave Messenger seems to be very powerful. However, Mu Yang soon felt relieved. The Twinkle Twinkle fruit is very powerful, but it is not invincible on the continent of Teyvat. Since the armed color domineering can hurt the user of the Twinkle Twinkle fruit, the elemental power must be able to do this. At the same time, the rumor that the natural devil fruit is the strongest has long been broken. The ability of the devil fruit also needs to be developed, and the Wave Messenger can be used directly. Of course, whether it is the Twinkle Twinkle fruit or the Wave Messenger, Mu Yang has no intention of buying it. Funina. At Mayang is this Wave Messenger useful? Mayang not bad, right, but it seems that it is not as good as the Thunder King in Liu. Of course, it is also a good fighting force in the current Teyvat continent. But then again, you should not have many points now, right? Funina, I don't have points, don't I still have Violet? I think Violet will not refuse. Violet. I don't mind buying this Wave Messenger, but I am worried that after buying it directly, this Wave Messenger will be directly bound to me. This thing is useless to me. As a top-level fighter, Violet doesn't mind a score of 10,000 or 20,000. If he completes a mission, he can get more than 10,000 points. Funina. Then how about giving Clorin the opportunity to control the Wave Messenger? If Clorin's strength surpasses the Wave Messenger in the future, then find a way to give it to someone else. Clorin, me. But can I? In Clorin's mind, even if she wants to buy the Wave Messenger, it should be Funina who buys it. Violet and Fucaros don't need it. Although Funina's strength is above theirs, she has not reached the level of a demon god. The appearance of a Wave Messenger should also be able to play a role. Funina, why not? In Funina's view, the Wave Messenger must be obtained by Fontaine, where else has more water resources than Fontaine. Zumi and Monde may not be able to afford the Wave Messenger. Even if they can afford it, they can't use precious resources on the Wave Messenger. As for Liu, they have already received so many benefits, do they want to snatch the Wave Messenger from them? Funina herself doesn't care much about the Wave Messenger, she can open Susanoo by herself. She will focus on opening the Samsara Eye in the future. Through the guild's strengthening function, Funina can use it to improve the strength of her eyes, but she wants to develop the Samsara Eye herself. Mu Yang, Clorinde, you can buy this Wave Messenger. For Fontaine, this is also an opportunity to grow. In Mu Yang's view, whether the Wave Messenger enters Fontaine or goes to other countries, there is no problem, as long as it is not to the Abyss or the Kingdom of Winter. No one who can enter the guild makes Mu Yang feel uncomfortable. Wendy, at Mayang is the shining fruit useful? Mayang, it should be pretty good, but it should not have any effect on you, but it is still quite useful for beings below the god level. In the world where it originally existed, people who ate the devil fruit would be afraid of sea water. But in my opinion, the sea water there is different from the sea water in our world. At least it has a special factor. Wendy, hey, I want to buy the shining fruit and make a deal with Master Diluc. Diluc, Euless. Wendy, how about exchanging the shining fruit for unlimited drinking of the angel's gift? Master Diluc should be in great need of strength, right? At this moment, who can't see that Wendy wants to cultivate Diluc and is willing to take out his own points? But considering the current situation in Monde, it seems that Wendy really doesn't have many people to choose from. Please give me flowers. Eula Diluc, these are also the few people who can enter the guild. Logically speaking, there should be quite a few people in Mondstadt who have a good relationship with Mu Yang. Let alone others. When Jean was in Liu, she had a good relationship with Mu Yang, and Barbara and Klee were taken care of in Liu. In Liu, not just anyone can be taught by the immortals. Not to mention that Klee is not from Liu. Of course, Wendy and the others also know that the reason why Jean has not joined is that Mu Yang is worried about Jean's personality. It is understandable for guild members to use the power of the guild to strengthen themselves and enhance the foundation of their own country. But according to Jean's personality, it is very likely that she will use the resources of the guild to support Mondstadt people without limit. With the passage of time, the benefits of the guild are increasing. Even many things, Mu Yang directly shared them for free in order to let everyone improve their strength as soon as possible. Relatively speaking, Diluc and Eula's personalities are much better. Moreover, there are many things in Mondstadt recently, and Jean has no time to join the guild. Diluc. So, at this time, Diluc would be lying if he said he was not touched. He knew that Wen Tong wanted to give him the shining fruit on purpose. After all, if Wendy wanted to drink, could he not give it to her? Is it to express apology or for investment? This wind god of his own doesn't seem very reliable, but he cares for his people in his own way. I will use this power to protect Mondstadt. Wendy. Oh, just say whether to trade or not. Diluc trade, why shouldn't I trade? For me this is a sure win. Mu Yang, in that case, I will directly purchase the technology of the universal capsule. Unfortunately, we don't have many scientists. If there is a chance, I will find a few from other worlds. The specials were quickly divided up by all parties. Mu Yang looked at the thick stack of information and had a headache. Sure enough, he was not good at these things. The universal capsule technology was far more complicated than he had imagined. However, this was understandable. Even in the world of Dragon Ball, where black technology exploded, the universal capsule technology was enough to make Bulma's family the richest. It was a magical world. The Goku family, who had saved the Earth countless times, still had to worry about money in the end. No one else could do that. They could be virtuous, but you couldn't just show no appreciation. Forget it, let's leave these things to Huyun AI. After hesitating for a moment, Mu Yang finally placed his hope on Huyun AI. Is it the little girl 830 you brought from another world? Zhongli nodded thoughtfully. Although she has never been exposed to alchemy before, she learns very quickly. If she has a famous teacher to guide her, she may become an excellent and powerful alchemist in the future. I had set my sights on Albedo before. However, it is not difficult to persuade the child made of gold. Moreover, I am not sure whether Albedo has a hidden hand left by gold. Mu Yang remembered that before crossing over, it seemed that even Durin was going to be whitewashed. But Mu Yang said that he could not accept such a thing. If Durin was whitewashed, then who would Teyvat tell about his 500 years of pain? And if Raiden really wanted to be whitewashed, then what about those who died in the dark disaster 500 years ago? They should not have been created in the first place, and they should have been killed when they came to the continent of Teyvat. This is what Mu Yang thought. Zhongli nodded thoughtfully. Even he was not particularly good at alchemy. As for the problem with Albedo, he also had some guesses. He didn't know why Barbados was so bold that he would tolerate such a person to stay in Monde. Of course, if we don't count the uncertainty of Albedo, it would be a good choice to let Albedo stay in Monde. After all, Barbados fell asleep before, Monde lacked high-level combat power, and Albedo was obviously a good choice. The Dust Song Pot is a bit insufficient, and the Universal Capsule technology is a good choice. When the time comes, let Ko Meng and Ligun Jifeng Zhenjun also try to study it. I just don't know if they have studied these things. In fact, the best choice is Nashida. If it weren't for giving Nashida a chance to prove herself, Tianzai Tree King is actually not bad. It seems that his plan has to be carried out quickly. Otherwise, it is hard to guarantee that no one will have opinions about Li Yue. For a while, Mu Yang should not have any ideas. Since the two sides are cooperating, they must learn to share soup with Zumi. In fact, the other party's help to Liu is also huge. Not only did it bring a large number of strong people to Liu, but it also solved the problem of the demon god's resentment in Giliyuan, which greatly changed the pattern of Liu. This will affect the current atmosphere of Liu. In the guild, Mu Yang is the president and his superior. Well, it's just that I can't wait. You can arrange Keqing to come out and then let Keqing speak, saying what the Rock King Emperor Morax meant. Zhongli said with deep eyes. If Liu continues to be chaotic now, it will cause more turmoil. The next hidden dangers can be cleared slowly in the future. But as time goes by and more gods will enter the guild in the future, it will become necessary to change the mode of cooperation. I understand what you mean. I also don't like those who are engaged in academic research and are not down to earth. It's that the country's philosophy is different. It's a good choice to let Liu people go to Zumi to study in the future. Zhongli was silent again. Resurrect the great Compassion Tree King. It's unrealistic to want to build the largest academy in Liu, even if we take out the knowledge of other worlds. Liu people are more suitable for doing things down to earth. I don't want Liu to become a country full of scholars. Isn't the original time half a month later? Mu Yang frowned. He didn't feel that the time was too urgent. Those monsters and ghosts also jumped out one by one. After all, some things will continue even if Morax doesn't say it. That is to say, Liu is responsible for basic education. If they want to continue their studies, they can go to Zumi. For those with excellent grades, we can help them get the opportunity to study in the teaching academy. Mu Yang didn't think much about it. After all, there is still a shortage of manpower. Of course, his plan also has hidden dangers. The most suitable position for Mu Yang is in the sky. I heard from Mutewo that the Pokemon world actually has space folding technology. Maybe he can solve the problem in this regard. Zhongli took a sip of tea. The ceremony of inviting the immortals will be held in 3 days. It is time for Liu to say goodbye to the past. At least as the president, Mu Yang should not be partial. He was naturally looking forward to it, but according to Zhongli's understanding of Mu Yang's ISB, he might also be greedy for the body of the great compassion tree king. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscription. Mua, I love you, but Li Yue is his subordinate. This mode of cooperation cannot be maintained. I arranged Mu Yang to be a 7-star consultant before, and his status is even higher than that of the 7-star. This is also a mutual benefit. The other party helped me build Liu, and I protected the other party's growth and let the other party safely pass the period of weakness. What I mean is to promote basic education. There is one thing that Zhongli didn't say. You built the academy in Liu, so what will Zumi do in the future? He was just worried that there was not enough time. Would the Fadui be busy? This time, Zhongli also became interested. It's true that technology and knowledge are very important to a country, but there are too many internal problems. It has always been said that the noble forces in Mondstadt and Inazuma are huge. In fact, Liu is no worse. It's just that because of Morax, these forces are very good at hiding themselves. It's not an exaggeration to describe them as aristocratic families. I plan to build the largest academy in Teyvat in the future Giliyuan. Suddenly, Mu Yang said out of the blue, "That's what Zumi should do." Zhongli shook his head slightly. It's not that we don't know the importance of knowledge. It can be said that up to now, Mu Yang no longer owes me anything. Nasido is going to cry. A lot of troubles can be handed over to Dasai Tree King to solve. Mu Yang sighed. It is very troublesome and difficult to break the current situation in Liu. It may even affect the whole body. However, if you want to develop Liu on a large scale, it is very important to teach some basic knowledge. For example, in mathematics and literature, at least everyone should be able to recognize characters, know how to count, learn various laws and regulations, and understand what is going on when seeing the notices issued by Liu, instead of needing others to tell them. After all, there are still many remote places in Liu where there are not many people, and the Liu authorities cannot inform every household of the information. At most, they can just post a notice and that's it. In this case, literacy is very important. If you encounter bad people and misinterpret the content of the notice, it will be very troublesome. Zhongli nodded thoughtfully. Is it similar to the work of the academy? It seems that you want to promote the academy to the whole of Liu, but the consumption is not low. 21. Those families with poor conditions would rather let the children do some hard labor and don't want them to go to school. The saying, "little boy, starve me to death," is not groundless. So free education, compulsory education, is very important. I believe that there are many families who want their children to change their fate through knowledge. In the minds of countless people, gaining knowledge and then entering the General Affairs Department and other official institutions of Liu to work. No matter in which world, taking the civil service exam is the dream of countless people. Mu Yang's eyes became deeper. At the same time, things like salt-making technology should be promoted. Aren't those guys in Yinyuan Hall relying on the monopoly of knowledge and technology to do whatever they want? Zhongli nodded slightly. A good idea. You can slowly reform it yourself later. I can't control it. You're back. When Mu Yang returned home, Keqing was handling official business, and Shen He was practicing cross-legged, obviously refining something. On the contrary, Shen Li Linghua's face was full of worry. Seeing Mu Yang coming, Shen Li Linghua also showed a look of embarrassment. My brother." Kamisato Yaka blinked her eyes. Her brother is very good. Although he is not very reliable in some aspects, he is still very good in most things. During this period, Shen Li Linghua has been living in Mu Yang's house and has become Keqing's VIP. It is really easy for Yi Shinko and Kamisato Yato to promote the development of certain things without Kamisato Ayaka knowing. Well, it's your brother. He still values you very much. And Kamisato Ayaka herself has no wariness of either of them. She just suspects that Mu Yang will directly use force to open Inazuma for cheap labor, and this forced lightning will solve the lockdown order. Perhaps they want to capture me back. It's not impossible. Of course, the other party may also overestimate the traveler's combat power. After all, the debut is an existence that can play against the magic dragon. Such an existence is a strong person no matter how you look at it. Your leaving Inazuma is absolutely legal and compliant, and even the lockdown order cannot affect you. Mu Yang looked in the direction of Inazuma. Your General Raiden looks very cold, but he attaches great importance to feelings. After all, the Rock King Emperor is fine, and Mu Yang's strength may be above that of a god. No matter how you look at it, Inazuma has no chance of winning. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscription, Mu. I love you. As long as Yi God does not tear Inazuma apart, under normal circumstances, General Raiden can tolerate whatever she does. and she also trusts the friendship between the two sides. If the Kanjo Bugio and Tenryo Bugio really want to take action against your family, General Raiden must come to judge your family. In the original plot, Kamisato Ayaka did a lot of things to take advantage of the traveler that may be really judging others by oneself, thinking that the other party can do those things. You don't think that after such a long time, he really doesn't have any clues or evidence on his hands, right? Lei Dianying probably did this to give the eightfold godson the power to protect himself. After a few days of getting along, Mu Yang can almost be sure that Kamisato Ayaka is really not a scheming woman, but she is very easy to be used. Kamisato Ayaka was silent. Her family was the magistrate of the community. More than a decade ago, their parents did not do one thing well, which led to the Kamisato family being implicated. Do you think that Inazuma is like this? Do they dare to let your brother meet General Raiden? Mu Yang reminded with a smile. No matter how you look at it, this matter is the trouble caused by the Kanjo Bugio and Tenryo Bugio. It's just that he doesn't dare to gamble. However, Kamisato Ayaka may think so, just wanting to ask for help from the traveler, but behind her there is a centuries-old old fox and a brother full of cunning. But since this matter has been defined by Yi God, it cannot be implicated to the Kamisato family. Besides, you were arranged to go abroad by Yi God, so they naturally cannot come to arrest you. I just hope that Liu will not be too ugly at that time. Being able to give the heart of God to Yi God, it can also be seen that the movie cares about the 8-army God. This is also a mutually beneficial thing. There are messengers from Inazuma coming to Liu. Kamisato Ayaka said with a subtle look, "This is what Lord Yi Gongxi told me. I don't know what their purpose is." As for whether Inazuma will solve the lockdown order, Shenli Linghua has no doubts now. Now it is even more difficult for the Kanjo Bugio and Tenryo Bugio to take action against themselves. What's wrong? Mu Yang nodded to Keqing and Shenhe, and then walked towards Shenli Linghua to ask. Mu Yang is very suspicious that the current strength of the eightfold godson is probably not inferior to the three-eyed five-manifested immortal, and he can also use part of the power of the heart of God. Capture you? Mu Yang looked at Kamisato Ayaka with a subtle look. You are Princess Bai Lu, you don't really think that your brother is a good man like you, right? Under normal circumstances, the current situation in Teyvat continent cannot allow a fox to grow so fast in 500 years. Keqing needs a lot of labor, and Shenli Linghua also hopes that a lot of labor in Inazuma can be used to solve the living problems of Inazuma people after the lifting of the lockdown order. It can be imagined that the current Yi Godson is really strong. In Inazuma, except for Lei Yingying and General Raiden, no one can be the opponent of Yi Godson. Is that so? Kamisato Ayaka nodded thoughtfully. Sure enough, General Raiden is not without feelings. In fact, the general is very sentimental. As for why there is a new messenger in your Inazuma, I don't know, but I think it has something to do with Yi Godson. Mu Yang's eyes were vaguely on the amulet on Kamisato Ayaka's waist. It is said that Kamisato Ayaka has been carrying the amulet wherever she goes recently. This trick of Yi Godson is really useful. If you can also make amulets, you must make more, one for Keqing, one for Shen, one for Ningguang, one for Eula, one for Qin, one for Funina, Walnut. Walnut is crossed out. If Zhongli sees the amulet, he will definitely fight with him. After all, it is at the level of his own daughter. If I tell them that I have blessed these amulets, I should wear them when I take a bath, which can improve my strength. Especially when I take a bath, I can get more divine power. Without knowing, Mu Yang believes that no one will refuse such a way to gain strength. Is that so? Could it be that I made a mistake and want to make up for the relationship between Liu and Inazuma? Kamisato Ayaka looked at Mu Yang expectantly as if she had thought of something. Sure enough, he was a political rookie. Mu Yang sighed silently in his heart. Kamisato Ayaka was really good at protecting Kamisato Ayaka. Unless the Yi God has purged Inazuma or General Raiden knows the truth, he will not send an envoy to repair the relationship with Liu. Mu Yang then looked at Kamisato Ayaka curiously and asked, "But by the way, how did you know that Inazuma was going to send an envoy to Liu? Did the Yi God tell you?" But if it was the Yi God, it is impossible that he did not know the truth. Kamisato Ayaka's face turned pale. Are they coming to cause a conflict with Liu? To be honest, Kamisato Ayaka was indeed panicked at this time. No one knows the nature of those people in Inazuma better than Kamisato Ayaka, who was born in the Kamisato family. My general is invincible in the world. Wuxiang's sword is unsolvable. What Rock King Emperor, what Wind God Barbados in the eyes of General Raiden in front of him, it was just a matter of a knife. The other 7 gods were nothing more than dead bones in the family, not worth mentioning. Kamisato Ayaka grew up under such words since she was a child. Fortunately, she had a son of the eightfold god to teach her. Kamisato Ayaka knew that General Thunder was not so invincible. At least the Rock King of Liu was slightly stronger than General Thunder. And according to the speculation of the son of the Eightfold God, Mu Yang's strength was not weaker than General Thunder, and even stronger. This made Kamisato Ayaka a little unbearable. There are two big guys in Liu. If those people really come to provoke Liu, Liu will beat Inazuma badly, right? I heard the news from Feng Yuan Manai. The Feng Yuan family used to be our family's retainers. Before my father died, he also felt guilty for not protecting the Feng Yuan family. Not long ago, because of the Eye of God, he was wanted by the Inazuma shogunate and was sent out of Inazuma by me. I didn't expect him to come to the ship of the Southern Cross Fleet of Liu. He knew I was in Liu, so he asked someone to tell me about this. Kamisato Ayaka said with a worried look on her face. Kamisato Ayaka felt guilty for not protecting the Kidahara family and forcing Kid Manai to flee Inazuma. Inazuma must solve the problem as soon as possible. Otherwise, all the people in Inazuma will be persecuted. Is that so? It seems that this matter is not a secret in Inazuma. Mu Yang nodded slightly. Don't worry, it's okay. If there is a problem, the Eightfold God will definitely stop it. She should also know that Liu is not a place that Inazuma can provoke at will. Perhaps all this is the layout and calculation of the Eightfold God. Kamisato Ayaka nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, she seemed to have forgotten about the Eightfold Son of God. It's impossible that she didn't even notice this matter, right? She seemed to still be thinking about the past. The Eightfold Son of God was the follower of General Raiden. By the way, when will those guys arrive in Liu? At this time, Keqing also put down her work at hand and asked Kamisato Ayaka. Keqing had no feelings for Inazuma, but she didn't have much feelings for Kamisato Ayaka and Inazuma's cheap labor. To be honest, Keqing was hoping that Inazuma would come to her at this time. Liu's troubles. By then, Liu will be in a good position and can completely cut off a layer of skin from Inazuma. She believes that Ningguang can definitely make Inazuma bleed hard. At that time, the wages for Inazuma's labor can be lower. If you want to blame someone, blame your shogunate. Make a fuss, make a fuss. It would be best if you can directly lead the human army to attack Liu. At that time, everyone can also see the strength of Liu. About 3 days later. 3 days later, the ceremony of inviting the immortals is also 3 days later, which is interesting. Mu Yang said with his arms folded and full of playfulness. If those rats of Inazuma knew that Emperor Yanwang was actually fine, I don't know how scared they would be. What? The immortal ceremony is in 3 days, not next month? Keqing was dumbfounded. Did she remember the wrong time? Due to Mu Yang, could it be that she was knocked unconscious for at least 10 days? She lost her memory for more than 10 days. Morax deliberately arranged it, and it seems that he wants to do something Wang Dezhao. Besides, Liu is in chaos enough. You see, even Inazuma wants to ride on Liu's head. Mu Yang snorted lightly. Besides, Ningguang is in charge of the immortal ceremony this time. Whether you are there or not will not have much impact. Just tell everyone about it when you go to work tomorrow. Can I go to work? Keqing's face was happy. Although she can work at home recently, she calmed down to plan her return to Liyuan. But not being able to go to work always makes Keqing feel wrong. Well, when the time comes, you just need to tell those people about the immortal ceremony. As for other people who come to test your situation with Morax, you just need to say that you didn't see Morax, and that I found Master Liyun Jifeng to save you. Understood. How have you been in Liu recently? In a small house not far from Mu Yang's house, Mu Yang found Huyuan Ai who was reading a basic alchemy book. Huyuan Ai saw Mu Yang greet him and said, "Many things here are new experiences for me. Although there are no familiar people here, I can start a new life. As for friends, it's not that there are none." When Huyuan Ai thought of Klee, who lived next door, she felt a little subtle. She didn't know how to complain that she could play with bombs at such a young age. Aren't they afraid that Klee will blow up the whole Liu? However, Klee's alchemy is very powerful. There were several times when Huyuan Ai asked Klee for alchemy, and she could teach her a lot. The other party really regarded her as a friend, but Klee wanted to teach her how to make bombs, which made Huyuan Ai a little helpless. That's good, isn't it? Mu Yang chuckled. If you have any difficulties, you can come to me, or go to Keqing, Ningguang, or go to the Hall of Rebirth to find Hu Tao 467. They all don't refuse to help. Thank you. Huyuan Ai hesitated for a moment and asked again. Is there any technology to resurrect people on the continent of Teyvat? Want to resurrect your sister? Mu Yang understood. At present, I don't know the technology to resurrect people. If people can be resurrected, those gods would have resurrected the gods they care about long ago. After all, countless gods have fallen in this world. Huyuan Ai was silent when he heard this. If there was such technology, I'm afraid they would also look for ways to resurrect and save gods. It's impossible to use it on his sister. Work hard, at least we are also looking for a way to resurrect. Seeing Huyun Ai who was sad again, Mu Yang also comforted her softly. If we find a way in the future, we can help you resurrect your sister. Of course, you have to show your value. After all, we can't help you unconditionally, right? Mu Yang admitted that Huyun Ai was very cute. When he was a child, he even supported Conan and AI. But when he grew up, what Conan and AI supporter Zio AI is obviously my wife. Of course, it is impossible for me to help Huyun AI unconditionally to revive her sister. With this condition, why not revive others? Value. Huyun AI nodded in understanding and did not think that Mu Yang's behavior of clearly marking the price was a bit despicable. Instead, he felt that Mu Yang's doing so seemed to be justified. In the final analysis, Mu Yang seemed to have never owed himself, but he owed the other party. If the other party hadn't saved himself, I'm afraid he would have forgotten where the heir was. I understand. I will study and research hard. Huyun AI showed a firm look on his face. Well, after a while, I can send you to Zumi to study. That is the kingdom of knowledge and the kingdom of the god of wisdom. Maybe you can learn more useful knowledge there. As if she had thought of something, she comforted Huihara AI. This sentence became an investment for Mu Yang in Huihara Ai's ears. She knew that the only useful thing about her to Mu Yang was probably her smart brain. But if you really count it, her brain may not be useful in many worlds. What's more, there is a god of wisdom on the continent of Teyvat, so my ability is probably not worth mentioning. But the other party is willing to invest in me, which is definitely a good thing for me. As for the Aptex 4869 that she was proud of before, it's poison and I should be ashamed of it. However, if it is really a drug for rejuvenation, it may be a good thing. It's just that for people like Mu Yang, the so-called rejuvenation has no effect. The other party is a god. By the way, take a look at this. Then, Mu Yang took out the document of the universal capsule technology and handed it to Huyun AI. Can you understand this thing? Huyun AI took the document and read it carefully. Even when she saw this document, she was stunned. Although she herself is also a super genius and has studied physics, she has also helped Dr. Agasa with research before. Just seeing this universal capsule technology, Huyun AI felt that it was really embarrassing for herself. Sorry, this is not suitable for my major. If Dr. Agasa is here, maybe he can help. After a long time, Huyun AI gave up the idea of continuing to read the content. Besides, even if it is Dr. Agasa, even if he wants to make this so-called universal capsule, he can't do it without this technology in a few years. Is that so? Mu Yang nodded thoughtfully. It seems that Huyun AI really can't research the universal capsule. However, this is also within Mu Yang's acceptable range. It's not suitable for my major, and Huyun AI is just an 18-year-old girl. I'll let others do some research later. Mu Yang can only hope for Keomeng, Ligun Jifeng Zhenjun and Nashida now. Oh, by the way, there is also the future Dasai tree and the movie. Thinking of Yingbao, Mu Yang decided to go to Inazuma as soon as possible. Actually, I can learn. Seeing that Mu Yang seemed a little disappointed, Huyun AI said quickly. If she disappoints the person in front of her, she will receive less investment or even be abandoned, which is unacceptable to AI Huyun. Indeed, even without Mu Yang's investment, she can live well on the continent of Teyvat in the future. She believes that as long as she becomes a teacher, no one will refuse her. Putting these aside, she has a lot of drug formulas in her mind. In the previous world, those formulas may not be useful. But in this world, they are of great value. AI Huyun believes that Mu Yang and others will not refuse the most basic cold medicine and antipyretic medicine. She can even become a rich person through this. But this is not what AI Huyun needs. She wants to show her value. No need, your talent is not here but in other aspects. Alchemy is quite suitable for you. As for this thing, it is not very helpful to you. Mu Yang shook his head slightly. He believes that Nashida's ability is just a universal capsule. Isn't this just rubbing it with your hands? Yuheng Star Keqing is back, and the ceremony of inviting immortals will start in advance. This made those who had set their sights on Yuheng Star hesitate for a moment. Didn't they say that Keqing's heart was shattered? The Fadui vowed that Keqing would not survive. As a result, she is back alive and kicking now, but considering that the one who saved Keqing was the legendary true Lord Li Unjifeng. This is understandable. After all, in Liu, the worship of immortals is not very strong. They can only sigh that Keqing is so lucky to know immortals. However, speaking of this, shouldn't the immortals be very dissatisfied with Keqing? You know, the other party is a traitor to the Emperor of Rock King. Because the ceremony of inviting immortals is about to be held, those who originally had some small thoughts have temporarily stopped their actions at this moment. At least those who have thoughts about Yuheng Star have begun to stop their actions. Even if there is action, it will not start until after the invitation ceremony. Of course, it is also possible that it will be done during the invitation ceremony. One day before the invitation ceremony, Mu Yang was eating at Wanmin Hall with Shen Li Ling Hua and Shen He. Two young men came not far from Mu Yang, hesitant, but did not dare to come forward to say hello. Seeing the two, Mu Yang's expression was also stunned. He was not unfamiliar with these two people, especially the boy who looked like a girl. Ning Guang had introduced him before. I didn't expect to see these two people while eating. Mu Yang's eyes involuntarily glanced at Shen He, who was eating on the side. Now the evil spirit has been solved by Mu Yang. Although it will accumulate from time to time, as long as she is by Mu Yang's side. She doesn't need to worry about the problem of evil spirit, just purify it at will. Pure sirloin can be poisoned in that way. Why can't Yang help Shen He to detoxify it at that time? Therefore, Shen He can eat whatever he wants now. However, compared to people like Mu Yang who like to eat meat, most of Shen He's food is vegetarian. This is also what makes Keqing extremely resentful. Why can Shen He still have such an explosive figure even though he eats so little and is all vegetarian? Xingqiu and Changyun. Mu Yang quickly recognized the identities of the two. Considering Chang's hesitant look and his relationship with Shen He, Mu Yang knew about them. He touched Shen He, who was eating beside him, with his elbow. I came to find you. Looking for me? Shen He looked confused. She didn't have many familiar people in Liu, and they were basically all people in the guild. Apart from that, it seems that she has never come into contact with ordinary people. I think it's yours. Oh, by the way, that boy and you are from the same family. If you really want to count, you are his aunt. Mu Yang pointed at Changyun and said, Aunt? Shen He frowned directly. He didn't care about the so-called family and the so-called family affection. She naturally knew that she still had relatives in this world, but they were only blood relatives. Her relatives were only her master, Ligun Jifeng Zhenjun, and her senior sister Ganyu, who had always taken good care of her since she came to Liu Port. Now there were Mayang and Keqing. Shen He had no connection with the family, let alone any feelings. Of course, the other party came to Shen He. It should not be because of her identity as a disciple of the immortal. Yeah, Mu Yang nodded slightly. What do you think of the current situation in Liu? Not to mention others, Wang and Pei Meng will also be considered for addition in the future. As for blood relatives, Shen He said that she didn't care at all. You are Xingqiu from Feiyun Chamber of Commerce. Mu Yang turned his gaze to Xingqiu on the side. Mu Yang was not interested in whether Shen He wanted to recognize his nephew. Please give flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscription. Mu duh, I love you one. No, you know a lot. Xiang looked at Wang Qiu meaningfully. In fact, you can consider going into politics. Feeling Shen He's indifference, Chang Yun was also embarrassed. He didn't know what to do at this time. Her father wanted to kill her, so there was no need for relatives to exist. After all, this was Shen He's own decision, and she would choose to support it. Remember, the greatest heroes serve the country and the people. But if Shen He is dissatisfied with the so-called family, they will also suffer. This is a 7-star consultant, and his status is even higher than that of the 7 stars. Xingqiu even thinks that Mu Yang is more like an advisor to the Rock King Emperor than a 7-star consultant. The number of people in the guild is still not enough. Ask for flowers 0. He didn't understand how to tell his identity and recognize the other party. After all, Shen He does not have a good impression of his family. Relatively speaking, Mu Yang is interested in Xingqiu. To be honest, if there were not enough people in Liu at present, Mu Yang would really want to pull Xingqiu into the guild. There are some things that Changyun and others cannot know nothing about. At least you are much purer than many people. It is good to be chivalrous, but how many people can you help by being chivalrous? As long as they didn't interfere with her life, it would be fine. There are many large chambers of commerce in Liu, but Feiyun Chamber of Commerce is definitely the most outstanding one among them. I don't care about family affairs. I don't know much about these things, Xingqiu said hurriedly. But can he say it in front of Mu Yang? The Exorcist family itself is related to the Immortals, and the earliest inheritance was left by the Immortals. Hello, Mr. Consultant. Xingqiu hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. They did not take advantage of the recent chaos in Liu to profit for themselves. Although letting Shen He go back to recognize his ancestors is good for the reputation of their family and can even bring practical benefits. In response, Shen He just nodded silently without any intention of recognizing the other party. Hello. As if feeling Shen He's scrutiny, Chang Yun mustered up the courage to step forward and greet him. This is already quite good. Being honest and doing one's duty is a good character in itself. Xingqiu naturally knew about the recent situation. His father and brother talked about it from time to time at home. How could he not know? Moreover, Mu Yang's investigation during this period found that this Chamber of Commerce is relatively clean and conscientious. There are fewer people on Zumi's side, only Nashida, and it is destined to increase in the future. There are also more candidates on Dao's side. The greatest heroes serve their country and their people. Zinkyu muttered this sentence and his eyes could not help but light up. This sentence seemed to make sense. He had always wanted to write martial arts novels and even wanted to be a knight himself, but he himself did not really understand what a hero was. But now after hearing Mu Yang's words, Zinkyu knew what he should do. Thank you, Lord Mu Yang, for your advice. At this moment, Zinkyu was like a revelation. He wanted to be a great hero, and as for how to do it specifically, he needed to plan it well. Well, Feiyun Chamber of Commerce has done very well recently. Mu Yang waved his hand, glanced at Changyun and Shenhe again and said, as for their affairs, let Shenhe decide for himself. After all, the past was not so beautiful. Yes, Zinkyu was a little confused. It seems that Feiyun Chamber of Commerce has not done anything recently. They are all developing according to the original plan. Sorry I bothered you. Finally, Changyun couldn't stand Shenhe's indifferent eyes and hurriedly pulled Zinkyu's hand and left in a hurry. He was still not good at this kind of thing, so it would be better to let his family go and negotiate with the other party later. This legendary ant's eyes were too indifferent. Looking at Changyun's hurriedly leaving figure, Mu Yang said, in fact, you who is not sure whether you are a nephew or a nephew are not bad people and are even very kind. Nephew. Nephew? Shenli Linghua was stunned. The boy just now, is he actually a relative of Diane He? But as relatives, why does the relationship between the two parties seem not to be very good? Shenli Linghua's eyes were vaguely on Shenhe, and she felt that Shenhe was actually a good person. They seemed to be quite compatible with each other. At the first sight of Shenhe, Shenli Linghua felt that she seemed to be very compatible with Shenhe. If they formed a team to fight monsters in the future, they might be able to defeat many powerful enemies. Degrees. However, Shenli Linghua did not explore Shenhe's past too much. After all, everyone has his own life. She only knew that Shenhe was a disciple of Li Yue's Liuyun Jiafeng Zhenjun and had been learning immortal arts since childhood. He did not have a special understanding of human life. Now he was arranged to be with Mu Yang. This also made Shenli Linghua have more identification with Shenhe. She and her brother were also protected by the Eightfold Godson for a period of time when they were very young. After successfully retaining the Shenli family, she often went to Mingshen Taisha to visit the Eightfold Godson, and was also taught by the Eightfold Godson during this period. Shenli Linghua felt that she and Shenhe were actually quite compatible. There are many stories during this period, however, the body's ability to recover is still quite good. This shows that Wang is powerful. Yeah, Mu Yang narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang and Pei Meng who were eating in the corner in the distance. I see. Kamisato Ayaka suddenly realized that it seemed that the novel was not deceiving. Is Wang famous in Inazuma? Mu Yang looked at Kamisato Ayaka with a subtle expression. And because of Mu Yang's gaze, Shenhe and Shenli Linghua also noticed Wang and Peiman in the distance. But why does Wang always look at Shenli Linghua and Shenhe? After hesitating for a moment, Mu Yang sent a text message to Wang and agreed to meet later. However, your novel 2.3 of Inazuma is really nonsense. If it weren't for the Eightfold Godchild, I'm afraid many novels would be banned and the writers would be arrested. Mu Yang thought of the novel that turned into a Thunder General and became invincible. Mu Yang suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Kamisato Ayaka wanted to pull Wang into the warship and let her fight against General Raiden. In Yido, there are many novels about her. It is said that she has the strength of a god. This traveler really has strong strength. Just like now, Wang was still lying dead a few days ago, but now he has recovered directly. A novel with Inazuma characteristics, but he is dead. Being killed in one move can also be regarded as fighting with the opponent. That seems to be a traveler, Shenhe asked hesitantly. Kamisato Ayaka nodded slightly. After all, it is a dragon quest. Lord Yi Miyagi, you are indeed a bit reckless in this regard. Hearing Mu Yang's complaints, Kamisato Ayaka weakly echoed. But according to Yi Miyagi, this is a specialty that echoes the characteristics of Inazuma, and there will be a chance to expand to the entire Teyvat continent in the future. This industry needs them to develop vigorously. Mu Yang was silent for a moment. As for Inazuma's novels, maybe they can really be promoted to the entire Teyvat continent in the future. It seems that Yi Miya has already planned the future development path of Inazuma. Please give flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscriptions, Mu, I love you. Come to think of it, these two guys clearly saw me. Why didn't they come up to say hello? This is not like their character at all. Is it the traveler who helped the wind god Barbados fight the dragon? Kamisato Yaka was curious when she heard this. Even in Inazuma, Wang now has her own reputation. That is the wind dragon that has troubled Moan for a long time. Like Mu Yang, Wang is from outside the world. However, it seems that Wang has a great connection with the Teyvat continent. Shenhe squeezed out a smile at the corner of his mouth. It's okay, it's all over. Although the traveler has a physique that is prone to dizziness, he is likely to faint no matter where he goes. If it weren't for Payman, who knows if his body would be picked up by someone. In her prime, she did have the strength to fight against the 7 gods. As for fighting against the maintainer of heavenly law, that was just a thought. Yes, it is indeed a traveler. Could it be that such a handsome guy like me is not as good as Shenhe and Shenli Linghua in front of Wang? I can also say that I can fight Fanes with 2 moves now. As for my scumbag father, I'm afraid I will never forgive him in my life. It is said that even the entire Knights of Favonius had no way to deal with the Wind Dragon. In the end, Barbados had to take action and subdue the Wind Dragon with the help of the Traveler, but it's not convenient to say more. Mu Yang shook his head slightly. Oh, they are still working for me now, but they don't know me on the surface, so they need to keep it secret. In the guild, although Shenhe doesn't talk often, he often peeks at the screen. Occasionally, when Mu Yang and others mentioned Wang, he knew that this was a very special person. After lunch, Mu Yang signaled Wang with his eyes and walked towards the Yansheng tea house. Pei Meng and Wang looked at each other. How about it? Do you want to go with me? But I haven't finished eating yet. The pearl jade white jade soup on the table was specially made for us by Xiangling. We waited for more than an hour before we got it. It would be better to go over and say hello and let them come together. Pei Meng looked at the pearl jade white jade soup on the table reluctantly. Wang looked at Pei Meng helplessly. She actually wanted to invite Mu Yang and the others to have dinner together. After all, she and Mu Yang were friends, and now she received the task from Mu Yang. What's more, Mu Yang also told her the whereabouts of her brother, and she still owed him a favor. What Wang didn't expect was that Pei Meng actually stopped her. According to Pei Meng, this meal was specially prepared by Xiangling to comfort the injured Wang. If they didn't eat it themselves, it would be a waste of Xiangling's good intentions. Moreover, this meal was originally invited by Xiangling. If Mu Yang and others were included, it would be difficult to calculate at that time. Wang felt that Pei Meng's words seemed to make sense. After all, if Mu Yang and others had a normal meal, Mu Yang would definitely pay, but if they had a meal with them, how would Xiangling collect the money? As a friend, Wang would definitely not do anything to embarrass Xiangling. But at this time, Wang reacted. Pei Meng was not embarrassed to let Xiangling pay. He was greedy for Xiangling's food and didn't want to share the delicious food with Mu Yang. Thinking of this, Wang looked at Pei Meng with anger and amusement. If you are like this, I will go there alone. You can stay in Xiangking's tomb after dinner. Anyway, Liu is still quite safe. Wang knew that Mu Yang might have something important to find her and couldn't stay for long. But this is the pearl jade soup that Xiangling made with great difficulty. Is it really okay to let me eat it all? Pei Meng was tempted instantly. She was not worried that Wang was going to abandon her. After all, she would definitely find Wang. If Wang was going to leave and abandon her, and let her choose between this matter and the pearl jade soup, Pei Meng would choose to abandon the pearl jade soup without hesitation. But since I know where Wang went, Pei Meng, of course, will not give up the food I got. Okay, you eat it yourself, I have tasted it, it is really delicious. Enjoying food from all over the world is also part of traveling. Wang has traveled to many parts of the world and eaten food from all over the world. At the same time, she also has good cooking skills. The food made by Xiangling can be regarded as one of the best food she has eaten. But in Wang's opinion, food is not a must. She has eaten enough, so just taste it. Then remember not to run around. Wang reminded Pei Meng and left in a hurry. Pei Meng looked at Wang's leaving figure and then at the table full of dishes, rubbing his hands. Hee Pei Meng, I hate wasting food the most. Huh, where's Pei Meng? In the private room, Mu Yang saw Pei Meng coming alone and his face showed surprise. She stayed in Wanmin Hall to drink her pearl jade white jade soup. Wang did not hide it. Pei Meng's situation was not a secret at all. She believed that Mu Yang must know it too. As for the Shadow Organization's infiltration of Liu and its intelligence-gathering capabilities, it would be a strange thing if she didn't know. She felt that Mu Yang shouldn't be called Shadow at all, but Root, guarding the root of Liu in secret. Of course, Mu Yang named the Shadow Organization to prove that he still wanted to become Hawkage. Pearl Jade White Jade Soup, I only drank it once. This seems to be the food created by Grandma Ping. I don't know how Xiangling cooks it. Mu Yang nodded slightly, not caring about these small details. With his current status, whether it is Yuehai Pavilion, Xinyuexuan, or letting Grandma Ping cook for him personally, it is not a problem. When he and Funina went out to eat, Every time they were at the most upscale restaurant in Fontaine, and the chef made it himself. This time I called you over because of Inazuma's matter. Mu Yang invited Wang to sit on the sofa not far away from him. Inazuma. Well, it's Inazuma, you should have known this country. Next, I have a task for you to complete called Inazuma's collapse plan. Mu Yang said, glancing at Kamisato Ayaka, who was silently sipping tea. What? Both Kamisato Ayaka and Wang were stunned. Mu Yang's words were too earth-shattering. If it harms the interests of other countries, I won't do it. Wang looked at Mu Yang seriously. She wanted to persuade Mu Yang, even if you have power, you shouldn't do whatever you want, at least you can't destroy other countries. Are you going to become a great power? Take a look at this information. Mu Yang took out another information and handed it to Wang. Wang took the information suspiciously, just scanned the content and was shocked. Good guy 880, this is Inazuma's thunder god, inflicting suffering on his own country. Okay, she was deceived. The starting point is good, but does she really have no brain? As a god, it's too embarrassing to be fooled by humans like this. Tenryo Bugio and Kanjo Bugio are so troublesome that bread has been sold for 500,000 more each. You are going to heaven. Just the information, Wang can feeling that the people of Inazuma are in dire straits. As Mu Yang said, Inazuma needs a collapse plan now, and it has reached the point where it must be broken to build. Anyway, it can't be worse than it is now. I am willing to help, but if it is that thunder god, I should not be his opponent. Wang took a deep breath and said to Mu Yang in a deep voice. Wang didn't think she should refuse such a task. She didn't like to be involved in the internal disputes of other countries. But if it is such a country, it is better to destroy it. If it is her, I will take action, Mu Yang said confidently. Originally, some plans were what I wanted to do, such as entering the tavern to incite and call for rebellion. But I feel that you are more suitable. Am I more suitable? Wang's expression was subtle. Was she the kind of person who was suitable for rebellion? But if the situation in Inazuma was true, she would not watch those innocent civilians suffer. I think you are still a very contagious person. If you can get the recognition of those people and place their hopes on you, your strength may not be improved, just like when you do a task. Mu Yang reminded meaningfully. You mean that kind of power? Wang has always had a feeling that if she helps others fulfill their dreams, she can become stronger. Therefore, when doing tasks, many tasks will make her feel bored and troublesome, but Wang will still help without regrets. Of course, this does not mean that Wang will help others do tasks regardless of the consequences for this channel. If these tasks will hurt others and violate her inner morality, then how can she not do such a thing? Mu Yang nodded slightly. You can absorb or borrow human willpower to become stronger. This kind of power is also an extremely important part of the Teyvat continent. After arriving in Inazuma, you should not deal with those guys directly by yourself, but need to incite the people and let them vent their dissatisfaction. Is that so? Wang nodded as if she understood something. But then again, is the situation in Inazuma so chaotic? 500,000 more is bread. If a mustache comes, I'm afraid it will directly start a world war, right? The prices in Teyvat are not cheap. Payman needs to spend at least 200,000 more a month. This is just Payman's food expenses. If you come to Liu, the prices here are much higher than Mondstadt. Recently, Payman's food expenses have increased again. This month, I'm afraid he will have to eat more than 300,000 mora. Fortunately, after coming to Liu, Wang has never lacked mora. Working for the shadow organization, Mu Yang is very generous. Even Wang has saved millions recently. Even if she continues to travel, she doesn't need to worry about mora, but mora at 500,000 is a bit too expensive. Anyway, she has never eaten such expensive bread. In fact, this is just the marked price, and it is the price of high-end bread. Our Kamisato family actually distributes porridge for free. Kamisato Ayaka said weakly. There are breads worth 500,000 mora, but they are actually for the nobles. After all, in the eyes of some nobles who are neither good nor bad, eating a bread worth 500,000 mora for a meal is indeed something worth showing off. As for the Kamisato family, they are the top nobles of Inazuma. They don't need to do anything to highlight their noble status. They just need to do things that don't fall from the status of the Kamisato family. Are you a noble of Inazuma? Wang was a little dumbfounded. She and Mu Yang were discussing how to deal with the nobles of Inazuma and lead the ordinary people of Inazuma to overthrow the current Inazuma shogunate. As a result, there was a top noble of Inazuma on the scene. What was Mu Yang going to do? Hello, I am Kamisato Ayaka, the magistrate of Inazuma society. Kamisato Ayaka greeted softly. So is this a white, rich, and beautiful woman? Perhaps this is a top noble. I have already reached an agreement with Yi Shinko, the follower of Inazuma Thunder God, to bring a bottom-up change to Inazuma. Mu Yang's eyes became deep. After arriving in Inazuma, Yi Shinko will provide some support and help. At the same time, the eldest lady of Kamisato Ayaka society can also provide some help. Although Kamisato Ayaka was a little helpless, she still nodded slightly to show her agreement. For Inazuma, this change is very important. If General Raiden is not made aware of the wishes of the people, Inazuma may continue to decay, and the country will be completely destroyed in the end. As for the eternal kingdom that General Raiden believes in, it does not exist at all. As a subject of the Thunder God, Kamisato Ayaka is undoubtedly a traitor, but as an Inazuma person, it is normal for Kamisato Ayaka to have such an idea. I just hope that after General Raiden reacts, it will not settle accounts with them later. Is that so? I understand. Wang sighed slightly, always feeling that this is a very troublesome thing, but if it is to save the people of a country, no matter how troublesome and dangerous it is, Wang will be willing to help them. Then Wang looked at Mu Yang hesitantly. Then what should General Lei Dian do? General Lei Dian doesn't know that the people of Inazuma are in dire straits now. Because of the deception of Kanjo Bugio and Tenryo Bugio, she has issued the National Closure Order and the Eye Hunting Order. Arrange you to incite ordinary people in the past, just to let her see the wishes of the people and come out of the closure completely. Mu Yang then introduced the relationship between General Lei Dian and Lei Dian. Good guy, there are actually people who make their bodies into puppets. Is this the Scorpion of the Red Sand? Wang didn't know how to complain. Haha, Scorpion and Beelzebub are incomparable. Although he is a second-generation god, Beelzebub is essentially a first-generation god. Among the 7 gods today, her combat power can be ranked in the top 3. Mu Yang said softly, when you go to Inazuma, you will definitely become an exception and destroy Inazuma's eternity. If you really face her, be careful. Of course, at that time, I will give you the identity of Liu Ambassador. At that time, she will be cautious about attacking you. The lady was hacked to death by General Lei Dian. If the other party was just an envoy of the Kingdom of Winter, Zhao knew under normal circumstances, General Lei Dian would not kill her. Even if the lady was disrespectful to him, General Lei Dian would not do it according to his own settings. But who made the lady lose the duel in front of the Emperor? Mu Yang looked at Wang. The current strength of Wang was not much stronger than the original plot. Should I strengthen Wang on my side? Thinking of this, Mu Yang took out a huge long sword. This peerless sword is your reward for going to Inazuma to cause trouble on my behalf, donkey. The best sword in the world, is it the best sword in my memory? Feeling the breath coming from the best sword, Wang couldn't help swallowing. This must be the best sword in the world, right? It's a pity that I can't make all the swords return to their origin. What a pity. Although it is not as good as most of the 5-star divine weapons, it is much better than the general 4-star weapons. It is also the best weapon I can find for you at present. Mu Yang handed the peerless sword to Wang and said softly, for you, the peerless sword should be much better than the current edgeless sword. That's for sure. This is a peerless sword, Wang said while playing with the peerless sword. It is said that this is made of Nuwa's sky-repairing stone. In that world, it is also one of the best weapons. But look at it, seems that that world is not as good as the Teyvat continent. Otherwise, this peerless sword should also be what you call a 5-star god-made weapon. After all, this weapon does not have as many bonuses as the weapons in the Teyvat continent. This sword is very sharp and relatively strong. For a swordsman, it is also a rare sword. If you really want to count it, it should not be worse than Kamisato Ayaka's mist cutting back light, but the peerless sword cannot react to elements. That's why it is not as good as those weapons. Mu Yang glanced at Kamisato Ayaka and said, mist cutting back light. Kamisato Ayaka has been looking at the peerless sword. It is indeed a very good weapon. Even in Inazuma, it is a weapon pursued by countless people. I am afraid that the 5 lightning transmissions cannot produce such a weapon. 790, however, Kamisato Ayaka kept complaining about the name of the peerless sword in her heart. If General Lei Dian knew the name of this sword, he would probably sneer at it, right? After all, this kind of weapon is worthy of being called the best sword in the world. It must be far behind the general's dream, right? After all, the material is special. Mu Yang chuckled. He remembered that he only spent a few thousand points to buy the best sword in the world. A few thousand points were indeed very precious to Mu Yang at the beginning, but for Mu Yang now it was nothing. What's more, although the best sword in the world is not bad, even better than the dragon's song in the box, it has no effect on Keqing. She already has a better green sword, which is not only an improvement in strength, but also a symbol of status. Now that Keqing is holding the green sword, even if some people are jealous of Keqing's position on the Jade Star, it is difficult to attack Keqing. When I go to Inazuma, I must cultivate my relationship with Kamisato Ayaka. Please give flowers monthly tickets and automatic subscription. Mew Mew de, I love you. Yes, Kamisato Ayaka was stunned when she heard this, and then a look of joy appeared on her face. Are you still coming to Liu? However, considering the existence of Wying, Mu Yang still fully utilized the attributes of Wying as a tool. It is impossible to let Kamisato Ayaka go, but Kamisato Ayaka's physical fitness is indeed a little too poor. At the same time, Mu Yang was also preparing to go to Inazuma to investigate some things. Otherwise, I will come to Liu as an ambassador in the future. I believe that General Lei Diane and others will not refuse my request. Do you want me to return to Inazuma? Kamisato Ayaka blinked her beautiful eyes. But Lord Yi Gongxi asked me to stay in Liu. At this time, Wying admitted that she was going to fall in love. After all, there will be more cooperation between Liu and Inazuma in the future. Mu Yang directly bewitched Kamisato Ayaka. After arriving at Inazuma, remember to be careful of the Fadui. The current situation in Inazuma is also caused by the Fadui behind the scenes. Then, Mu Yang also told what the Fadui and the nobles of Inazuma had done, and even what the rebels in Heijai Island had done. At that time, Wying would stand on the stage to attract attention, while he could conduct research in secret. Is there anyone more suitable than Wying, the protagonist who is good at using human power? Although it is very difficult and may even confront the gods, Wying feels that it is her duty to do this. If she hadn't met Mu Yang, Keqing's combat power might not be as good as Kamisato Ayaka. As for Mu Yang, this guy is a playboy. I can't let Kamisato Ayaka fall into Xiang's trap. Of course, among many humans, Kamisato Ayaka is already very good. Regarding the matter of Bayan Island, the problem with Tianling Bugio was very big, but the people on Heijai Island also had a big problem. This seems good. Is that so? Wying suddenly realized that she was not a fool. Every force had its own demands, but no matter what, these people all had problems. Whether it was the rebels, the nobles of Inazuma, or the Fadui, they all had big problems, and even General Raiden had huge problems. When Wying saw Kamisato Ayaka showing such a sweet smile, her heart could not help but throb. What a lovely girl. She just met Mu Yang a little late. Kamisato Ayaka had heard Mu Yang talk about these things before, but she was still angry at the Fadui and the rebels. And the Southern Cross Fleet on the Liu side is about to go to Inazuma, and you can go back with Kamisato Ayaka at that time. Mu Yang muttered to himself, I am afraid that he will also have to go to Inazuma by then. This time I'll go back to Inazuma first. Without your help in secret, it will be difficult for her to do things. After these things are over, you can also come to Liu again. The talisman must not be destroyed. So when should I leave, how should I go to Inazuma, and how many people and forces will help me at that time? Wying quickly got into the state again. Kamisato Ayaka used to trust Coral Palace Sinhai very much and even secretly helped the rebels, but if Kamisato Ayaka had known what those people on Heijai Island had done, Mu Yang would never have helped them. Love, just for such a smile, I will fight for her. When Kamisato Ayaka heard these words, there was not much ripple on her face, but her heart was still surging. Wying had not met them, and for the time being, she did not have the right to make a final conclusion about them. But based on the information provided by Mu Yang, she could make a rough intelligence analysis. Then I will accept this weapon. Wying put away the best sword in the world, and Inazuma did it herself. At least it is difficult to target Keqing openly. What tricked Inazuma people into rebellion was what Mu Yang originally wanted to do, such as going to Inazuma's tavern, giving a speech like the mustache, and then giving those nobles of Inazuma to understand the power of the people. The envoys from Inazuma are about to arrive in Liu, and it is expected to arrive in Liu in a day or two. I am Kamisato Ayaka's dog. However, if one day Mu Yang hooks up with Kamisato Ayaka, can I consider becoming Mu Yang's woman? Once I become Mu Yang's woman, can I get close to Kamisato Ayaka, Shen He, and Keqing? And judging from Mu Yang's appearance, this man will definitely have many women in the future, and the quality will not be too bad. Shi Wying really can't refuse cute girls. And judging from Mu Yang's appearance, he may not be able to find cute girls from other worlds in the future. After all, Mu Yang seems to be able to leave the existence of Teyvat continent and find the worlds where those anime are located. So is it possible for Yang to bring back the beautiful young ladies who appear in various anime? Thinking of this possibility, Wying's eyes looking at Mu Yang became hot. Trading herself for many beautiful girls, it's not a loss no matter how I think about it. Of course, the main reason is that Wying has some intimacy with Mu Yang and even some good feelings, that's it. The corners of Wying's mouth also drooled. Okay, go get ready, I still have things to do later. When the instructions were almost done, Mu Yang waved his hand, indicating that Wying could leave. This made Wying dumbfounded. You treat me like this. When you need me, you just call me over, and when you don't need me, you wave your hand and let me go. You be asterisk 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 D, you play like this, right? Well, Wang was just thinking about this idea. Considering that tomorrow is the ceremony to invite the immortals, and Liu has been turbulent recently, Mu Yang, as a 7-star consultant, thinks that there are many things he needs to deal with. Then, Kamisato Yaka, do you have a mobile phone? After hesitating for a moment, Wang finally took out her mobile phone and asked Kamisato Yaka. Although Shen he also pokes at Wang's XP, for Wang now, Kamisato Yaka is obviously more suitable for her now. Mobile phone, I have one but there is no signal at Inazuma. Shinri Ayaka took out her cell phone and reminded Wang. Speaking of which, the signal problem in Inazuma will also be a problem in the future. It may be difficult to popularize mobile phones and computers in Inazuma. Of course, at that time, Funina and Wang didn't seem to be friends, and in terms of relationship, it was obviously better with Navia and the others. Will other countries intervene? In Mu Yang's words, if the real General Lei Dian had not considered that Inazuma was developing too fast, which led to some existences to deal with Inazuma, Inazuma might be the country with the fastest technological development now. Putting aside the problem of handling certain things, Wang's character is absolutely top-notch. If you become friends with such a person, you don't need to worry that she will betray you. And unsealing Osel is Morax's plan, so I don't think he will make things difficult for us. Tartaglia said with his hands spread out. But fortunately, Mu Yang said that their General Lei Dian is an absolute genius in this area. This will affect the future development of Inazuma. When the time comes, we will need the power of the 100 Taboos talisman to release the demon. You can doubt Wang's ability, but you can't doubt Wang's character. Mu Yang nodded in agreement. Watching Wang's lively figure leaving, Kamisato Ayaka couldn't help but sigh. This traveler is really a helpful and kind person. On the Liu side, it was still a transaction between the Ice Queen and the Rock King. Although it was a bit troublesome and 4 Fadui executives were dispatched, the lady thought that getting the Heart of God was the best. Even if he can cooperate with Zhongli to seize the Heart of God of Morax, then he wants to liberate Osel and tell Mr. Zhongli this should be no problem, right? Is that so? Kamisato Ayaka nodded suddenly. It seems that the traveler is indeed a reliable person. In addition to martial arts, forging weapons and alchemy are all what General Lei Dian is good at. Let General Lei Dian think about and solve this matter when the time comes. Mondstadt's Heart of God was obtained through a transaction between the Wind God Barbados and the Ice Queen. After getting Kamisato Ayaka's number, Wang left with satisfaction. But when it came to Inazuma, Rosaline was a little entangled. Inazuma was almost defeated by the Fadui led by the scattered soldiers. At that time, could they really coerce and bribe General Raiden to get the Heart of God? Don't treat me as a fool. Although Tartaglia said this, he was glad in his heart that he had asked Mr. Zhongli before. As for whether Mr. Zhongli is reliable, Tartaglia has no doubts. After all, he is a person that the Ice Queen admits to be trustworthy. It's just that Wang, this guy, likes to make friends randomly and always becomes a heart-to-heart friend with the Fadui. Okay, seeing Wang like this, Kamisato Ayaka didn't feel there was any problem. After that, I will go to Inazuma. The Heart of God there is not as easy as Liu and Mondstadt. Please give Flowers monthly tickets and automatic subscription, Mu, I love you. Enter, Olicino put it in the teacup, glanced at Tartaglia who was in good condition and said softly, "How are you doing with the 100 Taboos talisman? The only thing that can be regarded as betraying a friend is the matter of Funina. It's a bit troublesome to copy, but when the time comes with the power given to me by the Queen, the authentic 100 Taboos talisman and the power of the replica, it should be enough to unseal Osel." Although she had some complaints about some of Barbatos's actions, she also recognized that this was the best way for Mondstadt. The lady who was originally drinking black tea elegantly looked at Tartaglia in surprise. "You actually knew that Morax would let us go." Rosaline was convinced. In addition, the North Country Bank and the Fatui are also making final preparations. It doesn't matter as long as there is a signal in Liu. Anyway, I have to be in Liu these days, and Kamisato Ayaka will also come back to Liu to work in the future, so let's build a good relationship first. Is that so? The lady glanced at Tartaglia thoughtfully and did not find anything unusual, so she said, "Let's solve the matter here as soon as possible. If nothing unexpected happens, we can get the Heart of God of Morax tomorrow." After all, Wang was introduced to me by Mu Yang, and they will cooperate with each other when they go to Inazuma. The strength of the Kingdom of Winter is very strong, and its comprehensive national strength is not a little bit stronger than that of Inazuma. Today, Inazuma has been weakened by the Kingdom of Winter to the greatest extent. If General Lei Dian finds out what the Kingdom of Winter has done in the future, for Inazuma, this matter may end up in vain. Weak countries have no diplomacy. How the Kingdom of Winter bullied Mondstadt and Zumi can also be used on Inazuma. However, General Lei Dian is one of the 7 gods after all, and his combat power may be even higher than that of the current Ice Queen. If General Lei Dian is really forced into a corner, he will directly come to the Kingdom of Winter to cut a knife. Or when the Kingdom of Winter goes to war with Sky Island, General Lei Dian and Inazuma will completely stand on the side of Sky Island. For the Kingdom of Winter, this is a huge trouble. Thinking of this possibility, Rosaline also had a headache. All this is the fault of Sanbing. He hates Inazuma too much and wants to destroy Inazuma as a whole. This is the rhythm of making the Kingdom of Winter and Inazuma fight to the death. But none of them could say that what the scattered soldiers did was wrong. After all, the other party did mess up Inazuma and created conditions for them to seize the heart of God later. Alicino glanced at Rosalind and said in a playful tone, "If I remember correctly, the evil eye that Scaramuzi currently uses to cholera Inazuma came from the evil eye factory you built." Rosalind snorted. Inazuma's affairs are presided over by Scaramuzi. The original intention of establishing the evil eye factory was not to let Scaramuzi squander it. After all, you have seen that the evil eyes produced by Inazuma's evil eye factory are of the best quality. After this incident, the factory will definitely be gone. Rosalind's words, Arlecchino was silent. There is no doubt that Scaramuzi, that guy, did some things without considering the consequences. I don't know if this is Scaramuzi's own idea or Dotter's idea. After all, the skirmishers were brought into the Fadui by Dottle. Over the years, through Dottle's research and transformation of skirmishers, the Fadui's technology has also been greatly improved. But everyone knows that Scaramuzi is not a quiet guy. Of course, as the executive officers of the Fadui, none of them are simple. I remember that you, Alicino, also have many members of the Hearth House in Inazuma, right? At this time, Tartaglia also asked. The people over there don't listen to my command, they don't even know that the servants have been replaced. At this point, Alicino's expression was also extremely subtle, but I also plan to give up on them. Since their loyalty cannot be guaranteed, those special tasks are destined not to be given to them. Let them collect some intelligence from time to time. Upon hearing this, Tartaglia mocked Alicino. Are you worthy of being a woman who can kill her own boss? So many subordinates gave up just like that. His words made Rosaline look at Tartaglia with pity. Sure enough, brain is a good thing, but Tartaglia doesn't have it. Rosaline still knows something about Arlecchino. She doesn't think Arlecchino is a bad person, and even a little out of tune with the many unruly Fadui executives now. At least she and Arlecchino get along well, and the other party is a person who cares about family affection. Giving up those subordinates may not be a bad thing for these people. After that, they only need to do some basic intelligence-gathering tasks. Isn't this good? And he won't expose his identity as a Fadui. This guy Tartaglia is really brainless. If Rosaline didn't know that Keqing had hit Tartaglia's kidney before, she would have suspected that Tartaglia had hit his brain. Hee. Arlecchino didn't get angry with Tartaglia. If she got angry with Tartaglia at this time, Tartaglia would eventually lower her IQ to a level and then defeat her with Tartaglia's rich experience. When facing Tartaglia, just use the 2 words hee. Okay, let's talk about other things first. Rosaline glanced at Tartaglia. Actually, Tartaglia is not that great, right? Not long ago, Liu and the Fadui reached a series of cooperation led by Tartaglia. The Fadui will help Liu explore the Stratum Abyss, which is a very dangerous job. Once they release Osel, Liu is destined to break up with the Fadui, and the Fadui and the Stratum Abyss will become victims. This makes Rosaline feel helpless, but these people are not her subordinates after all. It is also taboo for the Fadui to intervene in the affairs of other people's subordinates. However, no matter how you look at it, this matter seems to weaken the people in the Fadui who are truly loyal to the Ice Queen. Thinking of this terrifying possibility, Rosaline shook her head repeatedly. It is impossible, absolutely impossible. Although there are many differences within the Fadui and many people have their own calculations, they will never betray the Ice Queen. I will release Osel later and other things are none of my business. I will return to the Kingdom of Winter to recuperate. Tadalia put his hand on his waist. Losing to Keqing or something, it doesn't make Tadalia resent Keqing. After all, he lost to Keqing openly. The other party's martial arts and strength were recognized by Leah. It's just that he was a little bit cruel, whether it was to others or himself. Tadalia knew that Keqing must let go in the end. If she didn't let go, he might not hurt Keqing at all. After the body is completely recovered, his training must be doubled. 3.2 Losing to Keqing is okay, but losing to Keqing all the time is not okay. He, Tadalia, will never be a slave. Alicino glanced at Tadalia's waist. Fortunately, Tadalia was not interested in men and women, otherwise he might do something even crazier at this time. I will leave Liu today and go to Fontaine. Recently, some interesting things have appeared in Fontaine, and I need to find out some information. As for the evidence of those people colluding with our Fadui, I will get it in Mu Yang's hands later. After a pause, Alicino continued to add, "Don't provoke Mu Yang in the future. He is very powerful, so powerful that the queen doesn't want to be his enemy. So powerful, he is indeed a powerful guy." It seems that Keqing's fighting methods were learned from Mu Yang. Tartaglia pondered for a moment and said, "If there is a chance, you can challenge him." Alicino glanced at Tartaglia and said nothing. She did not doubt Tartaglia's loyalty to the Ice Queen, but Tartaglia's identity was indeed a bit special. It has something to do with some existence in the abyss, and according to Mu Yang, it seems that the flood of Fontaine is related to the person behind Tartaglia, and the other party is stealing a very important thing on the Teyvat continent. If this is really the case, then the Ice Queen will not ignore it at that time. The Ice Queen wants to fight against the Sky Island, break the order of the Sky Island, and create the pure and beautiful world in the Ice Queen's mouth. But if even the Teyvat continent is gone, then the Ice Queen's ideal country will be gone. I just don't know what choice Tartaglia will make at that time. Just find a balance. Alicino glanced at Tartaglia and then told Rosaline, "Pay more attention to the actions of the rich in Liu. If you push too far, you may suffer a blow from Liu. Although the Rock King and the Ice Queen have cooperation, Morax cannot cancel the treaty if it goes too far. In addition, Liu and Fontaine have cooperation in all aspects, and with the powerful Mu Yang, our Zhidong kingdom cannot afford that price." "I understand." Rosaline was startled when she heard this and nodded in agreement. After more than half a month of cooperation, Rosaline's impression of Alicino is pretty good. To some extent, they are actually the same kind of people, followers of the Ice Queen, and their little thoughts are much less than those of Dottle. "Have you brought the evidence and information?" Mu Yang did not have as many ideas as Yilan. However, he was not targeting Alicino but the rich. Let Dr. Beishu check Tianchuxing's body and at the same time directly control Ji. Mu Yang turned his gaze to Alicino and asked, "How much do you know about the rich man manipulating people to poison Tianchuxing?" It seems that the other party really got a lot of information. Well, think carefully about the rich's past. It seems that such a thing is really something that the rich dare to do. They are impossible to betray Liu, which means that the General Affairs Department and even his former subordinates have been infiltrated by the Fadui. What they did in the Kingdom of Winter is already considered abominable in other countries. Is that the way you say it? It's interesting. I can try and test it in my hearth house later. Alicino nodded slightly to show his approval. Then I wish you can bring new changes to Liu. Well, there are many people in Liu who have little thoughts. Alicino took out a piece of information and handed it to Mu Yang. I am curious, is Liu ready to get rid of all these people? This information is exactly Ji's information. What? Alicino was also dumbfounded, poisoning Tianchuxing. Their cooperation is quite pleasant, and Alicino is willing to hand over some groups to Rosaline with confidence. They even want to maintain their rights all the time and pass them on to the entire family. Very good, after I go back, I will investigate the spies. In dealing with things, they will also do things for the Ice Queen and the Kingdom of Winter considers it. Since they have thoughts that they shouldn't have, they are not qualified to live in this world. If the rich really want to do something beyond the bottom line, Rosaline will definitely stop it. As for Ji, Mayang also didn't like him. In essence, Ji was also a sophisticated egoist. He looked at Yi Lan and asked, "What's the situation of Tianchuxing recently?" "Thank you for your good words." Mu Yang glanced at a piece of information and sighed silently. "You are a beautiful woman, but why are you a thief? Some people can suppress their ambitions, while others can't. These people are obviously unable to resist the temptation brought by ambition, so they are eliminated. The infiltration of the Fadui of the Kingdom of Winter into Liu seems to be much more than she imagined." Mu Yang still has confidence in Alicino's ability. This woman is very powerful. Mu Yang was not surprised to find out some of Yi Lan's whereabouts, especially in Liu where people have been thinking about making trouble recently and have been infiltrated by the Fadui. Yi Ban's identity is not difficult to investigate. Yi Lan first looked at Alicino, hesitated for a while and said, "Tianchuxing may be 600 because of his age, plus the previous rumors he is looking for his successor. It is expected that within half a year Tianchuxing will be replaced. Ji and Diaven have cooperated. Diaven is a rich man. I think you should understand what this means. Not only did he interfere with the replacement of Tianchuxing, he even wanted to poison the current Tianchuxing." Xiang looked at Alicino with some mockery. If other countries unite to deal with the Kingdom of Winter, then the Kingdom of Winter will be destroyed like Canrea. As for the Shadow Organization, Yi Lan did not doubt it. After all, most of the people here are from the Uchiha clan and have signed a contract with the Rock King. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscription. Mew mew mew, I love you. Is such a thing something that the rich dare to do, whether it is their own initiative or passive? Miu Yang snorted lightly. Human ambitions are huge. When they have power, status, and wealth, they want more wealth and power. Yi Lan looked at Alicino with some surprise. She didn't expect that this woman could find her and invite her here. Tianchuxing was already cultivating Ji, but this guy wanted to murder him. He was a bit heartless. At night in the box of Xinyuexuan at the invitation of Alicino, Miu Yang and Yi Lan are sitting here at this moment. Although they are not directly subordinate to each other. This is really not good news. From the perspective of Liu and Tianchu Star, Ji is undoubtedly a ruthless person. Although in Ji's plan, after he became Tianchu Star, he would cut ties with Zhidong Kingdom and the Fadui and pit the ambassador of Zhidong Kingdom. It seems that as long as he kills and silences the witnesses, no one will know that he got the position of Tianchu Star by despicable means. It's just that Ji thinks too highly of himself. Even if he becomes Tianchu Star, what will happen? As for what he did, it may not be out of the calculation of the rich. The more he does this, the more he enters the calculation of the rich. I'm afraid all this is the calculation of the rich. And Ji thought he was hiding well. He has no power. Even if he becomes Tianchu Star, what will happen? Don't the rich have any evidence? From the moment Ji chose to trade with the Fadui and poison Tianchu, he could no longer go back. For Liu, this is also a huge hidden danger. Tianchu also recommended Ji before. This guy seems to be a talent. Without knowing the truth about Ji, Keqing and Ningguang did pay attention to Ji and found that Ji was a talented person. Alicino nodded slightly. Then I hope we won't have a day of fighting. If Alicino knew about this, she would not have given Ji's list to herself. It seems that he is worried that you will find out that Ji is related to him. And he is also worried that the plot against Tianchu Star will be discovered, so he left Liu early. She is just a jumping clown. With much worse resources than others, he can still grow to a similar height, which is obviously much better than others. How do you plan to deal with Pantalone? After taking a deep breath, Alicino asked Miu Yang. I don't know about this matter. Alicino apologized with a wry smile. Moreover, this matter may not be a bad thing for you. Pantalone is too ambitious, and as far as I know, he and the rooster are ready to target you and your hearth house. Miu Yang added. Although many people say that the prototype of the Kingdom of Winter is De Mao, why does Miu Yang think it is more like eagle sauce? Use financial means to control other countries and continuously absorb the economy of other countries. Have military bases in other countries and constantly influence local policies. Constantly cause unrest and destroy peace in his country and then appear as a peace envoy. Conduct various problematic experiments and have the most outstanding technology in the world. De Mao can't do this at all, okay? Sure enough, any cancer of the world is similar. Alicino couldn't help shrinking her pupils when she heard this. Pantalone and the rooster are targeting the hearth house together. Alicino, Li Wangao would not doubt this matter. Even if she didn't hear it, I have heard the news, but if it is these two people, they may really do so. After all, under my leadership, the hearth house is very different from the predecessor, and they are not very cooperative with them in various actions. Pantalone is too dangerous and must be eliminated. Relying on Pantalone's financial operations, the economy of the Kingdom of Winter has indeed improved a lot in recent years, constantly sucking the blood of the 6 countries to support the Kingdom of Winter. But Keqing and Ningguang know that in the future, for people with the same conditions, Liu 7 stars will definitely choose children born in ordinary families. It's just that Ji can't know these things. He is obviously quite good, but his vision and extremeness affect himself. Although Alicino was very unhappy with Pantalone at this time, if Miu Yang really wanted to go to the Kingdom of Winter to cause trouble for Pantalone, then as the Fadui executive, he would have to be an enemy of Miu Yang. Alicino was silent. Pantalone is at least an executive of the Fadui. Although he is only the 9th seat, he is already one of the most important figures in the Kingdom of Winter, a little higher than the 7 stars of Liu. If he grows up a little bit, he can become a Tianchu star. Well, I know. Miu Yang's eyes flickered slightly. After all, the rich guy is the one who hates Liu the most among the Fadui. Even in the entire Teyvat continent, the rich are one of the people who hate Liu the most. Forget it, let's be frank, Pantalone will definitely take revenge. Miu Yang stared at Alicino and said in a deep voice. Pantalone is a huge hidden danger for Liu. I don't think so, after all, Pantalone is just Pantalone. Miu Yang sneered relentlessly. As long as she knows the true strength of Liu and my strength, your Ice Queen will not be our enemy because of Pantalone. Otherwise, the huge financial expenditure of the Fatui is not something that ordinary countries can afford. Thinking of this possibility, Alicino also showed a sneer on his face. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscription. I love you. If nothing unexpected happens, Pantalone has already left Liu, right? Moreover, Ji's birth itself has certain advantages. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, those who have big families and powerful forces behind them want to become Liu 7 stars, Li Zhangjia, easily. Want to force me to surrender. Who would have thought that Mu Yang could know so many things just by the name Ji? After all, in this list, Alicino only regarded Ji as an ordinary spy, but she didn't expect that Ji had such a big problem. Alicino nodded subtly. Pantalone left Liu yesterday. As for the economy of Zhejiang country, now we just need to change the person guarding the city. I am not someone who can be controlled just by saying so. If I want to continue to sacrifice my family at will, it will not be so easy. I am afraid that these two people want to control me economically. But he didn't expect that Pantalone, that idiot, was still secretly calculating Liu and even interfered with the selection of the 7 stars. If such a thing was exposed, it would definitely make Liu furious. Alicino cursed Pantalone in his heart for being unreliable. Before, Alicino had told Pantalone more than once not to add unnecessary trouble to this matter. Because of Pantalone's joining, the finances of the Kingdom of Winter and the Fatui are much better than before. Alicino said that she would not admit that she wanted to take the initiative because Pantalone and his men might target the Hearth House. After all, Pantalone and his men only had ideas and they had not yet put them into action. What's more, they are colleagues. The Faints do not lie to the Faints, so how could they kill each other? I have plenty of ways to deal with Pantalone, Mu Yang sneered. After all, the Heart of God is still in our hands, even if it is necessary to hand over Morax's Heart of God to the End Kingdom because of the contract. But now the Heart of God obtained by the Winter Kingdom is only 3. I already know where Inazuma's Heart of God is. If I go to grab the Heart of God, the Winter Kingdom will never get the Heart of God. But you have already got the Queen's weapon. Alicino was dumbfounded. Didn't you promise not to disrupt the actions of the Winter Kingdom? Of course I am not without fate. It is not that Pantalone deliberately caused trouble for the Kingdom of Winter, but that Pantalone did something that should not be done, right? Using Pantalone's life to exchange for the Heart of God as the basis, isn't this reasonable? Mu Yang said with a playful look. Besides, it is a troublesome thing to get the Heart of God from Inazuma. I got the Heart of God, and the Queen of Ice always needs to pay a price to exchange it from me. Isn't it? After all, I just promised you that I would not target you. Then do you still plan to get other Hearts of God and then let the Kingdom of Winter pay the price again? Alicino also felt a toothache. Mu Yang rubbed his chin. It's not impossible, but I'm not a devil. How could I really let half of the executives of the Kingdom of Winter die directly? Alicino, Yilan also interrupted at this time and said, Mu Yang promised not to cause trouble to you, and I can also take action here. Since Pantalone took this opportunity to sabotage Liu, I can also lead the Shadow Organization to snipe the Fatui in other countries, and I can also enter the interior of the Kingdom of Winter to sabotage. Are you threatening us? Alicino narrowed his eyes slightly, and a terrifying aura flashed on his body. Facing this aura, Yilan just looked at Alicino leisurely. Although she was also a little shocked by Alicino's powerful strength, this power was probably not inferior to the powerful immortals like Ligun Jifeng Zhenjian. Yilan also admitted that she was indeed not as good as Alicino, but her vision was not comparable to Alicino. Isn't it just the level of demon gods? In the recent missions, which few times did they not fight against demon god-level strongmen? Not only demon god level, but even some enemies also need Mu Yang, Lord Emperor and others to work together to fight. Yilan even suspected that if Mu Yang wanted to, he might not be able to fight Sky Island. I'm not threatening you. Yilan smiled confidently. It's just an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Besides, this is also normal behavior, isn't it? Since you can do this, there is no reason why we can't do it. You may be very strong, but we have many people who are stronger than you. Alicino's pupils shrank slightly. She first looked at Yilan, then looked at Mu Yang. Seeing Mu Yang's confident look, her heart was also in turmoil. If an ordinary person said this, Alicino would definitely think that the other party was bragging. After all, her strength is still very strong. Even if it is a fairy from Liu, Alicino is also confident to face it. At least she can't be weaker than the old fairy. But Yilan actually said this, and Mu Yang, CBBC looked calm, and Alicino began to doubt it. Could it be that the Rock King Emperor has actually been quietly developing Liu all these years? Those top immortal combat forces were actually hidden by Morax. You will know tomorrow whether you are bragging or not. As if seeing a Licino's hesitation, Yilan said confidently. It's not that she is revealing Liyu's background to a Licino, but Liyu itself is the power to be displayed tomorrow. I just don't know if Ninetail will also appear. Just these two combat forces are enough to suppress Shissel. Let alone the current Osel, I'm afraid Osel in its heyday can't stand it. I understand your will, I will report this matter to the Queen. A Licino looked at Mu Yang deeply. She didn't know how the Ice Queen would express her opinion at that time. If possible, she hoped that Mu Yang and the Ice Queen could reach a cooperation. Together, they could fight against Sky Island and those foreign forces, especially the Abyss Force. However, looking at the current situation, it might be difficult to reach a cooperation between the two sides. Even if the Ice Queen had given Mu Yang a handful of winter stars. Of course, a Licino was also very skeptical. If there was no winter star, would Mu Yang have already killed his way to the Kingdom of Winter? Well, I hope Barnabas can give us a satisfactory answer. At that time, even if we don't kill directly to the Kingdom of Winter, Liu can also make a bold statement that whoever goes to the North Country Bank to deposit money will be the enemy of Liu. I believe that other countries don't mind kicking the Kingdom of Winter and the North Country Bank when they are down. For those countries that have no way to deal with the Fadui, we Liu can also help these countries fight against the Fadui. The world has long suffered from the Fools and the North Country Bank. I believe everyone will not mind boycotting the Winter Kingdom in various ways. Mu Yang narrowed his eyes and said, isn't it just a cold war or a trade war? It just so happens that Mu Yang knows a thing or two about these things, and in this regard, Liu is a stronger power than the Winter Kingdom. Mu Yang is not going to make things difficult for Barnabas. After all, his weapons were also given by others. Besides, who cannot like Big Duck? Mu Yang also understands the other party's purpose of fighting against Sky Island. This is a kind god, but the guys under her—
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.